Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1651. Undine, the Last Hero. The mountain peak exploded into a storm of debris, fire, and ice. From the cloud of smoke, vapor, and dust, Undine flew back, barely using her spear to block a clone's radiant green fist. All of the spirit queens besides Undine have turned into clones. Their outer appearance has changed, but their harrowing power looks to be still present. This quickly explained how the abomination took over the world. It didn't just give birth to all of those clones, it infected all living beings and turned them into clones. Damn. Get back to your senses. Zephyr, Undine growled, using all of her strength to twist the spear and deflect Zephyr's fist aside. As Undine deflected Zephyr's fist, a burst of air exploded forth like a shockwave and ripped the mountain's top away, turning it into a cloud of dust. All of the spirit queens have fallen. The abomination was a disease, and it had infected them, morphing their bodies and minds into clones. How did it reach them? Undine didn't know, and she doesn't have time to think about it. Under the assault of all the other queens, one moment of distraction is all they need to kill her. So, how did she survive being infected and turned into a clone? It was a combination of luck and her habit. While Undine looked like a regular spirit from the outside, beneath her skin was nothing but water, always keeping her body as elemental energy. She had liked staying like that because it allowed her to change her appearance with ease and ignore most physical attacks. She had spent centuries living alone as a walking glacier, so that state was a second nature to her, which made her body a harder environment for the abomination to invade. But what made it even better for her was that because the abomination stumbled in her water, she noticed its influence and did what Erad taught her, setting her water ablaze and incinerating all traces of the monster. In short, the abomination's infection entered her body, found it made of water, and was surprised. It tried to adapt, but that allowed Undine to notice the infection early. Then, instead of trying to fight the infection directly, which would have resulted in her losing, Undine set her water ablaze and burned the infection with fire. So what Erad taught me works even here, getting my ass saved by him even when he isn't around. Undine smiled. From that, Undine had learned a few things about the abomination they are facing besides it being a disease. It can almost adapt to anything, but is unable to keep up with rapid change. The spirit queens would have been fine if they shifted their bodies to elemental energy in time, but it seems the abomination had crippled that ability first when it infected them. She relied that information to plumb as fast as she could and started fighting, but many things kept spinning inside her head. First, why didn't the abomination infect the spirits as they killed the clones? It could have done that from the start. The answer was simple. It's intelligent and wanted to get the drop on the queens, so it hid its true power and waited to ambush them at the end, a Lean mind that we can't comprehend. She hit the ground like a meteor and immediately bounced back, just in time to avoid a hand that rushed at her from the dirt. The clone had the same face as every clone they faced before, but Undine knew that beneath that skin was Gaia. If Gaia grabbed her, it'll be over. Trying to escape the clutch of her fingers is akin to trying to escape being caught between two colliding continents. She spun around and thrust her icy spear down, aiming at Gaia's head, but the clone had long since dived into the ground to escape her attack. Gaia and Undine had trained together before, and she ate a full power punch to the stomach from her. She was shitting blood for a whole week. Ground is bad. Gotta cover it with a thick layer of ice. I don't want her grabbing my ankles. Undine flew back, her eyes darting around the battlefield and glowing deep blue. This was bad, far worse than she ever expected. Those clones don't seem as powerful as the queens were before, but they are slowly getting used to their power, meaning she doesn't have time. That horror need time to get used to their power. The sky above turned bright red, and a rain of fire swarmed the ground, painting the earth crimson. The heat was unbearable, and the air itself looked to be on fire. Nar's flames, I saw her once begging Zephyr to give her some compressed air, and she looked submissive and tame. But when I fought her, bitch can melt mountains just by looking at them. Undine spun her spear and unleashed a wave of cold and frozen ice, instantly freezing the immediate area around her to prevent Nar's flames from reaching her. She won't risk a direct contact with Nar's inferno. The entire region boiled and seethed from the depths. The crust of the planet flipped and had turned into a roiling sea of lava and raging red waves. Gaia's earth magic brought the magma from the unknown depths, and Nar's fire made them burn even hotter, and Zephyr just added fuel to the fire. Good. The abomination is wary of me. He's keeping his distance and trying to slowly cook me. I got time then for a big move. Undine's tiny island of ice and safety was quickly melting, but that wasn't the only problem. Around her, Salamander and Rillier flew right above the surface of the lava. Salamander was protecting Rillier from the heat, while Rillier concentrated on interfering with Undine's water control to weaken her. Undine had tried to fight Rillier once. Both of them were water spirit queens, so it made sense for them to clash just once, but the fight ended miserably for Undine. It wasn't even a fight. Rillier just used her superior authority over water to force Undine to kneel and kiss her feet. She then used her as a slave for a day before letting her go. Good. I wanted a chance to get back at you. We'll see who'll dance naked to amuse the other after this is over. It was a good thing that the abomination couldn't pull Rillier's full power out, otherwise this fight would have ended before it could even start. She looked around, sweating as the ice she had made quickly melted. That, in fact, wasn't sweat. It was condensation, all thanks to the deadly heat melting and evaporating her snow, so the water condensates on the only cold thing, her body. Soon she'll get overwhelmed and taken down. She can take on one of the queens, but not all of them, not to mention that Zephyr, Gaia, Nar, and Rillier were all far stronger than her. I'm only holding on because that abomination can't use their powers that well, so a few minutes is the best I've got. She took a deep breath and pointed her spear up, getting ready for something she hadn't done in ages. The ice around her started rapidly growing, expanding from beneath her feet to her surroundings, and then rising like spikes. All of that magma and fire had dried the ground, forcing all the water out as vapor, and Undine was going to use it. All of the water in the region is hers to control as long as that abomination can't fully use Rallier's power. Zephyr flew down from the sky. Gaia burst from the ground, and Nar surrounded Undine from all directions like a flood of raging flames. But at that moment, time seemed to slow down. 5 queens against me. Ah, I feel like a legend once more, like that first day I became a queen, and all the powerful spirits tried to take me down. Undine stopped spinning her spear and pointed it at the ground, her eyes flashing dark blue. I'm Undine, the undying last hero of 9 seas. Kneeling won't save you, abomination. The world had already been forced down by the harrowing power of one queen and the rampage of many others. Now it had to endure the daunting presence of another one, unleashing her full power on its already broken back. Ice bloomed around her, exploding into massive spears and spikes, large fractures of shattered glaciers, and soon rose into a towering iceberg that reached the clouds, matching Plum's world tree in size and magnificence. Undine integrated herself into the core of the iceberg, turning it into a walking mountain of blue ice, a walking glacier of titanic proportions that dwarfed the highest of mountains with its towering and jagged peaks. Before the other queens could mount a counterattack, it arrived. A daunting blizzard that spanned across hundreds of kilometers, bringing frost and deadly cold with it. Snow fell like a blanket, and all of the molten magma beneath the glacier's presence froze back to stone. It was so cold that the clouds themselves froze in the air and fell down like hail, adding to the endless blizzard's deadly might. The fairies inside Plum's world tree looked out in horror. Seeing the winter titan slowly crawling across the horizon, its size and aura engulfing the entire continent in a bitter winter, spelling the end of their much-loved greenery they had heard before. Pixies were cute little prankster, no stronger than a human. Fairies were powerful elemental wizards and fast fighters, matching the greatest of mortals in power. Spirits were forces of nature, powerful enough to force entire kingdoms to bend the knee and respect their authority. But spirit queens were something else. When they take a step forward, mortals can only pray and beg, hoping they won't be squashed under their feet. A pixie would put ice in the back of your shirt and laugh it out. A fairy would freeze you solid with a spell. A spirit would drop a whole avalanche on an entire city and bury it whole. But a spirit queen, they'd do this. They all looked at Undine walking titan of ice and cold report. Undine is going all out. She has summoned the titanic calamity, the walking glacier. One of the spirits rushed in and looked at Plum as they slowly set her back on the throne. That's good news, Plum gasped for air. If that abomination could fully control the Queen's powers, Undine would have died before being able to summon that thing. The entire continent shook with each step the walking glacier took, then trembled with each shock wave of the chaotic battle fought beyond the horizon. The spirits could only watch, seeing countless flashes of light, towering pillars of fire, and mountains being thrown around as massive cracks burst across the entire continent. No humanoid empire could withstand the might of a single spirit queen, let alone the clash of many of them. But then the fairies and pixies remembered Arad actually beating that walking glacier somehow in Yog's world. The fairies were a bit skeptical about their queens shaking their asses to Arad all the time, but seeing the walking glacier up close and knowing that he beat it made them reconsider. Maybe that carefree guy is powerful enough to stand above their queens. Undine was holding her own now, but that won't last long. She had the same magic capacity as Galmond, but not quite the same quality. While Galmond's innate power was cold and ice, Undine's innate power is water itself, so it takes her more energy to freeze it. She could use water directly to fight, but Rillier would hard counter her authority easily that way. Besides, it's harder to melt ice than to evaporate water, which works great when fighting Nar and Salamander, and the ice's hardness works well against Gaia's stones and Zephyr's deadly wind. "Are they dead?" one of the spirits asked, and Plum looked at her with a smile. "No, just disconnected. The Queen's power lies in their elemental energy. Gaia's real body is the mortal world's earth. The same goes for the rest. They either have their power sources in the mortal world or inside Arad's small world. All we need is to knock them out, and they should turn into elemental energy and regain control." Plum looked forward with a pained grin. "So, we need people with low magic footprint, but capable enough to hunt them down. It'll be painful, but she has to call more people in using her roots." Chapter 1652. The Ancient Green. Plum sat on her throne, pulling through agony and pain to teleport another helper through her roots. This time she aimed for someone who had very little mana and talent for magic, but still held enough power to make this abomination cry blood. A witch so ancient and powerful that she almost rivaled the spirits being hailed as a bringer of death, plagues, and doom. As Plum's throne burned with viridescent conflagration, a massive shadow emerged from the tree's highest branches, green, angry, and overpowering. Even if it looked small compared to the world tree's titanic branches, the creature still drew all attention to itself with a deafening roar. The plum forced rustled beneath her shadow, and the wet mud turned green with mold. Poisonous ivy grew between the logs, and the tendrils of thorns and vines stretched rapidly across the foliage. Dragons naturally morph nature with their presence. The foliage, the ground, the air, and the very living beings of the world seemed to bend and twist to accommodate the dragon's power and magic. The older the dragon, the stronger that effect is. So the moment she appeared, the world started bending around her existence. "If you're a disease, then I got us the best witch doctor I know." Plum smiled as she heard Clog's deafening roar shaking the air and felt her magic taking hold on her domain. Usually spirit queens would banish any dragon that dared to set their domain close to their land. But she would never mind having Clog around, especially when dealing with a disease abomination. Plum was quite happy. Having Clog felt reassuring for a few reasons. She first saw her as a wise elder, someone older and worthy of not just respect, but admiration as well. Clog sat on the branches, appalled and disgusted by what she was seeing. This entire world was sick, consumed by an incurable plague, but what horrified her more was the lack of any other dragons. All of them had long been killed and wiped off the face of this world. They must have been a threat that the abominable plague wasn't willing to deal with. Just standing there, she could feel her dominion over the world easily spreading. There was no competition around, not even from Plum. It felt strange, and felt a bit weird as far as Clog knew. Plum was now allowing her to walk all over her, which was weird for a spirit queen. "Plum, are you okay?" Clog clawed her way down and looked through the branches, listening to Plum's voice from the depths of the world tree. After a long moment of silence, Plum replied in a hoarse voice, "As you can see, we're losing against an abominable disease. You're our only hope of killing or curing it. So, spread your magic as much as you want. I don't care anymore. Besides, I'm too burned and exhausted to spread my magic any further. Help yourself until I recover a bit." Hearing that, Clog climbed back to the top of the world tree and got a good look at the cataclysmic fight between the spirit queens. She didn't want to get anywhere near them, even with her powerful body. She won't stand a chance against someone like Gaia, who throws mountains like they are pebbles. It would be best if she stayed back, watched, and attacked from range, possibly using poison. The plague itself was similar to her ultimate disease as well, a sentient colony of bacteria that trains viruses like hound dogs. It invades the body, then uses those tamed viruses to alter the DNA of the host, turning them into the abomination. From what she can see from this distance, the spirit queens all have turned into this one-looking mundane woman. So she thinks that's either the abomination's true face or the first victim it infected. Either way, that didn't matter. What mattered is that this abomination is deadly to anything alive, and the spirits beneath her are only alive thanks to the world tree hiding them and filtering the air. If they got out to fight, they'll turn into the horror's minions. Clag could already feel the abomination trying to infect her. But she was fine, because her own disease was fighting for her and easily dominating the abomination's creation. She growled, "Humph! Only Arad is allowed inside me, you filthy abomination. And since I'm breathing zephyr and food and water and doesn't matter, I decide what gets into my blood, and you aren't one of what I allow." After huffing and puffing for a few seconds, she focused once more, trying to look closer at the situation using her disease. Clog knew she didn't have much time for study or experiment. She has to find a cure and obliterate this abomination before Undine falls. That was problematic because this is a disease she had never seen before, and so experimentation and testing are needed to develop a cure. She isn't some kind of magical priestess spitting rainbow divine magic to cure the incurable like a unicorn. She could hear the abomination's thoughts, and they were as mad and insane as she expected. This demented being was far different from any abomination she had ever heard about, which only made Arad's mother's words more terrifying. Abominations are all unique in their own way because they are beings from before order and logic were born. Bacteria, we start with one. Bacteria, then we become two. Bacteria, now we're four now. We're 8, 16, 32, 64. Bacteria, then we become stronger bacteria. The world is ours. Bacteria for Nyar's glory. Bacteria for Nyar's glory. Bacteria for Nyar's glory. Bacteria for our survival. Clog smiled. She then opened her wings and slowly flapped them as her heart raced, beating like loud drums. She had a plan, a simple one, but a plan nonetheless. With a single flap of her powerful wings, she flew into the sky and opened her massive jaw, breathing a titanic green cloud of toxic gas and poison, rapidly spreading it all around Plum's world tree. As always, preventive measures must be taken first. Even if Clog doesn't have anything that could eradicate this abominable disease yet, she still has many things that could slow or even prevent it from infecting more people. Plum. Send your toughest spirits out and have them bask in my poison. Once they get sick with my filth, that thing won't be able to affect them. We then can assist Undine in neutralizing the queens. Clog smiled. For the price of my help, we'll talk about it later. Plum chuckled. So you can gouge me? Why not? She then quickly sent a silent message to Clog through magic. But really, what do you want? I'll be broken and exhausted after this, and I won't be able to pay anything of worth. Clog's answer came shortly after, I don't know yet. But the most I might ask for is you. You're a newly born world tree, so I want to inspect every nook and cranny of your body. I want to watch your every move and document it so it helps my research in poison and alchemy. Plum giggled. Aren't you already doing that? Don't think I don't know that you've been closely watching me with your scrying orbs. Clog smiled. You didn't tell me no, so I kept going. Now, I would want to make it official. If you refuse, I'll do it anyway. Got yourself a deal, but we'll discuss the details later. Hearing Clog's roar, all of the fairies and spirits hiding inside the world tree paled as they looked at the green cloud of deadly poison. They could see the trees in it wither and die, and none of them trusted Clog enough to jump in there. To all spirits, follow Clog's orders and go save your queens. As the order boomed from the massive branches, all of the spirits rushed out in a single wave. They didn't trust Clogg, but they believed in Plum's wisdom. Besides, they won't sit down and watch their queens die. If the fairies are to lose, they'll drown in a sea of their own blood first. Chapter 1653. Ice Empress. Plum. I'm having a little problem here and could really use a couple of white dragons. Can you manage getting me 3 or 4 of them? Undine's voice came a bit shaken, the echoes of her clash with the other queens radiating through the magical communication. She didn't want to ask Plum for help. She knew how much pain she was in, but at this rate they'll lose, and everyone could just die. Arid isn't here to save them after all. No matter how much you ask, I can't get Gammond here. My arse would rip open. Plum's voice returned just as shaken, garbled by her shaky breath. Right now, her whole body was burned, the skin of her thighs torn clean off, and she felt like 2 spiked, burning hot rods were inserted through her spine. The only reason she wasn't crying was because her 2 assistants were standing by her side, and she didn't want to embarrass herself. Who asked for her? I mean, I could use her, but just a couple of adult dragons would do. Didn't Arod bring a bunch of dracanas a while ago? Some of them have to be white, right? Undine gasped for a moment, and a loud boom echoed in Plum's head. She could hear every blast echoing. Even if Undine was keeping up well, many of the Queen's attacks came so close to hitting her inside the walking glacier that it was terrifying. I won't last long enough for whatever Clog is doing. I'm running out of mana quickly, and I need those dragons to reinforce my presence. She deflected a whole mountain and cried, That almost crushed me. I know it hurt, but get me something. If I fall, they'll come for your tree. Dragons naturally twist the world to their elements. The first dragon, Askarath, was created by AO to battle the abominations and remediate the contaminated land. There is a good reason this abomination killed all of the dragons. Instead of overtaking their bodies, they were a problem. If Undine could get a couple of dragons flying around and basking in her presence, they could act like air filters for mana, helping her both recover some mana and fight the other queens. There was nothing more majestic and mystical than a walking glacier towering over the clouds with a couple of harrowing ice dragons nesting on its daunting shoulders, basking in its frigid storm of malevolence. Spirits take the natural mana and project it as it is. They don't interfere with it, but amplify it. Dragons, on the other hand, subjugate natural mana and morph it to their own nature. That's why spirits tend to look for a land suiting their element to settle in, while dragons settle wherever they want and spawn their own domain. The army of spirits reached the battlefield to assist Undine, but they could only watch from afar. The weakened queens were still far above the regular spirits in both power and dominance over the elements. It only took Nar a glance to make all of the fire spirits grovel to the ground, crying as they felt their heads near, exploding them. Getting close to the queen's battle was like a foot soldiers trying to interfere in a shootout between tanks. They had long since seen Undine and Salamander as inferior to the queens of the mortal world, which was true. Undine was far weaker than Rillier, and Salamander couldn't hope to reach Nar's heat a moment before Nar's will could tear the fire spirits to pieces. Undine's soothing cold washed over them, severing the dominance of their queen, but since they were fire spirits, Undine's cold and water still hurt them. The spirits looked up in terror, their eyes and bodies slowly freezing from the cold. What they saw was a scene from the end of the world. Gaia spawned and threw titanic mountains left and right. Undine would punch those mountains away using the massive arms of her glacier, only to have them explode into a roaring inferno. Then, before that inferno could melt her ice, the eternal blizzard of her presence would drown and snuff those flames. Rillier would summon massive waves and they would freeze. Salamander would try to sneak attack Undine from the back, only to get swatted down like a fly. But strangely enough, most of Zephyr's attacks seemed to miss their marks or fail to launch. Undine seemed to notice that and always made sure to smack Zephyr to the ground whenever she had the chance. Looking at Undine's towering walking glacier, they could only imagine one thing. Arad, that's goofy giant getting scolded by his maids, he had once defeated this titan. Only if he were here, the fight could have been easier. The spirits had gathered their courage to come all the way into this battle to help Undine save their queens. But it seems that traditions were true all alone. When the queens move, the spirits must sit down and watch, because they aren't powerful enough to make a difference. But then a flash of crimson flames pierced the clouds, drew a line through Undine's eternal blizzard, and exploded at Rillier and Salamander's faces. The slowly freezing spirits looked up. Through their dried, nearly frozen eyes, they could see a massive shadow slowly landing on the walking glacier's head, a massive white Dracaena with a few red scales here and there. On her neck sat a silver knight, clad in heavy armor and holding onto the Dracaena with a thick steel chain as a harness. Izdis slowly lifted the visor of her helmet, glaring down at the battlefield with glowing, cold blue eyes. The spirits felt her gaze and it sent shivers down their spines, not because she was scary or powerful, but because they knew she was no stronger than they were, and that if she were to get harmed here, Arad, the one who defeated the walking glacier once, would rip their wings out. Izdis, who sat on Corey's back holding a long sword in her right hand, closed her visor with a clank. "We'll deal with Rillier and Salamander." Izdis shouted and pulled on the harness, prompting Corey to fly right down at the two queens with a loud roar. Then from the cloud, 5 more white Dracaenas flew in and landed on the walking glacier to bask in its presence. With them around, Undine could finally breathe. "Plum, good job, but why are Izdis and Corey here? Do you want Arad to kill us?" Undine was happy to have received help, but Izdis was one of Arad's delicate wives. She didn't want any of them to get harmed because that would put the spirits in a bad spot. When Plum's voice returned, she was already crying. Gammond recommended her so shut up. The spirits watching stared at Corey with terrified faces. They weren't afraid of her, though, but appalled at Izdis's presence. She usually spends her whole day sitting in her office, handling the Empire's paperwork and dealing with the political landscape. They heard she is a capable fighter, but have never once seen her wielding a blade. There was another problem, the difference between a capable fighter and someone who could interfere in a war between the spirit queens is as vast as the world itself. She wasn't even a fighter or a wizard. She was a bard, a singer, and a dancer. Songs, even if magical, aren't going to be enough to hold back 2 spirit queens. Some of the spirits there were direct servants of the queens and had once had access to Arad's bath alongside their queens. One of them, who worked for Zephyr, even remembers Izdis dancing and singing naked in the bath to entertain Arad and the other wives. Not the exact image of a tough and powerful fighter, but when Corey landed and Izdis jumped out of her back, Rillier and Salamander stopped moving. Izdis's blue eyes glared at them from behind her silver visor, flashing like 2 brilliant stars. Even with the heavy blizzard obscuring the view, Izdis's silver armor was as clear as day, and even with her heavy armor, her feet never sank into the thick layer of soft snow covering the ground. She looked like a frigid wraith that had just emerged out of the frozen expanse of Undine's presence, followed by an immense Dracaena. Salamander lifted her palm and suddenly unleashed a massive torrent of flames, as vast as a small hill of infernal heat and fire. It easily dwarfed Corey's draconic body and engulfed the whole area, flashing with blinding light and searing heat. But then the flames faded away, allegedly killed by the daunting blizzard of Undine's presence. But soon Salamander and Rilia looked forward with passive faces, while the spirits watching from afar gasped. Isdis stood in her place, now her sword drawn in a guard and smoking. Nothing behind her was touched by the flames. Then with a single swing, the fire was born once more, exploding with even more violence and heat, washing away the two spirit queens back several hundred meters. Before they could stand back up, Corey was already upon them, now supporting two muscular necks out of her torso, each ending in a different head. A red head for fire and a white head for cold. A breath of fire hit Rillier, and a flash of cold washed over Salamander, engulfing them both in elemental energy. The spirits knew that Erad was a monster. They saw his power and believed in what he could achieve. None of them doubted that if Erad were here, this fight wouldn't have even started. But what they failed to believe is something that their queens once told them, that while Erad was scary, his wives were just as terrifying as he was. Isdis here, while having very little mana, had already learned temperature magic from Isbert, and also had Corey with her, a rare two-headed Dracaena fighting by her side. A temperature Dracaena with a temperature rider, both fighting a fire and a water spirit queen. It was a good match. The spirits could only watch in silence as Isdis absorbed another of Salamander's blazing attacks, flew right through the inferno and stabbed her in the chest, then stomped her face into the snow. Rillier tried to help Salamander, only to get blasted with the flames that Isdis absorbed, then pinned down by Corey a fair distance away. The one with dark blue eyes is Rillier, and the one with bright orange eyes is Salamander. Isdis looked back at Corey. The one with green eyes is Zephyr. Honey brown is Gaia, and the one with crimson red eyes is Nar. Keep that in mind, since they all look the same. Corey had already figured that out, but she was glad that Isdis confirmed it. While using both heads, Corey tends to get distracted a lot. She can't think that much, so she would rather someone else do the thinking for her, at least until she grows old enough to think with her two brains at once. That was the whole reason she got a harness and a leash, so Isdis could ride her more easily and safely. It also allowed Corey to focus on fighting and leave command to Isdis, who was smarter than her. Isdis then looked down at Salamander with a cold glare, pushing down on her face with her foot. "What's going on, abomination? Can't you get smaller like they can do and escape?" Chapters first released on nvafear.net. Salamander's eyes burst into flames, and her whole body sparked into a blazing storm. She directed all of that flame up, trying to burn Isdis alive. Isdis remained indifferent, pushing harder with her foot. "The harder you struggle, the colder I'll freeze you." Isdis and Corey's job was simple, to keep Salamander and Rillier busy and away from Undine. But if they just defeat them, that would be better. Chapter 1654, The Queen of Queens. Chapter 1654, The Queen of Queens. With Isdis and Corey taking a huge load off Undine's back, she could finally focus on the battle against the other three spirits. She now has several Dracaenas helping regenerate mana and even time to breathe. But her fight didn't grow any easier. With each passing second, the abomination was getting used to the powers of the queens, and it was rapidly growing stronger and more harrowing. Nar's flame could already melt Undine's ice, and Gaia's mountains were heavy and hard enough to shatter the titanic limbs of her walking glacier. At this rate, she'll lose in less than 5 minutes. The reinforcement had only bought her a couple of minutes at best. The only saving grace was that Zephyr was strangely not getting any stronger, but becoming weaker. The longer the fight drew on, Zephyr's wind failed to push Undine's walking glacier more often than not. She couldn't contain her blizzard anymore, and even her speed became slower and slower. She was either running out of mana or the abomination had failed to completely take control. The first case was impossible, so the latter was most likely the reality of what's happening. Undine didn't know much about Zephyr, but from what little she heard from the other queens, she was supposed to be an absolute monster that masqueraded as a cute little fairy. She had seen so many conflicting things from Zephyr that it was hard to understand or find the truth. On one side, she saw Zephyr swimming naked in a barrel of wine, getting dragged around by Aiella or acting like a clown, telling jokes and playing with the kids around the castle. She looked more like a carefree pixie than a spirit queen, often showing no power or pride, just a happy-go-lucky woman with no presence at all. But on the other hand, Undine had seen the other queens shutting up the moment Zephyr stared at them. She had seen Nar's ecstatic face as she sucked on Zephyr's toes and saw the twisted faces of terror on some devils when they merely heard Zephyr's name being mentioned. Undine then decided to ask Gaia about her. Since Gaia looked the friendliest and most mature of the spirit queens, she simply told her that Zephyr's word is law, and that Zephyr is to the spirit queens what a spirit queen is to the regular spirits. Right now, Undine was about to see the scary face of Zephyr, the part she never shows in public or to anyone. The reason everyone feared her, and why she could act so carefree without a single care in the world. The air suddenly froze, literally getting held in place as Zephyr stopped flying. The snow got suspended in the air, and the world came to a screeching halt. If Undine had blood, she would feel it draining out of her face. Her eyes weren't deceiving her. The air itself stopped moving. The cataclysmic war between the queens came to a sudden halt, and everyone looked up, pale and terrified. Waves of divine and cursed magic started crackling above the clouds like lightning, and a dreadful presence slowly took hold of the entire world. Something ancient, powerful, and outrageous was coming to life. Zephyr's hand moved, grabbing her own face and sinking her nails beneath the skin. "Fucker, what do you think you're doing?" She growled, her voice coming from the entire world, and her clone's face twisted in shock. Waves of wind magic started boiling around her, and everyone could feel an insane amount of pressure falling on their bodies. The entire world cracked. As the air was forced to freeze in place by Zephyr's will, the planet could no longer spin because it was scraping on the air and being pinned down. The planet could no longer spin, so the pressure building beneath the tectonic plates rapidly grew. That caused countless volcanoes to burst out of nowhere. Zephyr had once fought Gaia before, and this was how she won that fight. If Gaia didn't kneel and submit at the time, Zephyr would have used her wind, the entire atmosphere, to choke the entire world. But when the magma of those volcanoes tried spilling out, it couldn't because the air felt like a lid, plugging the volcano's gaping maws, Rayelite's furious novae fire. Knit, the clouds in the sky fell, getting crushed to the ground, and Undine's walking glacier fell to its knees, engulfed in cracks. All of the spirit queens hit the ground, and even Plum's world tree groaned and cracked. No one could breathe or speak, and they weren't even allowed to move as the very air around them had become as heavy and as hard as steel. "Get out!" Zephyr's hand moved, slowly tearing the skin off her face, and the wind magic started boiling around her, turning into a raging black tornado. As Zephyr tore the clone's face off, a clean green face of pure wind magic slowly emerged. But she wasn't done. She then started clawing at her neck, chest, and torso, ripping her own body apart to reveal the radiant energy hidden inside. As everyone watched in horror, Zephyr tore her body apart into pieces and remained standing there as a mass of green wind magic, slowly coming to shape. She took a vague humanoid shape, finally getting rid of that annoying flesh body that had gotten infected. Then Gaia and Nar screamed, forcing themselves free, and flew at Zephyr, trying to take her down before she could fully regain her power. But they were too late. Her violence was just starting. She grabbed both of them by the face and glared at them with burning emerald eyes. Gaia commanded several mountains to fly and crush Zephyr, while Nar conjured a titanic wave of crimson flames. But before their magic could even approach, Zephyr's wind came crashing down, pinning the mountains to the ground and snuffing Nar's flames like they were a weak match. Gaia, keep your mountains anchored to the ground, and you, Nar. How many times do I need to tell you not to play with fire? She threw Nar to the ground and stomped on her face, pinning her down as she started slowly skinning the screaming Gaia alive. Come on, what's this face? You don't look how I remember you. I see that abomination must have taken control and transformed your bodies like it did mine. Don't worry, I'll tear him off. It'll hurt, but you aren't kids anymore. You can take a bit of pain and live. Zephyr ripped Gaia's skin and flesh off with her bare hands, leaving her as a massive mass of roiling earth magic, and then turned to Nar. Your turn, Nar tried to run away, but it was of no use. Zephyr lifted her up and started skinning her as well. Nar screamed and cried, but everything failed. Soon she too was left as a mass of crimson flames, torn back to her basic elemental nature. Rillier disengaged from Izdis and Kori, quickly flying at Zephyr with a blue trident in her hand. At this point, since the abomination lost 3 spirit queens, it could focus more control on Rillier and push her power to its maximum limit. As the trident flashed, the abomination commanded all of the world's oceans to fly at once and crush Zephyr. But to its surprise, they didn't move, their surface staying as flat as a sheet of glass, pressed down by Zephyr's wind. Zephyr grabbed Rillier by the neck and glared at her eyes. Rillier, you haven't angered me in centuries. I guess this would be the first time in a while. Unlike the others, she didn't skin her alive, but instead engulfed her in a violent torrent of wind. In mere seconds, Rillier's flesh dried out and turned into dust, while the water that had left it consolidated into a single bubble of energy, which was her true form. Salamander wasn't even willing to fight and instead burst away to run, only to get caught by a second Zephyr. And there weren't just 2. As long as she had air, she could create as many avatars as her mind could manage, and Salamander was going to suffer dearly for trying to run away. Like she did with Nar and Gaia, she skinned her alive and pulled the flames from her core out. Then Zephyr's eyes shifted toward Undine, and the poor spirit queen shivered. But before Zephyr could rip the walking glacier to pieces and tear Undine out, Izdis grabbed her by the hand. Calm down, she didn't get infected. The moment Zephyr joined the fight, it had turned into a one-sided massacre. All of the queens combined, even at their best, won't stand a chance against her. Zephyr smiled. Izdis, did Plum bring you here? She quickly changed to look more human and hugged her. Ah, you're cold. My nipples are getting stuck to your armor. But sadly, there was no time to celebrate. All of the abomination's hosts have died, even those clones that hid underground. All of them had been burned by the rising pressure inside the planet since Zephyr forced it to stop spinning. Now, it was the time for that horror to reveal its true face. Hopefully, Clogged should have made something useful. Chapter 1655, The Abominable Witch. Chapter 1655, The Abominable Witch. The world fell silent, and the sky turned red as the fake sun flickered on and off, failing to sustain itself. Now that the abomination had no host left, its true form was about to dawn upon the world. Zephyr looked around and frowned. She and the other queens had been out for several minutes. They've wasted so much energy and mana, so fighting this horror would be even more arduous than it should have been. Maybe this was the horror's plan all along. To either kill or exhaust them, and either way it'll gain the advantage. It wasn't only smart and active, but it could even plan ahead and take risks. The situation was bad, and it'll only get worse. Undine is slowly regaining her power thanks to the White Dragon's presence, and Zephyr herself can now recover her mana even in this accursed world thanks to her mother's blood. But everyone else was as good as dead. Nar, Gaia, Salamander, and Rillier, all of them had spent so much mana in their fight with Undine that they had become useless. Not to mention Zephyr skinning them alive to pull them out of the abomination's control. That had put too much stress on them. Zephyr herself is old enough to be fine through so much pain and torture, but they aren't. Even the strongest of spirits would weaken after experiencing such a thing. She can still fight, but that would only leave her alone with Undine, Izdis, Kori, and the White Dracanas. The spirit army can't possibly help in the fight against what was coming. She could also sense Clog getting closer, but she shouldn't be able to help in such a fight. The question now was if Zephyr could kill the abomination without letting anyone else die, or if she couldn't, should she just call her father for help? Focalor can be a bit of an asshole, but he never failed to come to her aid if she called. She doesn't even need him to fight just to make sure everyone stays alive. For a Jinn Sultan, that should be as easy as keeping a bunch of kittens locked inside the house. But there was no time to think anymore. It was starting. Blood started seeping out of the ground, boiling and foaming like a raging flood. Soon the fake sun in the sky burned off, and the world plunged into pure darkness. In the pitch darkness, two golden brown eyes flashed with a disturbing flame. At their mere sight, everyone could feel worms crawling beneath their skin and their knees wanting to give up. Those who could see in pure darkness immediately frowned. That abomination had the same innocent-looking face as all of the clones they had faced so far. She was a thin, gentle, and normal-looking woman, walking toward them naked. With each step, her feet rested on the surface of the expanding sea of eldritch blood, drowning the world in a deathly, gut-tearing stench. The spirits who saw her flew back. To them, that thing was neither a she nor a he. It wasn't even registered as a human in their brains, only as a thing akin to looking at a painting of a horrid monster. In fact, they couldn't even look directly at her because their eyes burned each time they tried. It seems that their first theory was both right and wrong. This abomination isn't so much a disease as the disease being a part of its power. It infects living beings and turns them into lesser, weaker versions of itself. That divides the abomination's power and consciousness among its clones, allowing it to effectively spread and take control of a whole world. But just with one look, Zephyr could clean another detail. This abomination grows stronger by absorbing the power from those it infects, which makes it an extremely dangerous foe. Through the whole war, Zephyr watched closely, and now she could glean a sliver of power in this abomination that belonged to the fairies who were lost in the war. It seems that they weren't lost after all, just turned into clones and sent back to fight. Ha! The abomination sighed, looking down at her naked body with burning eyes. She then stretched, scratched her groin and butt, then cracked her neck and back, only to take a deep breath and burp. After moving a bit, she stopped and looked at Zephyr and the rest. 1, 2, 3, so many ugly women. She counted them with a sore and disappointed face. Not a single handsome man in sight. How depressing. How sad. She then sighed, extended her head down, and shoved her fingers inside. Maybe it'll work with new faces. Got bored with my own. Without a care in the world, she started masturbating in front of everyone. One of the fairies frowned, and if Zephyr didn't save her, she would have been torn in half by that abomination. Everyone retreat. Hearing Zephyr shout, the fairies understood that they were facing an insane, mad, and horrid nightmare of a monster. They shouldn't look or try to make sense of what that alien mind is thinking. All they must do is run away. As the fairies started retreating, Zephyr and the queens could finally focus on this horror. Something about her felt off to Zephyr. The way she spoke, the way she moved, the way she breathed, and how her blood and magic flowed. The fact that she started doing such a thing before anything else must mean something was utterly wrong, and when Zephyr realized where the problem was, even she paled like ash at this moment. Only Zephyr had realized the truth of the horror they are facing, and she didn't know if it made the situation worse or better. But this thing, it isn't an abomination at all. It's a human witch that somehow took control of the abomination's power. She could see her, a human soul, brain, and mind, broken by hundreds or thousands of years and drowning in madness. Back away. Leave her to me. Zephyr first ordered the other queens, Cori, Isdis, and the white Dracanas, to back away. She then floated forward, her body burning with wind magic. But then something heavy fell from the sky, crashing between her and the abominable witch like a bomb. The ground shook and shattered, the seal of blood retreated, and a deep roar rattled the air. A foot, humanoid, clean and beautiful, but twice the normal size, emerged from the dust and mud, landing with a thud. The long, sharp, and claw-like toenails dug into the ground, spreading a green mist of toxic poison enough to cause the blood to coagulate and rot away. Clog's massive body emerged, walking forward with a smile on her face, taking each step with measured control and intent. Her eyes glowed at the abomination. Luckily, her clothes were fine. It was only her high heels that shattered when she landed. The abominable witch stopped playing with herself and looked forward, seeing Clog approaching her. In her whole life, she had never seen a woman that tall. Was she around 3 meters tall? She pulled her fingers out, licked them, then looked back at Clog. Ooh, I knew it felt weird. You're a human, aren't you? Clog glared down at the abominable witch with a grin and glowing green eyes. Even in her humanoid form, she was towering above her like a giant. The abominable witch looked up with a smile. A green Dracaena, ancient, but this massive and a witch above all. Are we cut from the same cloth, or not? She reached up, touching Clog's face. She needed to stand on her toes, and even them, she barely managed to touch her with the tips of her fingers. Zephyr was certain the abomination witch was mad, but right now, she looked as sane as everyone else, albeit a bit unhinged. Who knows? You're at least civil enough to talk. Clog patted the witch on the head, then flicked her fingers, summoning a black witch hat. You're naked, so this is a gift, something to wear. The abominable witch touched the hat Clog gave her, then looked down at herself. Wearing the hat alone is worse than wearing nothing. She rubbed her chest and smacked her butt. See? It makes things worse. Clog looked back at Zephyr and everyone else. You stay back for a moment. I'll talk with her. It's between witches now. Zephyr would have charged in anyway, but she needed time to recover more magic, get the fairies to safety, and prepare a quick plan. So she'll let Clog buy them as much time as possible. The abominable witch smiled behind her. I'm only talking to buy time. I need a bit of time to deal with whatever plague you brought. She wasn't even going to hide her goal. Clog smiled back. Ho, don't worry. You'll never deal with it. We'll talk as much as I want. She then reached forward and looked closer at her. The witch looked as human as any normal woman could, but something about her still was off. I know I said you're a human, but you reek of abominations to the point it's sickening, and that disease was the power of an eldritch horror, not that of mortal beings. Clog sat on the ground, crossing her legs, and the abominable witch did the same. That thing, if you came for it, it's already dead. I killed it a few thousand years ago and took its power. He could rapidly infect people and turn them into himself. We have a sudden monster infection. People started suddenly turning into monsters. She leaned back on her arms, spreading her legs apart. Everyone fought for their lives, and so did I. At the time, I was just an apprentice witch, making potions and pleasing my mistress's unruly demands. Life was good for a while, but in the end, it was only me and that abominable monster standing, and he lost to me. I took his power, and with it the powers of everyone he consumed here. Clog frowned. Something about what the abominable witch said didn't sound right. The gods should have swooped in and killed it the moment it showed its head. The abominable witch frowned for a moment, then burst laughing. Gods? The gods? You and your superstitions gods aren't real. They never existed and will never be. There was one primal god, and he died eons ago. Gods are real. It's this world that's rejecting their influence. She looked back at Zephyr. Come here, you're older and know better. Zephyr floated toward them and took a seat. The abominable witch looked at her. You're one of their kind, right? Do you know how much it hurts to get tortured and mutilated billions of times? Zephyr looked at her. What else did you expect? We were fighting based on what powers we saw from you. The witch growled, then looked away. Yeah, we're still fighting. This conversation would only last as long as I need to deal with her disease. Then I'll make sure every midget like you suffers for the next 1,000 years. Zephyr shrugged. Do what you want. That abomination was blocking the god's influence with its eldritch magic. So if your people thought the gods didn't exist, it was probably the abomination's fault. She scratched her head. It could have come here right after the first overgod disappeared and started infecting people. But I'm almost certain it didn't start creating monsters right away. It must have stayed hidden and slowly blocked the gods' influence over several centuries, then showed itself when it was certain the world is safe. Chapter 1656, Fernanda. Chapter 1656, Fernanda. The witch frowned, leaning forward with a sharp gaze directed directly at Zephyr and Clog. She could tell they weren't lying. Their story was so hard to believe that she couldn't help but smile. She had heard countless stupid tales in her life, but this was the best. Are you saying it came here, lay dormant as it slowly blocked the gods' access to us, then went on a rampage? She tried to remember the days before things went south, and she could remember countless shrines and temples, relics of a lost age. The gods never responded to prayer as far as she could remember, so they were considered as nothing but folklore and baseless tales. Ah, but trying to remember that also brought back memories of those sweet days when she was but a normal witch hiding among people. A handsome man would come beg her for a cure for his wife, and she would give him a potion, only for the wife to come to her a month later and willingly jump into her boiling pot. Zephyr started thinking as she slowly turned back to her small and cute fairy form, landing on Clog's head to rest a bit. She didn't want to take that form yet, but it allowed her to regenerate her mana faster by lowering her consumption. Maintaining an elemental form was costly, which is why most spirit queens never do it. The gods would have noticed if all of their followers here suddenly disappeared, but if they slowly faded away across a couple of centuries, or even thousands of years, the gods might not notice the change and think it's just a world naturally dying or rejecting their will. That abomination must have taken its sweet time creating whatever sorcery it used to block the gods, which only made Zephyr glad that it was dead. There was no telling what such a terror could do if it was still alive. Clog looked up and growled, trying to look at Zephyr. But this world is still sealed. That was a good point. If the abomination is dead, then why is this world still sealed? Clog turned her gaze to the abominable witch. Can you turn the abomination's power off? The sorcery, or whatever eldritch magic that abomination used, has to be somewhere, and the witch in front of them was the only one who could access it. The witch looked at them with a grin, her eyes burning with eldritch magic. What Clog asked was impossible, not because she couldn't, but because she doesn't want to. That magic is her strongest. Turning it off was like stripping naked in front of her enemies, which was ironic considering she was already naked in front of them. That made her giggle. Honestly, she could remember that being naked in front of people was embarrassing and frowned upon in her time. But now that she had spent centuries living alone in this world, having other people see her naked felt a bit wonderful. She might just be happy that she has other people to see and talk to besides the clones of herself. While I'm having an all-out war with your disease? Hell no, take your sickness away first and I'll pull mine later. But even with how happy she was to finally see a fresh face, she isn't stupid enough to let her guard down. At this moment, the abominable witch's disease was fighting Clog's disease, each trying to eliminate the other and take hold. Since Clog didn't have the time or resources to create a cure, she could only use this forceful method. Clog knew her disease well, and she didn't want to repeat what happened in her fight with Erat. She is certain that if he were here, this witch would have died ages ago. Her disease won't work on him, and he'll just pound her to the ground till she dies. If Clog took her disease first, the abominable witch could start infecting everyone and kill them all. So she couldn't back away first, which meant they had to come up with another plan, or do they? Clog smiled. She got a nice idea. How about this? I'll take my disease off the air, ground, and water, but I'll keep it contained to everyone else, basically to what you'll call outsiders. She pointed at herself, Zephyr, and those standing in the back. Our bodies and the plum trees. So pull yours off the air and keep it contained inside your body, she smiled. Let's have a civil discussion with our weapons back in their sheds. The abominable witch reached down and scooped a handful of blood. "I'll keep it in my sea of blood." She then threw that blood at Clog. "Now, I got you safe and sound." Clog looked down. They were sitting on the edge of a sea of blood, and her thighs and butts were drenched in it. Once she turns her disease off, she'll be sitting in a toxic sea of filthy and toxic blood. Of course, Clog's disease would still protect her from the inside, but that is nowhere as safe as keeping it away. Got a deal. Clog didn't mind. She was good at dealing with such things. Besides, if she doesn't take any risks, this witch would just start fighting them again, and someone would die. A second later, the abominable witch blinked, surprised that Clog actually pulled her disease away. She could immediately attack now and try to infect everyone again, but should she? What are those outsiders planning? But does that really matter? No, it doesn't, and she could always infect everyone again from the sea of blood. Aren't you afraid that I'll just kill you? The witch leaned forward, touching Clog's feet. "You're within my reach," Clog laughed. "Go ahead and kill me if you want. I got one nasty husband, and if he came, he'll shove this entire world up your ass." The witch smiled, licking her lips and reaching down with her hand. "Would killing you make him come here? Is he a giant like you? I would very much love meeting him. He is too much for you, so get going and turn that eldritch magic off." Clog splashed blood at her with her foot. "You really pulled your disease back? I guess I should show a bit of sincerity as well." The witch wiped the blood off her face and clapped her hands. It was only then that Zephyr realized the extent of the abominable witch madness. She had since lost all sense of self-preservation and the will to live. Any sane person wouldn't trust outsiders who came and killed everyone in a few days. But now that witch only seems interested in amusing and pleasuring herself. She probably spent several hundred years locked up with only herself for company, which would drive any normal human mad. Zephyr herself wasn't a human, but she knew well that humans couldn't live without social connections for any long period of time, which was why immortality could be a curse to them more than a blessing. An easy way to imagine it is to ask how long a human would remain sane if they were locked in a room with a bunch of mirrors and nothing else. The only thing they could do was stare at themselves. This text is hosted at novelfire.net. Not much. This witch now only cares about protecting her world, which is probably a remnant of her first goal, and amusing herself because she has been locked here for so long. If Arad showed here first and was friendly, she would have been more interested in sucking him off than starting a fight. But that madness didn't matter anymore. They've already won. With the abomination's power turned off, the gods could see this world. All Zephyr needed to do to trigger them was invoke their names. Of course, she didn't even need to do that. Before anyone could notice, Yog was sitting on Clog's lap and leaning back on her torso. Isn't this an ugly world? Yog's domain was magic and knowledge, so when the seal got lifted even for a second, she noticed an entire world popping out in her senses and flew right in. Everyone froze, and even the abominable witch paled a bit. Yog had escaped her detection and appeared out of nowhere. What's more, she could tell that Yog was so utterly more powerful and terrifying than anything else that the mere thought of fighting her was stupid. Was this what those outsiders call a god? If so, they are probably right. She had never seen so much power in a single being, but she was certain this god of theirs is nowhere near omnipotent, because if they were, the abomination magic wouldn't have blocked their senses. Zephyr pointed at the witch. The world was overtaken by an abomination, and she killed it. That was probably thousands of years ago. Now she absorbed that monster's power and lived here alone. Yog looked at Zephyr. "You forgot the part where this world should be left in Plum's care." "I don't know how that abomination did it, but it even blocked my knowledge of this place. Now that it's gone, I know everything and anything that happened here." She stood and clapped her hands. "I'm Yog. You can also call me Lilia. I am the goddess of magic and the eternal bearer of the forbidden knowledge." She flicked her fingers, and the entire sea of blood disappeared, getting replaced with a vast ocean. Suddenly, a sun appeared in the sky, followed by a moon, a cold wind, and the broken world started to rapidly heal. As Yog informed the other gods, their domains started expanding back into this world. The witch looked at Yog, then frowned. So, you're telling me that the gods were real? That we were just sealed away from them? Yes, but what interests me more is how you managed to defeat that thing, that abomination. From what I found out, it was a Class 12 horror. Yog looked at Zephyr. It was on the same level as Vorvados. It can infect people and turn them into abominations, then harvest their powers and add them to its own power. It was basically immortal, unless you burn all of its hosts to ash. Yog sat back down on Clog's lap. You, or should I call you Fernanda? I'm sure it's been at least 2,000 years since you heard someone else call you by that name. The witch looked away. Fern is enough, and about that thing I ate it. My witchcraft allows me to get power from those I eat. She looked at Clog. You know how. I take living people and then throw them into a boiling pot. I used to make potions and spike them with magic to effectively brainwash people so they come to me themselves. I can get power and lifespan from them, not everything, but a good chunk of what they had. She leaned back. I fought that monster with magic, cut its hosts to pieces, and ate them for sustenance as the world crumbled. It was my only source of food at the time, so I kept going and going and going. Until one day I realized that it's been almost a month since I got attacked last. Yog smiled. So it was like a zombie apocalypse, but if the zombies were edible, the entire world got turned and you ate them all across centuries. Chapter 1657, The Mad Witch Fernanda. Chapter 1657, The Mad Witch Fernanda. Yog flew around the area for a while, then looked back at Fernanda. This world, it has been at death's door for more than 2,000 years. How come you didn't go insane through all of those centuries? No, I should be asking how you're hiding that insanity of yours so well. Fernanda looked at Yog in silence for a few seconds. Me? Insane? A bit careless, yes. But I doubt you'll find a saner person than me in this world. In fact, I bet you I'm the smartest and most reasonable person that has lived here in the past 2 millennia. Yog remained silent, looking around with glowing blue eyes. Everyone is retreating safely to Plum's world tree. She'll retain dominion over this world and slowly let life take hold. In the meantime, you would rather live among people once more, right? Fernanda looked at her with a smile. You're right. Gods know how bored I got looking at my own face. You're a goddess, so you know how that feels. Fernanda spun in place and a black robe covered her body. I'm ready to leave, but I guess you aren't ready to let me out. Yog giggled with a grin. You're really the smartest one in this world. I can't let you integrate among people until I understand the full extent of your madness and if you're fit or not. She flew to her, looking closer at her eyes, especially since you can just infect everyone with an abominable disease and cause a disaster. Yog's eyes opened wide and a beam of light flashed out of her pupils and slipped into Fernanda's brain through her eyes. Then the world around them shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Yog was pulled deep into Fernanda's mind, finding herself standing alone in an endless green field. Let's see, a calm place. This is usually a bad sign. Sane people always have something going on in their minds, thinking about their dinner, work, or even a silly thought. If your mind is this clear, a few screws probably got lost somewhere and aren't just loose. She took a few steps, feeling the grass beneath her bare feet. It was strangely warm, even though the air was cold. In the distance, she could see a long, twisting dirt path with 2 people walking through it. The 2 people were a man and a woman, husband and wife, and for once they looked like normal people. Yog silently followed them from afar as they approached a vast forest, went inside, and soon arrived at a witch's hut. The hut looked small, sitting alone in the middle of the swampy land. Pit traps, snares, and magic landmines littered the ground, but none of them harmed the couple approaching the hut. Yog was the goddess of magic. It was obvious to her that those two were afflicted by some strange spell, and the hut reacted to that spell to allow them inside. When the two reached the hut, the door slowly opened, and Fernanda looked at them with a smile. "I've been waiting. It took you long enough." The two looked at her with mad smiles in their eyes, bowed, thanked her, and then walked inside with excited faces. Inside the hut, Fernanda was stirring a massive black pot. Boiling inside, it was a bubbly green soup of human blood, guts and poison foaming and reeking with a horrid smell. The couple stripped, took a quick shower, then jumped into the boiling pot whole. Yog watched as the couple cooked alive and how Fernanda ate them through the next 2 weeks, extending her lifespan and power. The scene then quickly changed. The entire world was on fire, seething and boiling as countless armed soldiers marched across the forest, slaying horrid beasts. To the soldiers, those monsters looked like deformed and ugly animals and people. But to Yog's eyes, she could see them as the spreading abominable disease. The soldiers fought and fell, soon turning into monsters themselves. They screamed and cried, praying to the gods, but their prayers remained unheard. Yog had never heard of Bohal, Maransu, or Baron as gods, which only meant those were the fake names the abomination used to block the real gods. There was no cure to the spreading disease. Humans, elves, dwarves, dragons, fairies, and even the titans all fell one after another. A single wound was enough to bring the mightiest of them to the ground. What's worse, they too turned into monsters after getting infected, making the situation even worse. As the world rapidly fell into depression and despair, one hated person remained unfazed. Out of everyone, Fernanda could resist the abomination's disease with her witchcraft. Due to eating people for too long, what was impossible for one person to resist couldn't affect her, who held multiple lives within her body. People knew her well, especially the locals, and she wasn't just hated, but hunted because of her horrid habit of eating people. But none of them could lift a finger against her, because in this god-forsaken world where the gods couldn't help, only she could fight those monsters, so the area around her forest was extremely safe and peaceful. People started flocking from across the entire world, all seeking the safety of her forest. Outside her land, millions of man-eating monsters rampaged day and night, so the people were more than happy to tolerate just a single man-eating witch instead of having to fear all of those monsters. 100 years later, she had become too powerful, and the entire world started living around her hut, praying for her help day and night. It had become a tradition to offer the strongest of men and the most beautiful of women to her as food. It was cold logic. The monsters would kill and eat tens of thousands of people a day, wiping entire cities off the map in hours. But this witch only eats one person a week, a much better deal. To the people of that time, there was no good situation, just evil, and they had to pick which one they would side with. But as more people arrived, Fernanda's forest became too small to house them all, and she needed to go out of her way to fight the monsters on the outskirts and eat them. The more active she became, the more sacrifices people needed to feed her. She went from eating a single person a week to one a day. After 100 years, people saw that the witch retained her youthful body, was as powerful as she had always been. In fact, she seemed to grow stronger the more sacrifices they offered. It was only a matter of time before they started worshipping her as a goddess. Another 100 years passed, and now people started thinking that the land outside her empire's walls was hell and that her stomach was their heaven. Getting eaten by their goddess is their path to salvation, and so people stopped burying each other. Whenever someone died, they would be offered to her as food. Gods couldn't access this world, which also meant that death couldn't harvest souls, causing all of them to start getting piled up inside Fernanda's body, slowly turning her into an actual divine being. But since this world was blocked from the gods, she didn't even become a demi-goddess. Her power just grew larger and larger until she held a comparable authority to a god, but while being stuck as an immortal mortal. 100 years passed by, and the people had long forgotten the dark age before their witch goddess ruled them. Worshipping her was the norm. She was their one and only goddess, and the abomination outside was their devil, sending his horrid minions to get them. So while the people had her to rely on, Fernanda herself had no one to cry to, and madness was slowly breaking her mind. People weren't supposed to live as long as she did. Witches who had a power like hers were usually hunted and killed. None of them lived as long as she did. Days started slipping by, and she started losing it. She'd walk through the streets, barge into homes, and kill people, cooking them on the spot to eat. But strangely, the people didn't get alerted, but to them, that was an act of love. Getting eaten by their goddess was their road to heaven, away from this world and the devil outside the walls. So her eating someone like that was seen as her picking favorites and sending them to heaven early. They fueled her madness. Day by day, she started spiraling out of control. Fernanda was aware of her rapid descent into madness, even though she had no way of stopping it. She had to keep eating people and fight the abominations infecting the world. She had to stay alive. But staying alive for so long was breaking her mind, drilling holes into her already rotten brain. It was then that she figured something out. They are worshiping her as a goddess, and thanks to that, they can remain calm and sane in this crazed world. So why doesn't she do the same? But what should she worship? The gods aren't real. She is the proof. Even though everyone sees her as a goddess, she knows she is just a horrid man-eating witch. Looking through her ancient books of myths and legends, she found one speaking about the gods, and how there should have been a first god, far too powerful, and the one who made the other gods in the first place. It was a fairy tale from the lost age, but she held to it. Fernanda started worshipping the first god, just trying to keep her sanity. The first god the story spoke of was nothing real, just a children's story that somewhat mirrors reality. But in her endeavor, she ended worshipping what should be AO. Without knowing it, her words were knocking on a door she had no business knocking. Yog smiled. It didn't matter what sorcery the abomination conjured to seal the world, even if the gods couldn't hear the people inside. She'll be damned if that thing could block AO's influence. At that time, AO was effectively dead, though, so no one was there to answer her prayers, except the universe itself heard someone finally praying to its creator. It was a first in several millennia that the universe shifted, changing its rules in the hope that Fernanda's prayers would reach AO and wake him up. Fernanda's madness didn't get cured since there was no God answering her prayers, but since the universe willed it, she became able to live with that madness so she could keep praying. Cursed to always remain stuck between sanity and madness, running her lips and tongue in whispers to a long-dead God. Fernanda's soul became so vast that it held the souls of everyone she ate, and the world slowly descended into deathly madness. The reality that her people believed became true, and their entire world shifted around it. Those eaten by her had their souls resting peacefully inside her, and those who went outside the walls got infected and suffered, as their souls got chewed by the abomination's ugly maw. Another century passed, and the population of the world started dwindling rapidly due to the monsters and Fernanda eating them. Of course, the Mad Witch didn't want her food source to disappear, so she started supplementing by eating those abominable monsters to grow her power even more. When she ate the monsters, the people's souls trapped by the abomination returned to her, granting her more power and making the people of her empire think that by eating those monsters, she was saving the souls of those who had been eaten by the monsters. At this time, everyone had long forgotten that she was a human or a witch. To them, she was nothing but a divine goddess walking among mortals. Eventually, the abomination mounted one massive swarm to take her empire down, and it succeeded in killing all of her people and turning them into monsters. Fernanda wasn't a goddess, so she couldn't be everywhere at all times to protect her people. When she defended a place, the abomination would attack the other side thousands of kilometers away. Since one being controlled all of the monsters, it could employ such tactics with ease, and so Fernanda's empire fell, but she didn't. Fernanda kept fighting for years, decades, and centuries, driven by her madness and an undying will to free her people, cleanse them from that monster, and return their souls to the vastness of her own soul, Eventually, she won. She could eat the abomination and grow stronger, while the abomination had no more people to infect. So the result was set in stone the moment the abomination made the mistake of killing off all of its food source. When Fernanda finally killed the abomination and got his power, she found herself as the only living being standing in the world besides plants and trees. She lived alone for several more centuries, until she started talking to herself, slowly succumbing to madness. Talking to herself alone wasn't fun, so using the power of the abomination, she created clones of herself to talk and play with, and after several more centuries, that's how this entire world became the way Plum found it. Yog smiled from ear to ear. Did she cause Ao to reincarnate in this age with her prayers, or was it just luck? Did an abomination just happen to slip by in this world and block the god's power? Or did Ao himself use this world and its people as an alarm clock to wake up? Is this witch a lucky worshipper of Ao to have a chance of meeting him? Or is she a victim of his cruelty, a tool to be merely used and discarded later? Yog left Fernanda's world and looked at her with a smile. You're mad, but I think you can live among people as long as you follow a few rules. Don't eat people, and if you must have them bring you what to eat, don't ever go around and kill. You'll be monitored at all times for a few months or years, and you must follow their every order, no matter how stupid that order sounds. Fernanda frowned. Too much to follow. Chapter 1658, Camping with Agnar. Chapter 1658, Camping with Agnar. While Fernanda would soon leave her world for the mortal one, it would take Plum a while to recover and send everyone back home. Now they have a crazed witch to deal with and keep under control. For now she looks calm, but only time will tell. So while Arad's castle awaited a new guest far away north among the land of snow, ice, and frigid wind, resting in the middle of a jagged forest of great oak trees, Agnar and his group had long since reached their goal. Agnar approached a massive cave, looking at its maw with a stern face behind. Yuwaku stood with a carefree smile, and Obelisk couldn't help but feel worried about this team of theirs. A kid, a nymph, a wyrmling, and a slime, the devils who were supposed to guard this place have all died, so it should be safe. But that's just being optimistic. From the information that Lucy gathered, they don't know if they'll find abominations or Gojo's lost jewel at the end of this trip, one of which is a certain death. None of them is prepared to face any abomination. The other, last time, it was a god and a demigod, so another certain death. Maybe they should retreat and get someone more capable on the team. Obelisk isn't sure what kind of people Lucy would be able to gather, but she is certain Arad has one or two gods napping in his castle. She certainly wouldn't mind having Callie or Eris around. Agnar sneezed, looking down into the cave with a tired face. This place is so damn cold it's making my fingers numb. He shoved his hands into his pockets and looked back. His hands were shaking, fingertips blue, and the blood barely flew through his veins. Alina never gets this cold. I can feel some latent curses from below, but they are just that. Latent they are what remain after a powerful curse is cast. He kicked a stone into the cave and listened for it falling and rattling inside the cave for a while. Agnar expected some trap to kick in, but nothing happened. It was a reassuring sign. He expected something to explode or a bear to rush out. He can handle the first by jumping back and bracing himself, but the second, a whole bear. He isn't Arad, albeit. He won't mind trying to wrestle one. Arad is Yuwaku's father, after all, and he did wrestle his share of bears. It won't be bad to do the same. Thinking about that, Agnar was more sad that a bear didn't jump at him. Come on, give me something to show off with. A tiny, cute, and fluffy bunny rushed out of the bushes and dove into the snow, drawing their attention for a second. Yeah, Yuwaku would never talk to me if I wrestled that, clearing his throat. Agnar went back to talking about the curses. Problem, it could be a normal curse or a trap curse. I don't know much about devils, and my contract with Maharaja only allows me to know that this cave is a real threat. He reluctantly pulled his hands out of his pockets and showed them his arm. See those goosebumps? My senses are tingling. If we go inside, we might die. He started blowing on his hands to warm them up. Obelisk nodded. So we got the location down. We don't need to risk our lives. She pointed her arm at the sky and sent a bright green flare. Red flare was a call for help. Green flare signaled that they found their objective and needed someone to collect it. A blue flare was a call for magical surveillance to inspect the area Raylosts Yurpars Nov Thriel Finit, and black flare was an extreme emergency, usually requiring Gojo or Lucy's direct and immediate intervention. We'll camp here and wait for help to arrive. Lucy should see this flare and act. Lucy looked at them. They could quickly build a cabin with magic, but something in her guts told her that using excessive magic around the gate was bad, so she looked at Agnar. In case this cave has a system that triggers by magic, I'd suggest we camp nearby and without using too much magic. She looked around. Weak monster can use it as well, like fire-breathing hare. The bunny from earlier rushed at them, breathing flames at Obelisk, only to get kicked into the clouds. So small and weak magic is okay, but me building a whole cabinet again might trigger something. Even as a slime, I'm a demonic slime, and my magic is mainly demonic in nature. Demons and devils hate each other's guts. Agnar nodded and reached into his pack, pulling a whole shovel out of the bag's small maw. The bag was a magical bag that could store much more than its outer size looked. Agnar didn't buy it. Merida made it, and Merlin enchanted it for him. Yuwaku, you shovel the snow away? Ignis would thaw the ground, and I'll go cut wood to build us a shelter. He shifted his gaze to Obelisk. You're a flexible slime, so if you can, go hunt us something fresh to eat. He looked at the forest. And stay as far away from the gate as you can. We don't want you using your magic to fight activating anything in that cave. Got it. She jumped away with a loud thud, leaving them alone and stranded in the middle of nowhere. Agnar gave the shovel to Yuwaku and pulled a wood axe. Let's go with that place over there in front of that root ball. It'll be a good windshield and a heat reflector. When Yuwaku looked, she saw a huge fallen oak tree. Its roots were pulled from the ground, forming a sizable mound several meters wide like a wall. Can't we just have Ignis melt it? Yuwaku asked, and Agnar stared at her with a confused face. Huh. Where do you think all of that water would go? Into the ground, and it'll take her more time to thaw the ground. We need the shelter done before dusk, not before next week. He patted her on the back, pulled a saw from his bag, and left. Yuwaku looked at Ignis for a second, then smiled. She rested the shovel on her shoulder and got ready. Should we get to work? Ignis roared back, a buff of flame escaping her maw. Yuwaku approached the root ball and looked at it for a while. It was big, massive, and huge, like twice her height. Then she started shoveling the snow away. They needed a lot of room, so her first goal was to clear a nice and large 3-meter by 3-meter square, the size of a small room. From what she knows, they only need a bed and a fire. Usually, in Alina, she and Agnar would sleep together on the bed while Ignis would sleep in the fire pit on the red coal. After just a few scoops of the snow, Agnar showed again from the forest dragging a small dead spruce tree. That's all you've got done? He threw the tree aside and looked at the ground, a bit disappointed. What? This is enough work. Yuwaku stared at him with a pout, and he ignored her and walked to the middle side of the root ball. To be honest, he was the fast one, quickly cutting a small tree in such a short time and even dragging it all the way here. It's not. I thought I'd come back and find you've cleaned a nice spot for a fire, but you've started from the edge. Clean this place right beside the root ball. We'll use it as a heat reflector. He kicked some of the snow away and marked the spot for Yuwaku to shovel. I'll go cut another tree. And when I come, we'll start a fire here. It'll keep you warm, help Ignis thaw the ground, and keep small monsters away. He looked at the forest. This isn't Alina, where snow barely piles up to knee height. I've seen places here almost 2 meters deep. We'd better work quickly. If it starts snowing, we'll get buried alive. He then left, leaving Yuwaku to keep shoveling the snow. The snow was indeed deeper and heavier here. It was also much, much colder. Yuaku, Ignis, and Obelisk won't feel it much thanks to their power. But Agnar was just a kid, and he won't last long without enough heat and food. Chapter 1659, A Cozy Shelter. Chapter 1659, A Cozy Shelter. The shelter quickly took form beside the cave's entrance. The root ball worked wonders to keep the heat in, while the wall of logs that Agnar built kept the cold wind at bay, allowing them to use their tents to make a roof and build a decent hiding place. It was a cozy little place where they could hide and warm up usually. Smoke would smell bad to people, but here, where the snow was 3 meters deep and the air was so cold that your breath would freeze, smoke smelled like heaven, because it meant there was a place that had fire. If something smelled funny, it was probably because of Ignis, who smelled a lot like sulfur and pumice. Agnar looked at the cozy and warm-looking little shelter. The snow was picking up around, quickly growing harsher and stronger, while Obelisk was still out in the forest hunting monsters. She didn't seem bothered by the cold, so he didn't argue with her. Besides, to Agnar, looking at her felt no different than looking at a monster. She might look like a girl his age, but she was nothing but a harrowing being, much like Arad and Gojo. No. Arad looks scary even in his human form. Callie would be a better example, even though she looks younger than Agnar, far thinner and childish. The fact that she is a demon goddess of destruction capable of turning the entire world upside down never fails to give him cold sweat. One time, he even saw a bunch of kids trying to bully her, snot bastards. Agnar didn't beat the living hell out of them, but it was for their own good. So he didn't have to worry about Obelisk right now. Not many powerful people are in Gojo's kingdom. There were some S-rankers, but they are still mortals and would need time to prepare and embark into the frigid, cold snow. The weather wasn't the only problem here. Monsters in those woods were far scarier and deadlier than those in Alina. Alina's monster forest had mostly B-rank monsters and very few A-rank monsters. S-rank horrors rarely spawned. But here, A-rank monsters were the norm, and S-rank nightmare-inducing terrors are more common. For example, those cute and fluffy snow bunnies. They travel in packs of hundreds, lay in ambush in the snow, and eat people alive. They are an A-rank threat as a group and a C-rank individually. The rule of thumb is that 10 monsters of a single class working together would qualify as a group powerful enough to get the rank right above. So at least 10 C-rank monsters working together are needed to be considered a B-rank threat, and since those bunnies can form groups of hundreds, they reach A-rank. That's why it'll take time for help to arrive. They aren't in a safe and easy-to-reach place. Lucy should be working with Liliana to form and send people here to secure the cave and the Hell Gate resting in its deepest caverns. An advanced party of adventurers should arrive first to secure the area, and then the army later on, with a flock of wizards to study and start looking for clues. The advanced adventurers' party shouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning if they decide to travel through the night, which isn't advised at all. So it would be more reasonable to expect them to arrive tomorrow evening, and the army would take a few days to march through the thick snow. Quite a long time to survive in the cold. Agnar and his party would have to stay here and guard the cave at least until the adventurers' party arrives. But even then, it would be best if Yuaku and Obelisk stay and assure the cave's safety until the whole army arrives. Since those two are stronger than any S-ranker, except a rare few. Obelisk is not defeating Nina or Alcott anytime soon. Of course, they can always leave. Obelisk is the only one who won't leave. They're here to assist her, after all. But as things stand now, Agnar would end up staying here with Yuaku and Ignis until the army arrives. Agnar sat down and looked at the burning flames. Yuaku was sitting beside him, grilling a pork sausage on a stick. Obelisk was out, surveying the forest. Unlike them, she was a demonic slime, and based on her words, cold and heat didn't affect her that much. She also doesn't need sleep, and thus she wanted to stay outside, running around the forest to keep all monsters away. She didn't even need to fight, just make herself known. That means Agnar was left alone with Yuaku and Ignis in this small shelter, which he didn't mind. But looking at the flames and snow around them, this place won't last for more than a couple of days. The wood he used to build the wall and bed is wet, so it won't catch on fire for now. But in a day it'll dry out and become a hazard. All that sap can burst into flames in the blink of an eye and roast him like a pork sausage. He needs to make a better fire pit with stones, pull the wall a bit further back, and make it bigger. The bed he built was also a tad bit small, good for sticking together and conserving heat, which he didn't mind since it's Yuwaku who'll be sleeping beside him. But it was not that comfortable. With the time constraint, he did build it as big as he could, but he'll need to get back to working on it first thing in the morning. At least he has some bison hide to use as bedding and blankets. The roof also wasn't good at all. They got new tents here, but they aren't made for this cold. Even the people of Gojo's kingdom knew that camping in 3-meter deep snow and enough cold wind to freeze their eyelashes in seconds was bad. None of them would come here, so their tents aren't designed for this cold. Right now, they were using those tents as a temporary roof, but it won't last long. So Agnar needs to build a new one with wood and make it strong enough to endure the heavy snowfall. Agnar felt lucky to have trained under Arad and Alcott, even if it was for a short while. Training with Arad made him able to endure harsh conditions and exhaustion very well. Arad would keep fighting him until he passed out from exhaustion all the time after all. Alcott's training also helped a lot, probably even more than what Arad taught him. Thanks to Alcott, Agnar now holds a bag filled with all sorts of tools and gadgets. Alcott's first rule was to have at least a tool for everything he could think about stored nearby. With magic bags, weight and size aren't a problem. Inside Agnar's magical bag, he has food, different weapons and spares, axes, saws, nails, hammers, a kite, couple of tents, some logs, fire starters, potions, socks, a robe, a random key, a net, fishing rod. He even has a spyglass, a stack of paper, and some charcoal in case he needed to map a dungeon. Of course, most of those things were reserved for emergencies. He won't be using the rations in his bag unless they can't hunt for food. He won't be pulling those spare tents unless he can't build a shelter, and he won't be using the healing potions unless they can't get a healer. And right now, Agnar got this horrible bad feeling that something bad is about to happen, and he couldn't take his eyes from the cave's gaping maw for long. The sun was falling behind the horizon, and he stood. That cave is creeping me out. Don't you feel anything from it? Yuwaku looked at him for a moment, then turned back to her pork sausage. There is a hell gate in there. It might be buried deep underground, but a hell gate is still a hell gate. Just how we're sitting here and waiting. I bet devils are sitting on the other side and doing the same. She looked at him. No, it's a matter of who would dare attack first. Will they come into our frigid land, or will we go into their infernal hell? Waving her sausage, she moved aside and called Agnar to come sit with her beside the flames. No need to worry about it. Devils aren't monsters. They won't start stampeding out of the hell gate like monsters out of a dungeon. She extended her hand to him. Want to eat? Agnar sighed and sat beside her, looked at the flames for a while, then sighed again. Gotta butcher the reindeer obelisk caught outside their tent. In the cold snow, a reindeer's carcass lay there, half frozen. He didn't want to do it, but it'll freeze solid by morning. Then he won't be able to skin it. So he'd better get to work before the sun fully dawns. Thankfully, Arad taught him how to do it. Chapter 1660, Nymph Bearer. Chapter 1660, Nymph Bearer. After Agnar fully butchered the reindeer, it was finally time for them to eat dinner and then sleep. A ton of work waited for him first thing tomorrow morning, so he didn't want to stay up late. But there was another problem that would make it hard for him to sleep. The fact that he was going to sleep with Yuwaku on that tight log bed he built. He can't sleep on the ground because he'll freeze to death, and he'll die before letting her be the one to sleep on the ground. But why would he find it hard to sleep? He wouldn't have minded if she were a normal girl, but she wasn't. Yuwaku is a nymph, and while she can't blind or kill him, he still fully understood the extent of her beauty, which was just as exhausting to deal with. So sleeping in the same room with her was nothing but an anxiety attack, and going into the same bed was going to give him a life crisis. Agnar now was in a special situation, a troubling pickle that he didn't know how to get out of or even explain in words. But if he had to describe a nymph's beauty, he would say that it's everything that could go wrong, going wrong rapidly. First, details. Just looking at her face, even for a second, he could tell exactly how wide her face is, how many hairs are on her head that he saw, where her eyes were looking, clearly see his reflection in her eyes, hear her breath, smell her, and even naturally understand the emotions she was showing like they were his own. Seeing and comprehending so much detail at once also had the side effect of making everything else look unpolished and not that graphically impressive. It was like an old game that you played 15 years ago. You remember it as stunning and beautiful, but when you replay it, you think those graphics are ugly compared to what's out now. But the real damage comes when he sees himself. Whenever Agnar would look at himself, right after looking at Yuaku, he would always feel far too ugly and disgusting to be around her, like they didn't belong in the same world. His eyebrows aren't that symmetrical. His face is too round, his skin isn't as flawless, his eyes aren't as clear, he doesn't smell that good. The campfire smoke makes him stink a bit, his clothes are cheap, and it keeps piling up. But then, he is aware of the difference between a nymph and a human, and he knows that he isn't the ugly and disgusting one. She is the problem here, being too perfect to be compared to, but then the problems keep spiraling out of control, because the closer he gets to her, the more details he can see and understand. Yuaku doesn't work the same way as humans. She doesn't even follow normal biological rules, which only makes her more confusing. First, she doesn't need to eat, but if she eats food, nothing comes out. How did he know? He's been living with her for a while now and can tell. That was also the reason cold didn't harm her. She is a beauty given form, and beauty can't get cold. It's an intangible concept. Also, strangely enough, her clothes don't get dirty. In fact, the longer she wears something, the cleaner it gets, which took him weeks to wrap his head around, which didn't help, because that extended even further. If she were to wear old clothes, those clothes would turn brand new in hours. Agnar wouldn't deny that he had her wear his old clothes, even if they barely fit on her, so they could be fixed and turned new again, which magically worked. So instead of repairing his armor and weapons, he'll just have her hold them for a while and strike some poses. But then that repair can actually extend to other people, kiss the pain away, actually work with her. She can touch a wound and make it heal faster. Just looking at her is enough to make someone forget pain, and that works even when she is suppressing her beauty. Then comes the confusing part, looking at anything besides her flawless face. When she is standing up, and even while suppressing her beauty, she still seems to always glow faintly, which isn't actual light, but just an illusion caused by the brain trying to express the details visually. He could even tell her weight just by looking, and she weighs 63.5 Sivir 2, 3, 6, 4, 5, 7, 8, 6, 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 5, 2. The details keep flowing, so he'll stop thinking about it there. Those clothes also didn't help hide any details, and it wasn't the fault of the clothes themselves. If she isn't hiding her beauty, Agnar could tell so many details about her beauty that she might as well not be wearing anything. If people knew what they were looking for, they could tell at a glance that she was a nymph, which made Agnar even more concerned. Since he can see Yuaku's beauty without getting blinded, and knows what a nymph looks like, he could tell there were several of them inside Alina, returning to Yuaku and her whole body. He better not go into details, because they get more terrifying the more he thinks about them. But now he is stuck on the small bed with her, trying his hardest to sleep, and he's failing miserably. He needs to sleep so he can have enough energy to cut wood and work in the morning, but now he can't, or would he? Because just lying by her side felt so relaxing and serene that he probably won't need to sleep to get a full night's rest. In fact, he was already feeling more energetic than if he chugged 2 stamina potions. That was a bad thing, though, because he knows well that there is a crash waiting for him the moment he leaves her side. Thankfully, both of them still wore their thick clothes due to the cold, Otherwise, he might have been in huge trouble. "Yuaku?" he called, and she slowly turned her head. "Can't sleep? Not with you so close by? We might need to do that again." He sighed, and she giggled. "It's my pleasure. Let's become one again." At that moment, Agnar disappeared, and so did she. The world around them shifted, almost breaking apart as wisps of black magic swirled in the air. Even though they looked majestic, they held almost no power and were just the byproduct of something innate. A second later, Agnar was alone in the wooden bed with Yuaku nowhere to be seen. He sat there shirtless with a shining glass sword in hand and a large tattoo on his back. That tattoo was of Yuaku, a terrifying, detailed, naked figure of her drawn on his back out of his sight. While holding her sword in his hand and having her figure engraved on his back, he held the same power and beauty of a nymph, finally allowing him to relax for a while. But as things were going before, this wasn't all the moment he blinked. He wasn't there anymore. Instead, Yuaku was once more alone in the bed, fully naked and stretching, across her back. A large scar was burned into her flawless body in the form of a black jaguar engulfed in lightning, and it spanned from her neck down to her hips. It looked like a sick artist had drawn it on her skin with a knife and a hot iron. The jaguar's maw wrapped around her neck, his claws reaching toward her chest, his body on her back, and his tail wrapped around her right leg. A nymph is the projection of the beauty of something greater, so they didn't have to confine themselves to being humanoids. A nymph can show up as an elf, a dragon, or even an object, a rare gem or treasure in this case. Yuaku condenses all of her beauty in the form of a sword and a tattoo, and integrates herself into Agnar so he can wield her power. That also had the strangest of effects. Nymphs are perfect beauties, but that itself was wrong. If they are perfect, then they can't get more beautiful or stronger. They lack a fundamental thing, a flaw. You can't have perfect beauty without a flaw. We only know that light is bright because we know darkness. We only know what good is because we saw the horrors of evil. And we only value beauty because we saw what ugliness looks like. That's why, while she became a beautiful tattoos that decorate Agnar's back, he became her flaw. A horrifying image of a beast burned onto her flawless back like a scar, allowing her more control and once more opening the path for her to grow stronger and more beautiful. He is a nymph bearer, and she is his weapon. The blade of the capital Agnar, and his sword's name is Yuaku, Chapter 1661, Guests from Hell. Chapter 1661, Guests from Hell. The morning arrived sooner than Agnar expected. A moment he was asleep, and in the next he had to wake up, walk out of the warm hide, and head outside to chop wood and make this shelter a bit bigger. Waking up usually isn't a problem for him, but today was a bit special. The sheer cold outside made the warm hide bed feel so comfortable and cozy that he didn't want to leave it at all. It didn't matter that it was hard, made his back hurt a bit, or smelled like fur. With a grunt, he forced himself to move, extending his legs out of the warm hide. He shivered, and then stood to put on some extra layers of clothes. As he put on several layers of clothes and was about to leave, Yuaku stretched in the hide behind, having just left his back. Unlike him, she was unbothered by the cold, and it'll take much more than this to harm her. She wasn't special, as most powerful monsters get resistance to no magical effects. This cold might be harsh, but it's natural and not magical, making it unable to pierce the dense layers of mana hiding beneath Yuaku's skin like woven fabric. Even little Ignis, who was a wormling, could endure the cold well thanks to her flames. Agnar could also remember Arad telling a story of how he had to swim through a sea of lava in the volcanic Titan's kingdom. He looked back at Yuaku and smiled. She noticed his gaze and giggled. What? What to see more? No, I was just thinking you aren't as scary as your father. Agnar scratched his head. Now that I'm thinking about it, he's the great emperor now, and you're the empire's princess, and you're stranded here with me, sleeping in a makeshift bushcraft shelter in a cold that makes ice devils shiver. She looked around with a smile. It's a nice home you've built. Do you know what anyone else can provide to me in this situation? Nothing, just cold and snow. I doubt there is anyone out there who could be as reliable as you are." He looked away. "Yeah, except most people. Your father, grandfather, Uncle Jack, and everyone else." It was true that Arad, Gojo, and Jack were all far more capable than Agnar is, but there was one thing he missed. You're talking about a world-ending dragon, a dragon slayer that surpassed all dragons and a hero blessed by the gods. She waved her hand and pointed toward him. "Didn't grandfather tell you? What you lack isn't power, but confidence. You're quickly getting used to wielding me." Her face quickly shifted into a smug smile as Agnar kept staring at her. "Taking power from Maharaja as her warlock, and then from me, are you sure you aren't pushing yourself a bit too much?" She was also a bit worried, just as she was impressed. Agnar was still staring at her, thinking about what she said, but when the cold air brushed against his neck, he finally came back to his senses. He had been staring at her in silence for quite a while. Follow current knows on novelfire.net, I'm not pushing myself. Maharaja's power is what allows me to endure your beauty, and your beauty is what allows me to draw more power from Maharaja, so they work together quite well. He scratched the back of his neck where the cold air hit him. He wasn't going to stop looking. Besides that, even though the nymph transformation doesn't use any mana while I'm idle, it costs a ton when fighting. So we'll be keeping it as a trump card. Just as Agnar keeps his black jaguar transformation hidden as a trump card, he now also keeps the nymph mode hidden. While both can be used, each has its specific cost. The black jaguar cost food and nourishment, since it fully heals his body when he transforms, and since the jaguar's body is already massive and hungry, it costs him so much energy that the first feeling he feels when taking that form is hunger. To keep that form, he must keep eating. If this were a game, Agnar would have a hunger meter, and the black jaguar transformation depletes that. So, to keep it going, he must keep killing and eating his enemies. So it was quite simple and easy to use, which is why Agnar uses it more than the nymph transformation, even though the nymph's form is stronger. It's like he has two layers of trump cards, the black jaguar form if things went bad, and the nymph form as the last resort when the world turns into a living hell. He looked down. There is a hell gate beneath them. Anyway, get dressed and cook us something for breakfast. I'll start cutting wood right away. He looked out. Day hours are short here, so I better not waste any. He quickly left, taking his axe and saw with him. She stretched in the bed, then stood. I guess soup would be fine. As Agnar worked and Yuaku cooked breakfast with Ignis, Obelisk was out hunting nearby monsters to make it a bit safer for the coming adventurers and army behind. But deep beneath the ground, under layer over layers of snow, ice, dirt, and stone, a massive hell gate rested open in the middle of a vast cavern surrounded by thousands of shimmering magical glyphs. The glowing red entrance stirred. A tiny and ugly goblin-like imp with bat wings crawled out, looking around with worried eyes and a sharp glare. In the devil's hierarchy, imps were the lowest of the low, considered to be barely devils and mostly used by everyone else as slaves, servants, and, like this one here, a disposable tester. The little ugly bastard twitched, wiggled, and crawled on the floor all around the gate, sniffing it for traps and checking if there were any mortals nearby. Usually devils aren't this careful, but since the guarding party got wiped out, they aren't willing to take any more risks. If there were any holy magic traps or powerful adventurers waiting, this little imp would either sniff them out or get killed. Only after that would the other powerful devils step out. When the little imp made sure the place was safe, the gate flashed red before he could do anything. Of course, the other devils won't wait for him to return and report. They were already watching him with magic. Took you long enough, little bastard? 7 devils marched out of the hell gate, almost all of them looking like humans, but sporting massive wings, black horns, and skins ranging in color from dark blue to blood red. One of them approached the little imp and stomped his head to the ground, killing him. You've done your part, little worm, so get torn. Killing the little imp felt fun. The crunch was satisfying to the devil. But he didn't just decide to kill him out of nowhere. Devils grow stronger with time and the number of souls they eat. Even imps eat sinners and soul worms, which only means they'll eventually grow strong and evolve. But death weakens devils a bit. A devil that dies a lot in hell would eventually grow weaker, fall in rank, and might even turn into a pathetic soul worm. That's why devils usually kill their imp slaves a lot, so they won't grow strong enough to rebel and escape. So what's the plan? He asked, and another of the devils replied with a smile. Kill the human kid, catch the nymph, the wormling, and the slime. We aren't sure if she is blue ice or not, but she'll work fine. The wormling and slime are just trophies for our Lord. As the devil replied with a chuckle, another of them giggled in the back, licking her lips. So, I can take the kid for myself, right? If he stood his own against a devil at such a young age, I'm sure he'll make for a good pet. Another one added, the kid isn't needed. Killing or enslaving him works just fine. We only need him out of our way. Chapter 1662, Broken Carriage. Chapter 1662, Broken Carriage. The devils marched away from the gate, then hid it away with a weaved spell of shadows and nightmares. A swirling cloud of black dust and smoke engulfed and masked it with the natural darkness of the cave. When the gate disappeared, it became particularly indistinguishable from the cave's darkness. This would keep it hidden from scrying magic and other pesky mortal searching methods. There were 7 devils in total, and their targets were 4. A weak human kid and a red wormling, then 2 powerful creatures, a nymph and a demonic slime. Since their targets weren't in the same place, they had to split up first. Their split was simple and rational. It didn't matter how powerful they wouldn't underestimate the nymph and demonic slime. Even though the plan wasn't going as expected, their orders remained clear. As long as they didn't get any new orders, they had to carry out their mission to the end. Secure this place and prepare a front to attack the main castle and kidnap the newborn goddess. Their client wants Lucy, and they don't care to know for what. All they need to know is that she is a newborn goddess who still lives in the mortal world, making her a prime target. But for now, securing the gate and the area around it is their first priority. Once this place is safe, more devils and monsters can crawl out of hell, and one massive attack should be enough to enable a devil lord to swoop in and snatch Lucy. She is a dangerous opponent, but not so powerful that a devil lord can't bait her into hell. A single devil would hunt the human kid and wormling. The remaining 6 would deal with the remaining 2. The plan from there is simple. They'll make sure the nymph and demonic slime are split apart, then kill them. 3 archdeviles trained and honed in the blood war should be enough to get this wrapped up quickly. Some of them here had even killed demonic slimes solo. Those slimy monsters feed on demons and get their power, so they are usually seen as inferior demons. The devil woman looked up with a smile. Her nose wiggled and her ears twitched. She could smell him from here, the human kid. She'll secure him first, then go get the wormling. She doesn't want him to get accidentally killed in the chaos in case the fight with the nymph and the demonic slime gets out of hand. So you can go take care of those 2. I'll go catch my new pet. She giggled, flying away with a large grin on her appallingly beautiful face. Her body turned into black smoke, and she flew through the cracks in the cave walls, heading to the surface to catch Agnar. The other devils sighed, then started heading toward their target. Unlike her, they got real dangerous foes to deal with. A deadly nymph and a strange and powerful demonic slime. The problem with the nymph is that they have to face her blindfolded, and the troubling part of fighting the demonic slime is that they don't know what kind of demon it ate last. On the surface, Agnar was alone in the forest, sawing a dead spruce tree. Dead trees weren't uncommon in this forest, but most of them were too massive to be useful to him, so he had to go far away from camp to find smaller ones. Help. It was then that he heard a cry, a girl calling from the depths of the forest. It was strange. No sane person would travel through this blizzard unless they were adventurers. The problem here is that adventurers know that calling for help in the forest would most likely draw more monsters than help. especially here where there is almost no chance that a human is nearby. Official source novelire.net. Agnar's saw slowed a bit and he looked back. The voice didn't fade away. It kept crying and calling for help. Even though the wind was strong, he could also hear a faint growl, probably that of wolves. Now he noticed another red flag related to why they would call for help. Did they hear him sawing the trees? That is a possibility, but it's also impossible. With the blowing wind, he can barely hear the saw himself, and he has pretty good ears. He stopped sawing the tree, put the saw down by its side in the snow, and started walking toward the voice, holding his axe in his hand. After walking a fair distance, he noticed that he was getting further and further away from the camp in a straight line. It wasn't strange for an accident like this to take him away from the camp, but to take him away from the camp in a straight line, even though he found a tree randomly in the forest, it made him suspicious that it was a trap. Soon he saw it, a broken carriage, red blood everywhere on the snow, and a pack of 4 wolves ganging on a young woman, tearing her limbs from limbs. She saw Agnar and screamed, not for help, but for him to run, call help. It was just natural. He was just a kid, and it would have been stupid if a grown woman asked him for help. He should be able to drive wolves, and a better use for him is to call for help. But would a human in such a situation really have the will to think straight? Probably not. Something wasn't adding up, and Agnar could smell her. She smelt awful, like rot and mold, but in there was a hint of a sour and sweet smell mixed in. He wants to save her, but all of his senses are tingling really badly. But Agnar wasn't a normal kid, so he ignored her words and approached, holding his axe in hand and looking at the wolves, the scene, and the crying woman. As he approached, he lifted his arm and swung down. The axe didn't hit any of the wolves, but stuck right in the middle of the woman's skull, causing her to gasp in disbelief. The blood isn't frozen. 4 wolves are too few for a pack. The carriage looks weird, and you smell like shit. In fact, I know that smell well. A friend showed it to me before. Abel had once called Agnar and given him a candle to smell, saying it'll help him tell a few dangers apart. Now that had turned to be really helpful. The woman's eyes opened wide. She gasped for air and smiled. In that instant, the 4 wolves let go of her limbs and lunged at Agnar, forcing him to step back and take a leap. The woman stood and touched the gaping wound on her forehead. Looking at her bloodied hand, she licked her fingers with a grin. Smart little boy, now I want you more and more. A pair of leathery black wings burst from her back, and 2 horns took form on her skull. She started walking toward Agnar as her wolves surrounded him. I needed a new pet, and you shall become mine. Her body changed and grew younger until she matched Agnar's height. Her black eyes turned blue, and her reddish hair turned as black as coal. Want to play a bit with me, then? It's more fun than getting eaten by my little pups. Her eyes flashed with a dark pink radiance, and a wave of mental magic washed over Agnar, trying to wash away all of his senses. But then nothing happened. She remained frozen for a bit, wondering why he wasn't getting on all 4 and barking like a good dog. Her curse worked on everyone she met, even powerful devils. There was no way a mere child of the mortal world could resist her charm. A succubus now. I've got a few things to play with. Agnar smiled. A friend of mine wanted to get one of your kind. You'll fetch me enough money to buy a house, and gods know I need that. Chapter 1663, Hands Off. She is mine. Chapter 1663, Hands Off. She is mine? Me you capturing me? Aren't you acting a bit too arrogant for a little pet human? The succubus glared at him with a cold, twisted smile. Let's play a bit, then. She disappeared, and the snow where she stood exploded into a cloud of white mist. She was moving fast, too fast for Agnar to see. That told him everything that he needed to know about this fight. He's outclassed, and he must find a way to trick or catch her off guard. His arm moved, and he turned around as fast as he could, blocking the backstab at the last moment. The succubus wasn't using any weapon, just her bare hands and her long, terrifying, knife-like nails. He knew this succubus was far stronger than the devil from before. She wasn't here to just seduce and play around. Besides, her approach resembled nothing of what Abel explained to him. Agnar couldn't think for too long because right after the first strike, the succubus's second hand came in like a blinding flash, as Agnar blocked another strike and felt his bones almost cracking under the dreadful impact. His small body was flung back with enough force that he shattered several small spruce trees before coming to a halt. If she had aimed for his head, he would have been knocked out clean, but she didn't. She did call him a pet, so she is trying to capture him alive, the same way he wants to catch her. He stood, lifted his sword, and pointed the tip at the ground. His eyes changed color, burning bright golden as they narrowed down, focusing on the succubus with disturbing malice. As he drew more power from his pact, he could now see the succubus's movements better. She was flying around, staying just above the snow so it wouldn't hinder her. That gave her a huge mobility advantage against him, who needed to deal with snowshoes. She flew behind the trees, circled around, and aimed another strike at his back. But this time, she was in for a nasty surprise. Agnar's face turned at blinding speed, and his arm was just a moment behind, his sword roaring with black lightning. This update is available on Noville Fear. Net, she saw the attack coming and dodged at the last moment, but not before getting a nasty cut on her beautiful forearm. She smiled from ear to ear. "You're getting faster, little pet." Her long, sharp, claw-like nails were just an inch away from his eye, coming down in her counterattack. Anyone else would have lost an eye, but Agnar was well trained. He already expected such a counterattack, all thanks to Alcott's training. His sword was already swinging to the side, and he deflected her arm away, then used that momentum to lift his foot for a kick. She smiled, blocking his kick with her injured arm, and got sent flying up a few meters with a loud crack. Agnar's first attack had cracked the bones of her forearm, and his kick shattered them. Alcott's teachings, if hitting hard didn't work, hit hard again in the same spot. If an opponent doesn't have a weak point, then the place where you attacked at last is the weak point. Of course, she was fully healed in the blink of an eye. She was far, far stronger and more durable than Agnar himself. The only reason he can still hold on is that she is a spellcaster and not a fighter. The succubus's main power was her charm, illusions, and mind control magic, all of which didn't work on Agnar, thanks to his contract with Maharaja. Seeing that she was up in the sky, Agnar jumped to follow her. His snowshoes dropped, and his boots tore open as long claws burst out, digging their way into the bark of the trees. From one tree to another he jumped, rapidly climbing up after the succubus like a nimble animal. Even if he didn't fully transform, Agnar was still as agile and nimble as a jaguar. Trees were his turf, and he could climb at blinding speed. He wanted to transform so badly. He was afraid and worried. If he misses this attack, he'll be taken down, and things will just spiral out of control from then. But nothing risked, nothing gained, and he needs to conserve the transformation for the other devils. He can't waste it on a single succubus. The succubus flapped her wings, flying right at him with a grin. "You can move." Agnar kicked the tree he was climbing, sending himself flying toward the succubus with his sword pointed at her with one arm. She dodged to the side. "Now you're mine." But then she saw that Agnar's other arm was reaching into his pocket. He pulled a tiny glass bottle and splashed the contents on her. She was already moving in the direction she dodged at, and he already accounted for that, so she wasn't able to dodge in time. Holy water, and one of decent quality, but she was a high-ranking devil with so much resistance that holy water alone can't harm her. To take advantage of this chance, she flew right through the water, aiming her claws at Agnar's chest. She'll tank the burn and knock him to the ground. It won't work. With a crazed smile, she reached forward to hit him. But when the holy water splashed on her, something strange happened. Her skin boiled, her leathery bat-like wings were reduced to bones, and she fell down, screaming her lungs out. It wasn't just where the holy water hit. Her entire body was burning. Before she could know what was going on, Agnar fell on her, stabbing her in the chest, and quickly wrapped a collar around her neck. "I had that holy water blessed by a paladin of Amaterasu. Get it on you, and the sun will tear you apart here in the radiant white snow. Sunlight was plenty. That won't have hurt me this much, she growled. Even if Amaterasu's will burned her, she should have been mostly fine. Of course I got that water blessed directly by a goddess. How did it feel? Kali's destruction. He pulled his sword from her chest and kicked her to the side. Stand up. You didn't come here alone, right? She stood compelled to move by the slave collar. There are 6 more, killing the others. Agnar glared at her for a second, then growled. Let's go kill them, shall we? He grabbed her by the hand. Fly. The succubus cursed and flapped her injured wings, taking off into the air with great pain. She was too injured to fly on her own, so carrying Agnar on top of it was just too much. But when being forced by the slave collar, she had no say in the matter. She'll fly and flap her wings until her body gives up or she dies. How in Asmodeus's left nipple did you get a paladin of Amaterasu and a cultist of Kali to work together and bless holy water? She cried, and Agnar stared at her. Amaterasu's paladins are known for their strict mentality and zealous nature. They'll long die and suffer before letting a demonic cultist live. Demonic cultists are the same, especially those rare ones that worship the harrowing and ineffable goddess of destruction. They'll never bless anything touched by a divine being. She didn't seem to have caught on that he wasn't joking when he said he got the water blessed directly by a goddess. While most people won't have those privileges, Agnar was blessed to live in a crazed world where a goddess of destruction would be playing tag with the local snot-dripping brats of the village. I already told you. Agnar pointed down with his sword at the camp. As expected, a battle had already started. He could see Yuwaku barely holding up against 3 armed devils while the forest was boiling in the distance, probably with Obelisk fighting the remaining devils. Agnar reached into his pocket and pulled another bottle. This one was pitch black and smelled foul. You'll be fighting as well. He splashed the succubus with the bottle's contents, and she suddenly felt much, much better. Her wounds healed, her cursed mana recovered, and she felt power rushing through her veins once more. Hold the cursed water, and one blessed by a devil priestess of Asmodeus? I know one too, actually. He took a deep breath. Let's go. He let go of her hand and dropped straight down like a meteor, aiming his sword at one of the devils attacking Yuwaku. Since the devils were fighting her blindfolded, and the echoes of their fight were so loud, they failed to sense or hear Agnar coming down. Hands off. Agnar fell from the sky, slashing his sword down and cut the arm of the devil swinging at Yuwaku, and then kicked him in the face, sending him rolling back in the snow. She's mine. Chapter 1664, Turning the Tides. The devil gasped, barely jumping back and evading Agnar's second slash. He was both surprised and caught off guard. Fighting Yuwaku was taking all of his attention, and so he didn't spot Agnar approaching. The other 2 devils turned around, finally catching a whiff of Agnar's magic. Another one showed. It's the brat. One of them roared, but before he could rush in and help, the succubus fell on his head from the sky and pinned him down. Bitch, what are you doing? It took him a second to spot the slave collar on her neck. The veins on his forehead bulged as blood rushed into his head. You were supposed to enslave him, not get yourself enslaved. He kicked her away, stood, and growled. She must have broke something while falling at him. The succubus rolled in the snow, then glared at him with her glowing pink eyes. He stumbled, feeling dizzy, hot, and stressed. His blood flowed hotter, and his attention started to drift away, getting distracted by unwanted thoughts. Seduction? Powering through the mental magic with all of his power, he threw his hand forward, grabbing the collar with all of his strength to shatter it. But at that moment, a hole was punched in his palm, splashing his face with blood. He jumped back, his hand forced to let go. The collar was made by Abel and infused with his curse, the power to put a hole in anything that lacks one, a weird curse, and it worked well on anything, even other devils. Far away, Abel smiled at his desk. He could feel that Agnar had used one of his collars and that the collar was now around the neck of a pretty powerful succubus. The devils had their eyes closed shut with magic so they won't open them by mistake and get blinded by Yuwaku's beauty, so they mostly relied on their magic sense. At this moment, two devils were forced to stop fighting Yuwaku, one dealing with Agnar, and the other held back by the succubus, allowing Yuwaku to rapidly start overwhelming the third one. And she won't waste her chance. Agnar might have defeated that succubus, but he won't last long against a proper fighter. She won't let him die to buy her time, so she'll end this quickly. Read full story at novifire.net. She clenched her fist and swung at the devil's face, sending him flying back through the heavy snowfall with a deafening shockwave. He hit several massive oak trees, bursting through them like they were made of plywood. He lifted his head, almost as if glaring forward. He could feel it, a massive mass of dark magic rushing at him at blinding speed. All of that was on top of this dreadful and chilling feeling. Even when not trying to sense Yuwaku's magic, he could feel something huge, immense, and devastating glaring back at him from the darkness. Arad was watching from limbo. His draconic aura and power, while unable to be manifested there, was leaking out of Yuwaku like a flood. She is his beauty, after all. Yuwaku wasn't weak. She was monstrous. Before Agnar showed up, she alone was keeping up with those devils in a deadly brawl. Much like her father, she boasted a mind-boggling strength, speed, and knack for smashing and beating things to a pulp. Getting trained a bit by Callie also helped. She flew at him, moving so fast that time almost seemed stopped. She had to take this chance. Agnar had risked his life and had miraculously managed to break the devil's advantage and give her a chance. She must use it and put an end to this fight. This devil must die now, here and without delay. To achieve that, she had to double her effort and throw all of her power at this lone devil now to beat him so badly that he won't ever dare fight back. She was upon the devil, her fist crashing down. He lifted one arm to block, but his bones cracked, bent and shattered beneath the weight of her strike. This was unlike anything he had ever heard about. Nymphs were supposed to be beautiful, graceful, gentle, and peaceful creatures. They are supposed to be born from the most beautiful and serene natural places. So why? Why is this nymph so violent and strong? The devil had no idea that Yuwaku was born from the most violent two beings in the entire world, from a nuclear wormwolf dragon and a bloodthirsty spirit queen. In fact, if either Arad or Zephyr were here, those devils and whoever sent them would have died long ago. As calm and collected as Arad can get, he isn't known for being reasonable when his wives or children get hurt. But the devil wasn't going to just give up and die. Danger and fear weren't a novelty to him. "You won't take me down." He roared and lunged forward, clashing with Yuwaku across half of the forest. The shockwaves of their battle shattered the ground, ripping ancient oak trees from their roots and evaporating the thick layers of snow into mist. "A mere nymph like you would never surpass us. We're the devils of the 9 hells." He was doing well for being alone, but he couldn't last any longer. So he was forced to think. He had to figure out a way to get even a little bit of advantage, and one thing was obvious. "If the brat is here," he shouted into the sky, "then she can't use her beauty. She'll kill him alongside us." He forced the magic on his eyes to tear open, and the other two devils did the same. They didn't have the luxury of time to think about it. If they could just open their eyes and see, the brat would die in the blink of an eye, and so would Nymph fall soon after. It was a good plan. That brat might have come to help, but he doomed the nymph, or so they thought. When they all opened their eyes, their brains overloaded and burned away. Agnar wasn't affected by Yuwaku's beauty, so she didn't need to worry about him getting blinded. For Ignis, she was hiding in the shelter with her head a foot deep into the snow, so she wouldn't see anything. The 3 devils were stunned, and the fight reached its end in the blink of an eye, literally. Even the poor succubus got caught off guard when Yuwaku unleashed her beauty. No one warned her, and why would they? She was their enemy, and for all Agnar cared, she could get crippled, and it wouldn't mean anything. Abel would just heal her later. Agnar cleaved the head of the devil that was fighting him with a single swift slash. The succubus ripped the one she was facing in half, forced by Agnar's order to act through her burning mind. and Yuaku passed through the third, ripping his soul out and turning him into a screaming black tree, wailing with the most gut-wrenching cry. But Yuaku didn't stop with one, she had to finish the other two. So she flew right back to the shelter and ripped the soul of the devil that was facing Agnar, and then finished the one that had been defeated by the succubus. Now all that is left is to help Obelisk, Chapter 1665, A Harrowing Demon Slime. Chapter 1665, A Harrowing Demon Slime. Agnar looked down and frowned. He had left his snowshoes back at the tree he was sawing. Fighting around the camp was somewhat possible, but there is no way in hell he'll be running all the way to Obelisk on the snow. She looks to be on the other end of the forest. So he reached into his pocket and pulled another one, a bottle of cursed water, not another pair of snowshoes. Why would he run when he has a perfectly fine flying horse around? He looked at the succubus with an evil smile. Time to work, horse. No, donkey. He splashed the succubus in the face with the cursed water, healing her. Since she is controlled by the slave collar, they might as well use her well. In such a desperate situation, Agnar won't refuse the help of anyone, even an evil, twisted, and scary succubus. You come from hell, right? Get moving. I know you can handle pain well. Here you go. Since she didn't move immediately, he had to pull her up on her feet and then smack her on the back with a hard slap. The impact of witnessing Yuaku's beauty should still be seared into her brain, making it nearly impossible to feel sober. She felt dazed, drunk, and disoriented, like she had been punched in the face. She definitely looked the part, unable to stand straight and still wobbling like a newborn donkey. Agnar's flying horse had been downgraded into a drunk filly. But before he could get her sober and ready to fly, the ground trembled once more, quaking under massive stress as countless trees were blasted away in a storm of splinters and snow. 100-meter-tall, demonic, and horrid creatures stood up as the three devils flew away, screaming and crying. It was massive, with 2 stumpy legs, a muscular torso, and 2 ape-like heads above its wide neck. It didn't have hands, but tentacles instead, 4 of them ending in sharp hooks, and behind its back rested a hairy scorpion singer with a needle big enough to be a spear. With each step the ground shattered and the snow around the demon violently combusted into flames, blooming into an infernal hell. It's disgusting. Black and green, tentacles flew after the devils like hungry snakes, catching them in the blink of an eye. In one arm he grabbed 2, and in his other arm he grabbed the last of the devils with 2 tentacles. The devils started desperately blasting the demon in the face, trying to get him to release them, but he wasn't budging. Using the 2 tentacles, he pulled the third devil's legs apart, splitting him in half with a loud crunch. He then threw the torn 2 halves into his 2 massive, gaping, ape-like mouths, swallowing the devil's still twitching body without even chewing it. The other 2 devils increased their efforts, pushing themselves beyond their limits to escape, blasting and cursing the demon, and one of them even started biting the tentacles so hard that his teeth shattered, but their attempts all failed. Any wound they inflicted was quickly repaired, as what flowed beneath the demon's skin wasn't flesh and blood but blue goo. Uncaring, the demon ripped the other 2 devils as he did the third, swallowing nonchalantly after. The scene, the crunch, and the deafening screaming of agony. Agnar would probably have nightmares about it for the next week. The succubus who was behind Agnar fell to the ground, shaking. Impossible. Demogorgon? He was missing from the war for months? He was here, seeing that horror was enough to wake her up a bit, and Agnar looked at her with a smile. Awake, filly? He already gave her a name at that moment. The demon glared at them, quickly melting and transforming. In front of Agnar, Obelisk landed, looking at them with a somber, emotionless face. Is anyone hurt? Her eyes quickly shifted toward the succubus. Dinner? No, I captured her for Abel. Don't eat her. Agnar looked back with a sad face. The shelter he worked so hard on was now buried beneath a mountain of snow. You can call her Filly, Filly the ass. Wait, the demonic slime you ate Demogorgon? The succubus crawled away, hiding behind Agnar. She was so scared that she couldn't even comment on his changing her name on his own. Obelisk indeed ate Demogorgon. Gojo hunted him long ago, but she wasn't anywhere as powerful as the Demon Lord was when he was alive. He could rampage at full power for months, but with Obelisk's mana, she could only use that form for minutes. On top of that, no matter how hard she tries to make her slimy skin, it'll never reach the uncanny durability and resistance of the Demon Lord's actual hide. She was powerful, but only for a short burst. Luckily, she can recover mana by consuming whoever she eats. Agnar sighed and started walking toward the buried shelter. We'll dig this place out, then see what to do from there. He looked at Obelisk. He was hungry, exhausted, and cold. You can't just go down there and block that gate so no more idiots come out. Seeing her power, it was reasonable for him to think she might be capable of some powerful demonic magic, but sadly she wasn't. She shook her head. I can't do that. I'm not a wizard, and I can't even destroy it. We can only hope no more of them would attack us. She extended her hand forward and wrapped the succubus in a slimy rope, then glued her to a tree. You'll stay there, even with that collar. We can't risk you stabbing us in the back. At that time, Agnar was shoveling the snow away with Yuaku. They had to clear the shelter quickly before it started snowing again. Ignis, I know you're inside. Can you try clawing your way out? As Agnar called, Ignis quickly showed up, melting her way through the snow with ease. Now all they had to do was wait. How long will it take the devils to realize that their attack squad got wiped out? Will it take minutes or hours? Days? Agnar hoped they won't be coming again, at least until the adventurers arrive this evening, but he couldn't count on that. You succubus, who sent you? What do they want? And how do your ranks work? When can we expect the next attack? He glared at her, and the succubus froze for a second, trying to remain silent. But the collar quickly forced her to speak, a devil lord candidate. The name is Fractal Wraith. They want to invade this kingdom and secure the second gem of ascension to become a true devil lord. She growled and then panted for air. We don't have ranks. I don't know when the next attack would come. Each squad is operated directly through Fractal. We're like what humans call a mercenary. She struggled against the pull of the collar, but in the end, she couldn't take back her freedom. The collar was made by an even more sinister and powerful devil than her, so she found herself helpless. Obelisk frowned. Did that succubus say a gem of ascension? Is she talking about Gojo's jewel? How in the nine hells did his ball end up as the catalyst of a devil's ascension to lordhood? Last time it was helping a demigod ascend. What makes you believe the gem is in this kingdom? It's not here, she growled, and the succubus giggled. You won't deceive us. We already got the first one, and we want the second. She looked at her. Now she tried to resist again, but failed miserably. We know that goddess of yours used it to ascend, and we want it. She has it, doesn't she? So the devils already have one of Gojo's jewels, and now they want the other one. The one that is with Gojo? It's stuck to his body where it belongs. But those devils think it's with Lucy? Probably since she ascended in the mortal world without any prior decades of power and history. Chapter 1666, Falling into Hell. Agnar and Yuaku started shoveling the snow that buried the shelter. Even Obelisk started helping them, and of course, they didn't let Philly off the hook either. She had to work. All hands on deck, clean the place so they can warm up beside the flames. As long as her help is needed, Agnar would work her to the bone. Usually, Agnar wouldn't like to have a slave, let alone abuse one. But when that slave is a succubus who tried enslaving him, a kid, he wasn't going to show her any mercy. But then the ground started shaking, and a loud rumbling vibrated the entire forest, dropping what little snow remained on the branches of the ancient oak and spruce trees. Their hands stopped moving, and Agnar glared at the shaking snow beneath his feet. He frowned and looked around. They were just starting to clean the place. Don't tell me an avalanche? Was there a mountain nearby? Did their fight cause it? He growled, turning toward Obelisk, who knew the place better than they did. He did remember seeing a mountain close by, but was it big enough? Is an avalanche possible? No, there is no mountain anywhere near here where such a thing could start. Obelisk growled, her eyes narrowing. She felt the magic rushing from beneath their feet, and it was already too late. "Run!" she screamed, her calm and emotionless face quickly breaking into a worried frenzy. But before anyone could move, the earth beneath them exploded into a cloud of dust and debris. The snow was splattered everywhere, and the shelter was wiped out, blasted into the sky alongside everything that was remotely close. The succubus flapped her wings, flying up as Yuaku latched onto her hand. Ignis glided away, and Obelisk pulled herself away using her slimy tentacles. But then they saw Agnar falling into the ground. Right at the bottom of the newly forming hole, a massive, boiling red gate awaited with endless hunger rippling in its crackling expanse. Agnar Yuaku screamed, "Go, catch him," she shouted, and the succubus was forced to let go of her and fly down as fast as she could. From above, Obelisk also extended her tentacles to catch them. That was the Hell Gate where the devils came from. Something happened to it, and it's now going berserk, sucking in every living being that is nearby into hell. "Don't get away," Agnar shouted back a moment before falling into the Hell Gate. His vision turned black, and the last thing he saw was the succubus flying toward him. Yuaku falling, Ignis barely latching onto the crumbling walls, and Obelisk's terrified face as her tentacles extended down. But in the end, Agnar still fell through the Hell Gate, followed by the succubus and Yuaku right after. Obelisk's tentacles touched the gate, so her whole body got pulled in. Then the gate disappeared, only leaving Ignis alone, latched into the crumbling walls of the newly formed hole. Agnar opened his eyes, finding himself alone in an endless and desolate land of dried red earth, lightning-infused black clouds, exploding volcanoes, and steaming ponds of rotting acid. All of his senses were immediately assaulted by the horrid smell, the acidic air, the heat, and the unnaturally daunting manna in the air. This entire place was cursed, and everyone in it was forced to live by that curse, ever immortal but damned to suffer pain and agony. This is hell. Agnar didn't know which layer he was dropped in, but he was certain it was not the 5th or 8th layers, because those two were always frozen. But that didn't matter. Being in any layer of hell is deadly, and he has to escape quickly. Funnily enough, he has a ticket out of here, his contract with Maharaja. He can ask her to pull him out of hell, of course, as long as he isn't chained. So before he dies, he has to call her. It wasn't an ability or anything, since she was his patron. He could ask her for a favor, usually at a cost, but she tended to be quite lenient with him. She had once said that she could get him in and out of hell if he wanted to see where she lived, but he refused. Why would anyone want to see hell or go into it? He was about to do just that and leave, but then he saw something explode on the horizon. A massive dark castle reached into the clouds with black spires, flowing lava, and flocks of flying devils. In its bay, a titanic demon was rampaging. Obelisk was there, meaning that Yuaku must have fallen here as well. Probably even Ignis. He wanted to escape. He wanted to leave this place at once. All of his senses screamed to do just that. But he didn't. He knew that Obelisk might be fine, even Yuaku. For all he knew, she could just use Erad's void and escape into the safety of his stomach. Both of them were far stronger than he was. They didn't need someone as weak as him to come and save them, and in fact he might just be a burden. Will he run away? Obelisk was fighting. Why isn't she running away? Maybe she can't while under assault by many devils. Did that matter to him? Time is running out the longer he spends standing there without doing anything. He's risking death and getting bound to this cursed place for all of eternity. But then he growled. Damn it all. A massive swarm of imps was approaching him like a dark cloud, hundreds, maybe thousands of them all at once. All of the powerful devils of this area were probably busy with Obelisk, so only the weak ones came to hunt him down. Fine, he smiled, taking his 2 jackets away, then even stripping his undershirt off, staying only in his tank top and pants. This place was hot, hotter than any summer he had ever seen, and he didn't want to risk passing from heat before getting killed. You want a piece of the blade? Come, I'll shove it down your throats. He lunged forward, slashing the first of the imps in half with a single swing of his sword, and using that momentum, he cut two more and then kicked another. An imp slashed him across the back with its claws, and Agnar ignored the hit and pain, rushing forward to slash more of the imps and keep advancing toward the dark castle as fast as he could. If he slowed down, he would get surrounded and eaten alive. He must keep moving, cutting his own path. Dealing with a few imps was easy, but when they came in a swarm, it felt like fighting the wind. You cut one and 10 show up. Deep cuts and gaping wounds quickly accumulated on Agnar's small frame. He wasn't fast or powerful enough to rush through the assault. His back, chest, legs, face, and even his neck hurt. Every place was now painted red with blood. It didn't take the imp swarm more than a minute to almost skin him alive, and he knew that death was near. Agnar had lasted longer than any kid had any right to last in hell. A single imp should have been able to kill 100 kids of Agnar's age and build. He had performed far too well, but this was the end of the line. As his vision slowly darkened and he could feel the burning claws and fangs of the imps impaling him, his fingers touched his sword, clawing at it. "Roar, Maharaja!" Black lightning washed over his body, and from that a black jaguar leapt into the horde of devils, biting one in half, and cutting several more with its deadly claws. A bestial roar escaped Agnar's massive maw, his opal fangs marred with the imp's rancid blood. This was it. It's either him or hell. The imps descended on him like a school of hungry piranhas, and Agnar bit back with feral violence. They tore and ripped his skin apart, and he munched and ate their bodies alive, biting any head that dared get close to his face. The more they cut him, the angrier he got, and the angrier he got, the more he ate, and the more he ate, the faster his wounds healed. Chapter 1667, An Angry Black Cat. You too were a real pain. He chuckled, and his razor-sharp, shark-like teeth flashed white, crusses and black smoke diffusing through his black lips. The devil, tall and red, horned and clad in charred armor, stood upon his castle's wall, glancing down at the devastated bay of his castle. Countless devils were dead, and half of the inner buildings were razed to the ground. But at last, the battle ended. Impaled on the wall of his vile keep, a blue slime rested, round and crushed, seeping blue blood and pinned to the burned wall with 100 black spears. Beneath that, tens of powerful devils stood at the ready. Some of them were injured, but the majority were unharmed, having just regenerated after the deadly battle. Even though they just defeated a deadly foe, none of them smiled. Because for the first time in decades, some of them had shat themselves when Demogorgon suddenly dropped in the bay in the middle of their lunch break. But think the great and ancient demon lord had been killed, and his corpse wasn't claimed by other demons, and instead just got eaten by a weak slime. He had fallen deeper than the abyss itself. The devils weren't eager to see the one who killed him, though, since Demogorgon was supposed to be immortal. Whoever did it, they'd better stay buried beneath the abyss's endless layers. Watching his men victorious, the devil frowned and shouted at them. "You useless bastards! I had to kill that thing with my own spears. Get to cleaning this place. I want it black and shiny in half a day." He grinned. "But leave the slime there. I want it to slowly bleed to death." The devils did fight Obelisk, but in the end it was their lord who finished her off with his black spears. The devil smiled and looked back. Behind him in the main hall rested a massive, egg-like glass cage, and inside it, Yuaku was suspended mid-air, carried by trails of shimmering black and white light. "The slime is defeated now. It shall bleed on my wall until it dies, a reminder that even a demon lord can't stop me anymore." As he laughed, a golden ball could be seen pinned to his long, forked tongue. Yuaku just glared at him, sweating. He was unlike any other devil they had faced before. He was powerful, far surpassing the 7 devils' squad combined. He alone could probably kill 100 such devils with ease. This is the kind of horror that would need her father or mother to take action and stop them. Obelisk was putting up a fight against his army of devils, but when he joined the fray, she couldn't even block one of his spears as they rained down on her. She can't even get out of this cage to fight him. He knew he was going to face a nymph, so he had all of the evil and cursed wizard sinners he had on hand work together to create this seal, a cage of light and curses that muffled her beauty and weakened her immensely. Unless she was as physically gifted as a titan, she won't be breaking out any time soon. At the hall's wall, the succubus filly was impaled, just like Obelisk. But unlike the powerful slime, she only needed a single spear in the chest to be stopped. The future devil lord only spared her a glance, a snarl, and a mocking remark. What kind of pathetic devil gets bested by a human brat? Failure. He sounded more disappointed than angry, and more shamed that he is a devil just like her. Not even imps are stupid enough to get enslaved by a kid. He approached Yuwaku's cage with a smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. I need you spotless and clean to create the deadliest poison of them all. He looked back at the gate of his hall as the servant devils closed it. Hope, he lifted his arms. That vile, hungry little goddess Hope is what's going to bring her crawling to me. He glanced at Yuwaku. Hoping that she can still save you? Hoping that you aren't lost to hell? You think she'll come save me? Pray to Asmodeus that she'll be the one coming and no one else. Yuwaku smiled. You can kill me if you want, but if you know what's best for you, you'll let me go and hurry to find a hole to hide in. She knew that this devil's days were numbered. Arad already knows that she got kidnapped. He was watching all this time, so when he returns, he'll turn this devil inside out and burn him and hell whole. He doesn't know what kind of crazed and demented horror he has summoned. But before that could even happen, he had another problem to deal with. A thunderclap roared and the entire castle shook. Screams filled the air and the cannons on the wall fired. Fractal froze in place, then looked back, his eyes growing wide, then focusing once more. Did that slime get a second wind and start fighting again? Impossible. This magic wasn't hers. He could tell the difference between hell's cursed magic and the demon's demonic magic. The one causing a ruckus outside is a resident of hell. He could hear a feral roar muffled by the roaring cannons and clapping thunder, like a mad cat violating a mouse in pure demented rage and frenzy. His devils were the screaming mice. Official source is Novel Fire. Net a mere devil dare stands against his castle. For what reason? He glared back at the succubus. Bitch, how many of you got enslaved? No, you useless trash can't force the garrison to fire the cannons. He started walking toward the door. Whatever was out there, it had to be either powerful or fast enough to cause problems. Whatever was outside, he'll have to deal with it himself, so he can then deal with Yuwaku in peace. They also need to prepare for when that goddess arrives. But then, as he approached the gate, it exploded into a storm of jagged steel shards, fire evaporating sparks of molten iron. Before he could react, a massive black paw flew out of the dust and flames, smacking him across the hall with a blast of black lightning. Taken by surprise, the devil stood only to get his left arm bitten by the massive animal, and before he could hit the thing, he got thrown away once more with a second paw strike. That animal was fast as its black lightning, moving with it as one. He stood, his arm mangled and his back bleeding from a massive wound. He looked forward and saw it. A black jaguar, 6 meters high at the shoulders, almost 10 meters long without the tail. Its muscular body was marred with gaping wounds and charred hide, and its left eye was already missing, but it still moved, fueled by an insatiable rage and bloodlusty. Yuwaku in the back gasped, her eyes opening wide. Agnar was bigger than he used to be. Usually he was the size of a normal large tiger or lion, but now he is as massive as a monster. The magic coming out of him also felt strange. It was sharper, denser, and most importantly, even more cursed than it was before. The devil looked outside, and his eyes opened wide. The swarm of enslaved imps had vanished, only leaving a massive pool of rotting blood and cracked bones. His castle walls were shattered, and many of his soldiers were maimed, chunks of their bodies bitten off. Even the pit fiend, his strongest devil, was dead on the wall, his head fully chewed off. A Rakshasa and a black jaguar like their queen. He looked at Agnar and smiled. What brought an animal like you to my land? There is nothing for you to hunt here. He summoned a massive, flaming black spear, causing the ground around him to start melting. Agnar's wounds were slowly healing thanks to all the devils he consumed, so he waited a bit and allowed the devil to talk. He needed to at least get his gouged eye healed before they fight. The succubus recognized Agnar, and she almost lost it. Not because he was a massive tiger, not because she just noticed that he is a Rakshasa, but because she could see them around him, the chains of hell. She was certain that he didn't have them in the mortal world, which meant he died here in hell and resurrected as a Rakshasa. Was he one before? Did the Maharaja grace him with power, or did he just happen to become one out of sheer luck? She didn't know, and Fractal didn't seem to know either. But then he looked at her. Did any of the goddess's minions have a contract with this devil? He asked, looking at the succubus with a smile. She was enslaved, right. But no one was around to give her orders. Yuaku could tell her not to answer or lie, but that would expose the truth. So the succubus could tell him the truth. The succubus smiled, looking at the devil with a grin. No, there was never such a thing. Just a kid, a powerful nymph, the Demogorgon slime, and a red wormling. There were several earthworms and wild feline monsters around in the forest, but not this one, nothing even close. Fractal smiled. I see Drawn by Blood probably saw Demogorgon from afar and came to hunt it. Now, it's mad we killed its prey. The succubus remained silent afterward, but she was smiling inside. I'll shake my ass to whoever I need to survive. And I'm not going to shake it for you when Maharaja herself might be involved. Come on, go at him, brat. Chapter 1668. Demented Fury. Chapter 1668. Demented Fury. The moment Agnar's eye healed, he lunged forward. He didn't run, but instead stepped on his own lightning, taking a thunderous step forward. A shockwave exploded around him, and a spark of black lightning carried him forward at blinding speed. The devil Fractal lifted his spear at the last second and blocked the paw strike, but that didn't prevent Agnar's size, weight, and speed from carrying him away, blasting a titanic hole in the steel walls of the vile keep. Fractal looked fine, but he wasn't. If Agnar's paw strike was all physical, he would have only been bothered, but as it seems, Agnar's whole body was overcharged with black lightning. Millions of amps and volts surging across his black hide, unseen but far too deadly. One touch would be enough to fry any weak devil on the spot, but Fractal wasn't any devil, and such a deadly current wasn't enough to stop him. At best, it felt like getting zapped by a taser, a pain which he can easily ignore and endure. It was annoying, though, so he had more reasons to kill this black jaguar quickly. The two crashed outside the castle walls, rending the ground beneath them into ash. Before any other devil could even approach, the two flew out of the dust at blinding speed. Fractal's spear moved fast enough to turn into a blur, but even then, it wasn't fast enough to keep up with Agnar's crazed paws. Just like how a cat can swing its paws faster than it can run, Agnar's paw strikes were too fast for Fractal to deal with. So many of them slipped past his spear and smacked him around like a yarn ball. Agnar was going as hard as he could, and he's been fighting like this for a while now, pushing his mind and soul to their utmost limit. The last few minutes of his life had turned into hell, as expected of getting thrown into hell, but he had learned a few things. The more devils and curses he injects, the stronger his jaguar form gets. The more he eats, the bigger and stronger that form will get. His regeneration also grew immensely in power, but it was still nowhere near that of other devils or vampires. It'll take him a minute to heal a wound they would heal in a second, which meant that he can't take as many risks in a fight. There was also another layer to his regeneration, its fuel source. It had turned from just his food into his own flesh and bones. He'll consume all of his nutrients to heal, but when that runs out, he'll start breaking down his own muscles, bones, and frame to heal, shrinking in the process. But that didn't mean a well-placed and powerful strike wouldn't be able to kill him. He already died several times when he got hit with the wall's cannon barrage. As long as an attack can kill him faster than he can heal, he can lose. This was a fact that Fractal seemed to figure out quickly. He dodged Agnar's strokes and flew away, propelled by a stream of immolating fire. What a violent cat! But do you honestly think I can't hunt your kind? He spun his spear, and then in the blink of an eye flashed past Agnar fast enough to cause several sonic booms to explode between them. Fractal landed on the ground, black smoke coming out of his skin as faint blue flames burned inside his eyes and mouth, melting the ground beneath his feet. Agnar in the back was standing in place, motionless, as he was missing his head. The head was in the sky, spinning violently as it was flung by the deadly shockwave of the attack. Fractal had attacked his neck and shattered it like a stem of grass, getting hit with a stick. Torn apart with ease. Poor animal, you were faster than that slime, but you aren't stronger than it. Your skin is tough, but nothing that I can't blast through with my incinerating flames. His spear was faintly oozing black smoke, and its heat was what was melting the ground. My curse is the flames of purgatory. It's an incandescent flame, hot and powerful enough to propel me, burn anything, and generate enough power to overpower anything but the lords of hell. He smiled, opening his disgusting mouth and extending his tongue outward. Before, I had a flaw that was a time limit of around 6 seconds before I ran out of cursed mana and fell down. But thanks to this jewel, I can now last for hours. He chuckled. Now I only need the second one, and it'll increase the power of my flames to surpass that of the lords of hell. But then something strange happened. The clouds in the sky roared, and a bolt of black lightning came crashing down, hitting Agnar's spinning head and still-standing body. The head flew back down, attached itself to the body, and Agnar was once again flying toward Fractal, as fast as that black lightning was, boiling with rage. This was surprising and terrifying. Devils usually took several minutes, sometimes even hours or days to resurrect, and they would resurrect from the ground of hell, as if reborn from its cursed hull. But Agnar was different. He was reborn from hell's raging lightning, coming back to life in less than 5 seconds. Fractal dodged Agnar's charge and landed far away, engulfed in the immolating blue radiance of the infernal flames. Good, you're a persistent one. He smiled, causing his flames to grow even bigger, but I am an ambitious one too, and I'll be ending your existence here. Agnar's body burst into black lightning, getting overcharged as he got ready for a prolonged clash. Of course, Agnar's power didn't come free, and getting chained to hell upon death was just a side effect. The true cost of his power was pain and agony. Everything hurt enough to make him forget his name. The black lightning burned him from the inside out. The enlarged body cracked his bones, and his fragile human mind was barely able to stay conscious, piloting the harrowing body of a devil. He would rather be skinned alive than spend another second in this form, but he had to fight. He had seen them, the dying obelisk, and imprisoned Yuwaku. This devil dared put his rotten claws on them, and he won't be forgiving him, nor letting this matter rest. The more it hurt, the angrier he got, and the angrier he got, the crazier he felt, causing him to force more power out and bask in his own agony. It was like an aching scar. It hurt, so you scratch it. But the more you scratch it, the worse it'll get, and the harder you'll scratch once more, causing it to get even worse and bleed. As the two charged at each other, the ground quaked, the earth melted, and the sky cried acid. A violent storm of explosions, fire, shockwaves, lightning, and arid wind washed over the desolate plains of rending everything in its path into ash. The surviving devils on the castle walls started out in terror. Their lord was now clashing with the unidentified feline creature, and it was taking longer than the fight with the Demogorgon slime, probably since the black jaguar was faster and could resurrect over and over, unlike the slime. But they knew one thing. The very ground of hell was melting, as if two devil lords were clashing, and it didn't look fun. Not one bit at this rate. The other lords of hell should have felt it and must be on their way here. Their lord must quickly up-wrap this fight so they can abandon the castle and hide somewhere else. The devil lords of hell were pretty much against any new lord rising to power. Follow current knows on ovilfire.net. But that wasn't the part scaring them the most, but it was the fact that the jaguar was a Rakshasa, meaning that most likely Maharaja herself might be coming to investigate the fight, the God-Eater herself. What's more, word is that Maharaja, Asmodeus, and Tiamat are in bed together, meaning that they could even have the Lady of Hell herself and the mother of all evil dragons here in just a few minutes. But as expected of their lord, the fight didn't last more than a minute or two, even though that short time felt like ages. The massive black jaguar flew out of the cloud of destruction, leaving a trail of burning blood behind him as he crashed onto the main keep, shattering half of it. It didn't matter anymore since they'll be leaving the castle soon. Inside the keep, Agnar crashed through the wall, destroying it and hitting Yuwaku's cage, ripping it apart. The succubus fell down as the wall she was pinned to cracked, and Yuwaku rolled on the hot and crumbling floor, barely managing to stop herself. But at that time, she didn't care about herself and rushed to Agnar. He was in the middle of the hall, bleeding. His regenerating was kicking in, but that wasn't what took him down. He couldn't take it anymore, the pain. He reached the limit of his mind and soul, and now was slowly losing his sense of self and consciousness as they got washed away by the tormenting agony. As Yuwaku touched him, his transformation came undone, and he returned to his humanoid form, causing her to cast in horror. He was burned all over, his guts spilling aside, and his entire frame shriveled and drained of all life. "Who? So you lied?" Fractal landed a fair distance away from them, his eyes glaring aside at the succubus. "It's the human kid that was with them?" He smiled. "Mind telling me why you lied to me? Is it one of your kinks to be enslaved by a kid? Are you taking their side, or they are taking your side?" He chuckled. "If this was a ploy to take me down, I have to give you credit for it. This was the most creative chaos I've ever seen in my life." Yuwaku glared at the devil, and he smiled. "It's useless. Even if the cage is broken, I still have the seal in my eyes. Your beauty can't blind me." He leaned on his spear. "Now, time to finish this and bolt it out before the true horror of hell shows up." But then Agnar's hand moved, resting on Yuwaku's thigh. Then his lips moved. Flaunt and flourish. Yuwaku Kiyomu, Chapter 1669. Tactical Retreat. Flaunt and flourish. Yuwaku Kiyomu. A blinding flash engulfed the crumbling keep, drowning it in white radiance. Thankfully, Philly was quick to react this time and looked away, closing her eyes so she won't get her brain blasted once more by Yuwaku's beauty. In fact, she was avoiding looking toward her the whole time, but she had to look away from Agnar now. She didn't know about that transformation, but she found it utterly strange that he came to her, so she wasn't even looking toward them when he was close to Yuwaku. As the blinding light engulfed the keep, Fractal gasped, unable to believe his eyes. The brat, the kid who was an angry jaguar a couple of moments ago, was now standing there, with Yuwaku nowhere in sight. Standing alone in his humanoid form, Agnar was in the middle of the keep, shirtless and holding a long, ninjato-like mirror blade that reflected the world and his own image in it. The dust seemed to avoid him, keeping a few feet away, and the shimmering light that was just unleashed danced around him like spider strings. He looked at Fractal with a calm face, his golden eyes hiding a dark purple spark inside them, only made stronger by the light. The succubus growled, barely standing up. The wound in her chest bled profusely, but she ignored the pain and ripped the spear out, throwing it away so her regeneration could kick in. She didn't see Agnar. She never dared look in his direction, but she could feel it, and his magic was far stranger and stronger than anything she saw before. Agnar's magic consisted of several auras, his own, a humanoid spark, weak and fragile, a harrowing, devilish presence, the magic of Maharaja she granted to him by his warlock contract, Yuwaku's radiant beauty and immense mana reserve, which she inherited from her mother. But then she could feel two dark eyes glaring at her back out of nothing, ripping into her soul with sharp claws. Something immense and utterly alien was watching through Agnar, and she didn't want to wait and find out who it was. But she could guess a few things. It was draconic in nature, powerful than any devil lords she had seen before, and completely mad and enraged. That had led her to believe that for some reason Tiamat could be watching. But that presence was Arad, boiling with rage from beyond Limbo's horizon. She had already betrayed Fractal by lying to him, so now she could only bet on Agnar and Yuaku, or would she? She still had things she could do to increase her standing even by a bit. She didn't want whatever that presence was to catch up to them before she could prove herself useful and friendly. As the keep slowly crumbled down, she flew away and rushed to rescue the injured obelisk. Hoping it'll be enough for her life to spared, back in the keep, Fractal looked at Agnar with a somber face. He could feel the same presences that Philly felt, and he knew that something destructive was coming, and fast. "What is that form?" he asked, his eyes growing narrower. He needed to talk and buy a few seconds. He didn't know anything about the powers of this form of Agnar, and judging by how troublesome his jaguar form was, this promises to be an even bigger pain. Agnar looked like he always did, a mere kid, but now Yuaku's tattoo covered most of his back. To Fractal, that tattoo looked like a pure dark mark as the magic of the wizards blocked Yuaku's image from his vision. "You have her figure engraved upon your own body. How can you endure her power?" He lifted his spear and pointed it forward, charging a raging blue fireball. It didn't make sense. He had lived for a long time and had never heard of a nymph and a human fusing like this. This was something that spirits did with humans, not nymphs. But Fractal didn't know that Zephyr was Yuaku's mother, and that just as the daughter had inherited some power from her father just like her mother, she too could make contracts with humans and grant them power. Agnar and Yuaku's situation was similar to Aella and Zephyr, a weak mortal getting granted direct power by a spiritual being inhabiting their bodies and souls. In Yuaku's case, Agnar was the only human capable of enduring her beauty, so she was bound to end up contracting him like this. Zon Agnar disappeared, only leaving a small puff of smoke where he stood. Strangely enough, the ground where he was looked pristine, clean, and untouched by the harrowing fights that had taken place around. Fractal's eyes widened. That wasn't a thunderstep like before, it was teleportation. He immediately started turning around, his spear lifting to guard against the inevitable hit. He knew that Agnar's sword was a problem. He could feel a strange power coming from it, so he didn't want it to touch him before he could fully understand its power. But that hit never arrived. Agnar didn't teleport behind him with Void Step. He didn't even stay in the keep. Outside, the succubus Philly finally reached Obelisk, but found herself facing what remained of Fractal's soldiers. All of them were there, and they knew their orders. She couldn't just take Obelisk and run away in front of them. They would kill her in seconds. She had only one choice left: seduce them and try to get their attention long enough to create an opening, grab Obelisk, and bolt it away. She can do it, but the question is whether she can do it fast enough. Zon, Agnar appeared standing between everyone, and they all looked at him for a moment, including Philly. It took her a second, but she instinctively covered her eyes. When Agnar saw that he unleashed Yuaku's beauty upon all of the devils there, as if hit with an overcharged flashbang, all of them screamed, their eyes and ears bleeding rivers. They were a moment too late to react, and most of them got blinded and stunned with a single glance. Those who managed to close their eyes in time faced Agnar's sword getting cut down first before he slaughtered everyone else. Here fears Yeddot by Balfire.net. He was fast, efficient, and merciless. Agnar had mercy for mortals, not devils and demons. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and Philly only heard their screams for a second before the bodies started dropping. She couldn't even ask him what was going on before he grabbed her, and Obelisk and teleported away a second before Fractal fell from the sky and obliterated the entire area with a raging torrent of flames. "Damned brat!" "You keep running away," he screamed at the top of his lungs. At this moment, Agnar's goal wasn't to fight Fractal. He already fought him enough. Now he only wanted to survive long enough. Far away, Agnar was flying through the sky using a strange form of wind magic. He didn't fully understand it, but knew it was something Yuwaku inherited from Zephyr. That alone wasn't fast enough for him, so he was teleporting with Yuwaku's void step whenever he was able to. "We're running away, really?" Philly cried, unable to believe how fast he was flying. She somehow expected him to fight Fractal again and kill him. Agnar spoke, his voice sounding strange, mixed as if both Yuwaku and he were speaking simultaneously. "I don't know where he is, hiding the source of that magic that is allowing him to look at me without getting blinded, so I'm not risking a fight. Besides, Maharaja, they are coming. We only need to run away until they arrive." She thought about it for a second and then paled. "What do you mean by they?" "Both of them. Don't you know the Maharaja is a twins?" He looked at her for but a moment, then threw her alongside Obelisk into the desolate mountains. "Hide. I'll slowly him and buy time." He then teleported away with another void step. At that time, Fractal was flying around his castle trying to find Agnar. He was already considering running away. Does he have the time to get back at that kid before the other lords of hell arrive? He didn't know if he could, but that brat had burned his entire castle to the ground, so his pride wasn't allowing him to let him escape. He also couldn't fly too far away from the castle, because the wizards casting the protective seal are chained beneath the ground at the castle's dungeon. If he were to stray too far away, their spell would break, and he would get blinded by Yuwaku's beauty. But Agnar didn't know that. Chapter 1670, Reflected Beauty. Chapter 1670, Reflected Beauty. "Where did you hide them?" Fractal asked, with a gentle smile as he stared at Agnar. He had finally managed to catch up to him, but now the slime and succubus are nowhere to be seen. Agnar had no intention of conversing with the devil. Even as a kid, he understood several fundamental things about the world thanks to those around him. Callie had once explained to him that demons are violent and destructive monsters. Trying to put any sense into their erratic impulses is a fool's errand. In that same way, Maharaja taught him that devils are similar. They are evil and manipulative jailers who have learned from the worst and most vile villains of the universe and now use that knowledge to further their own goals. When a devil speaks, their words don't matter. Never try to decipher or play around with the words of a devil's contract. The mere fact that you are considering signing it is a sign that you're losing. When a devil gives you a contract, burn it. When they speak, it's lies, and when they ask questions, remain silent. Never listen to the devil. Fractal had asked about Obelisk and Philly's location, and Agnar wasn't going to answer. Instead, he was going to attack, using that opening to press an advantage. Fractal swung his spear and blocked Agnar's slash, staring at him with a gentle smile. I've never seen a kid with such potential. But before Fractal could finish, Agnar's sword slashed right through his spear and cut a massive wound across his chest. Fractal bled and flew back, frowning as his wound rapidly healed in a burst of flames. His eyes looked at Agnar, trying to figure out how to deal with him. He already figured out how Agnar's sword works. It compares beauty and deals damage based on it, but it was a reality that Fractal couldn't honestly believe himself to be more beautiful than a nymph. Using magic to protect himself against her beauty is a testament to that. Agnar's speed and strength weren't that much different from when he was a massive black jaguar. But now, Fractal couldn't simply block his attacks. With that mirror sword of yours, it's hard to block your attacks. Why is it a mirror? Fractal summoned another spear and got ready to block Agnar's coming attack. He had to find a good opening to finish him off in a single slash, but at that moment his eyes suddenly exploded into a torrent of blood. His brain overloaded and his entire soul quaked. The beauty sword was a mirror. It was the maiden's mirror that she uses to check her image with. It reflects her true beauty, making it clearer. While the wizard's magic helped Fractal deal with direct visuals like blocking Agnar's figure or the tattoo on his back. Those needed tuning beforehand. A conscious decision. Read complete version only at novelfire.net. But the ancient devil failed to account for reflections, those pointed directly at his eyes. Agnar had simply used the sword's reflective nature to reflect the image of Yuwaku's tattoo toward Fractal's face, blinding him. Even if the reflected image was just that, a reflection, it was still a copy of the harrowing and boundless amount of information encoded into Yuwaku's beauty. Simply using that allowed Agnar to double the beauty output. Usually this won't mean anything, since just seeing Yuwaku is destructive enough. But it didn't mean such a possibility wasn't out there as Fractal stumbled back, teleported right behind him, and thrust his sword, stabbing the vile devil through the heart. Then, without wasting a second, he swung the blade up, cutting the devil in half up to his brain. Agnar was sure the devil died, but he wasn't going to care about what he felt or sensed. Just to be even more sure, he unleashed a torrent of black lightning to char Fractal's corpse into ash. He should be done. It was surprisingly easy to take him down when he got caught off guard. That goes to show that what Alcott told him was right. Just understand your opponent's weakness and your own power to be able to end fights quickly. That was a golden piece of wisdom, but Agnar wasn't a fool. He was a kid, and he had learned the hard way when fighting Arad that when people get killed, it doesn't mean they are dead, and it by no means signals the end of a fight. As per Arad's words, a fight is only truly over when you're back home, sleeping with your family in peace. Just then, the lightning faded away, leaving a massive mass of conflagration and inferno. From that fire, Fractal flew out at blinding speed, throwing his spear toward Agnar's chest. "No one had ever managed to kill me since I got this jewel," he shouted with a wide smile. "Thanks to you, I know that I can resurrect pretty quickly as well." While Agnar could resurrect from Hell's lightning thanks to his connection with Maharaja, Fractal seems to be able to revive from its searing heat and fire. Agnar's arm moved as fast as it could, and he barely managed to deflect Fractal's spear away from his chest. The fight wasn't over, and the two immediately clashed. Flame rose from the earth, turning into titanic pillars of crimson light, and black lightning roared in the dark clouds, raining down like a divine rampage. As the two flew through the sky, each clash of their weapons resulted in a massive shockwave that shattered the air and sent waves of magic powerful enough to rattle the whole region. It was no longer a mundane fight, but a war between two devils. A Rakshasa born of black lightning and a devil born from flames. All of the devils nearby had to run away, and the poor sinners were left to die and crumble in the fallout of the clash. Far away in the mountains, Philly hid behind the titanic stones with Obelisk clenched in her arms. She was scared, crying, and terrified. Did she really try to enslave that kid on her own? That is, no kid, but a demented devil from the depths of hell. How didn't she see that? He didn't just have a contract with Maharaja, she was giving him power for free and limitless as long as his body could endure. Thinking about it now, if she had managed to enslave him, that would have meant Maharaja coming for her personally. She dodged death. There were very few beings that could permanently kill devils or sinners, and Maharaja the God-Eater was one of them. If she wanted, she could even eat the gods and erase them from existence. But not really. It was a fate worse than getting erased. They'll be stuck inside her stomach, getting digested for nutrients, resurrected, and digested once more. Cursed to fuel her for the rest of time. At that moment, the clash was nearing its end. The flames faded, and so did the lightning. Even those two can't sustain such a burst of magic for a long time. So while their mana recovers, they turned once more to clashing blades, causing the ground to shatter and the lakes of boiling acid to splash into the sky, raining back down. And at that moment, it ended. Once more, Fractal got hit by Yuwaku's beauty, even though he had already made the magic block a reflection in Agnar's sword. So what did get him? It was her reflection in the acid raindrops. While Agnar did run out of Maharaja's curses and would need time to recover, he didn't run out of Yuwaku's mana, and this was his plan all along: exhaust the devil and then rip the ball out of his tongue. So as Fractal screamed, Agnar flew in and shoved his small hand into his massive maw, ripping his tongue whole out. Fractal crashed down, and Agnar barely managed to land, shattering his legs. With Maharaja's mana out, he couldn't reinforce his body anymore using the Black Jaguar's strength, turning him once more into a brittle brat. The pain washed over him, and he screamed, getting separated from Yuaku. What looked like a victory was a tie. Fractal lay on the ground, drained and robbed of his power source, and Agnar was just the same, broken, tired, and dying. Agnar, Yuaku cried, trying to keep him awake while she healed him. Fractal was better at dealing with pain and exhaustion than Agnar, and he was already back on his feet, coming to retrieve the jewel. "It's over, brat. You've attained a height no human kid was ever supposed to." Fractal lifted his spear and wasn't going to waste any time. He'll kill Agnar first, then take the jewel and run away. But as he thrust his spear, it hit something hard, something so hard that the spear bounced back, making a sound as if it hit steel. Squatting between Fractal and Agnar, a slightly muscular cat girl was looking at Yuaku with a blooming blush and a wide smile. Fractal had hit her on the back of her head. "Hoo, Nya. You're more beautiful in real life, Nya. It's making me go into heat, Nya." She giggled, then her eyes shifted back at Agnar. "You're one lucky brat, Nya." Then her eyes shifted once more, looking at Fractal's severed tongue and the golden jewel on it. Her blush faded away, and she frowned in disgust. A moment later, she was shoveling dirt with her hands to bury it. "Selena, why are you adding Nya again?" A booming voice rumbled from the sky, and when Fractal looked back, he saw a claw 5 times bigger than the mountains nearby, and that claw was attached to an even bigger black jaguar. The clouds were lower than the thing's paws, but it wasn't alone. 2 24-headed dragons were on each side, a massive slug engulfed in lightning, and 2 devil queens were flying above. The twin Keymats, the twin Maharaja, and even Beelzebub were here. Chapter 1671, The Overlords of Hell. Chapter 1671, The Overlords of Hell. Fractal paled, and his muscles moved on their own. They contracted as fast as they could, cracking his bones in the process. He needed to run away. There was no way he could survive or talk his way out of this. 2 Maharajas, 2 Asmodeus's, 2 Tiamats, and Beelzebub, each of which had more myths and stories about their power, violence, and utter inhuman and violent tendencies. They were beings that even devils feared, and for a good reason. Maharaja, for example, needs to eat a lot, and since the residents of hell cannot die, she is using them as an infinite food source. That made Fractal feel like a chicken that found itself in front of a tiger. No, a black jaguar. For the first second, he bolted away without anyone following him. He flapped his wings as hard as he could and even pushed his curse beyond its limit, flying as fast as a fighter jet, trying to get away with his hide. The air around him ripped and parted away, howling as several shockwaves burst around his wings, and it even started heating up. But the terrifying part had just started, and he was slowly realizing the extent of those women's power. It wasn't just hell, but the entire universe is ruled by an oligarchy of really hot and terrifying women. Their king is always silent, remaining hidden beyond the veils and controlling the entire universe using them as his tendrils. It didn't matter how fast Fractal flew, even after 10 seconds of flying in a straight line. He still didn't clear Maharaja's titanic claw. But then his vision shifted. He wasn't flying anymore. He was looking straight back at Agnar and Yuaku, feeling awfully light. His severed head was resting in the jaws of that catwoman who showed up. In the humanoid Maharaja's inhuman maw, how long would he survive as a severed head? A second, too? Wasn't he like 2 mountains east? How did she bring him back here? He could hear her breathing, feeling her massive fangs lodged into his brain and neck, and his lips moved, trying to curse, but her claws clenched shut, and his head popped like a melon. Then, before Agnar gasped, the entire space between where she was sitting and where she caught Fractal, mid-air exploded with fire, then imploded on itself as the aftershock tore the air apart. Agnar did see Fractal fly away, and he saw him get over several kilometers away in a few seconds. flying at a terrifying speed. But this Catwoman, Maharaja, she let him fly away for a while, like how a cat would let the mouse run, then chased him in the blink of an eye, caught him mid-air, then returned with his head here before the air itself could realize she moved through it. She had covered at least 20 kilometers back and forth in less than a blink. But what was even scarier was how her face morphed perfectly between a beautiful humanoid face and her bestial maw. That was the most terrifying and disrespectful dental that Yuwaku had ever seen. Besides Agnar, Maharaja's face looked clean, soft, and beautiful, but when she opened her mouth, inside it were a row of sharp fangs, molars, and long razor-sharp teeth. It was like looking into the maw of a big cat, just with more teeth and an even rougher tongue. Maharaja licked her lips clean, not like a human, but like a cat, which looked uncanny enough to make Yuwaku frown. She then looked up. "Alice, can you heal him, Nya?" From the sky. Asmodeus flew in and landed beside Agnar and Yuwaku, making them flinch. The Devil's Queen looked disturbingly human. If she were to walk in the street, people would only get drawn to her smooth and golden hair, fair skin, and glowing blue eyes. She looked at Agnar, then turned around. "Sophia, bring that succubus and slime here. They are injured." One of the two Tiamats moved one of her titanic heads and glared right between the mountains without needing to take a single step. "Here you are," she said, and Philly had already passed out from fear. Tiamat's head was even bigger than the mountain she was hiding in, which only made her realize how foolish Fractal's dream was. Whatever power that jewel could have granted him, he would have never been able to survive if those horrors came for him. New OVAPtors are published on nove1fire.net. Forget that destructive battle between Agnar and Fractal. This Dracaina in front of her held tens of times more magic in one of her scales than some lesser gods could dream of. That Tiamat burst into flames and was engulfed by fire. From that inferno, a tall witch with long black hair, glowing green eyes, and a comically large wizard hat landed beside Philly and Obelisk. Philly was unconscious. She couldn't help it. When Tiamat stood nearby, it was like a volcano had erupted, and Philly's soul was nothing more than a candle. Its flames were snuffed out, and its wax melted and evaporated. Sophia blinked, looking down at herself. She had made a grave mistake. To keep her image in hell, she never tuned her aura down against devils and sinners. If any of those two dared approach her, and they weren't powerful enough or marked, their souls would be faced with the entire harrowing pressure of her divine and draconic aura. While Beelzebub was weaker, the other 6 were all like this. The devils couldn't even get close to them without their direct consent. Oh my. She shat herself and died. Oh, well, she'll resurrect soon. Luckily, Obelisk wasn't a native of hell, so Tiamat's aura automatically excluded her. Philly didn't just pass out when Tiamat faced her. She gave up on life and died on the spot. Her mind and soul were unable to withstand being gazed upon by the draconic divine queen. Tiamat looked down and reached with her hands, wrapping her fingers around Obelisk's smooth and round blue body. She then lifted her up with a gentle smile. Obelisk was dying, and she won't last long. If she dies, then hell would chain her up, and she won't be able to leave. Dealing with that would be a huge pain, so she'd better keep her alive. Thankfully, slimes were resilient, and she was probably the strongest witch to ever live. She lifted one finger and waved it above Obelisk, her ruby-red nails drawing a red line of magic. Jingle, jingle, the slime's stomach wriggles when food dingles. Philly's dead body floated up and got pulled into Obelisk's body, getting digested and serving as a small source of power to allow her to be healed. When she was certain that Obelisk had stabilized, she flew back with her to the others, and unlike everyone else here, she didn't just fly with wings or with magic. She pulled an old broom, jumped on it, and scooted away, leaving a trail of flower-shaped flames behind her. After reaching the peak of her power, Tiamat, named Sophia, had turned to trying to customize her magic. For the past couple of centuries, she has only cared about how her spells and magic looked. The chant, the flowers, the witch dress, and the broom served no purpose besides to boost her look. and she was one of the very few beings who could afford to laze and work on her look like that. She was now more interested in painting her nails and tweaking her clothes than actually ruling the dragons, which was only possible because there were two of her. Alice finished healing Agnar, and she looked at Selina. "So, what will you do with him now? He returned to hell." Selina scratched her head, thinking, "I know Nya now, I can't just send him back, Nya." She turned toward Alice. "You're Asmodeus. Can't you do something about it with your power, Nya?" "I can't. Amaterasu can, but it'll take her a lot of work, and I doubt she'll bother. Besides, if he returned to hell, it must be fate." Alice looked at Agnar and Yuwaku. "I'm sure you two are a bit confused, but we'll explain later." Agnar was still confused and had too many questions. But now he wanted to go back home and eat something warm. The problem was that he was aware that he couldn't leave hell anymore. From now on, this was his home. He died in hell and now was bound to it. Then a tall woman covered with goo landed. She was almost 3 meters tall, had bluish skin and hair, and 2 eyes that crackled with lightning. She was Beelzebub, the devil lord of the 7th layer of hell. Chapter 1672. The Devil's Origin. Chapter 1672. The Devil's Origin. Years ago, a couple had newly married and awaited their first child with anticipation and happiness. Their lives had been nothing short of beautiful until then, and that was the last thing they needed. A child to anchor their family down and start a new stage in their lives. But as the days passed, the mother started having problems with her pregnancy. Getting too tired, sickly, feeling extreme pain, and eventually, the child never made it. Their first was a disaster, a sad and awful thing to experience, but it never managed to bring them down, and a year later, they were awaiting their second child. But just like the first, it never made it beyond its 6 months and came out dead. No matter what healers or clerics they visited, the mother was just incapable of bearing the child that long. The reason remained unknown, and the two were finally breaking down, unwilling to try again and witness another of their children die. So when the desperate couple failed to find help among the clerics and healers, they were forced to look elsewhere, and the wife ended up finding her way deep into the dark swamps of the human kingdom of Rurus. There, in the middle of nowhere, she reached the one woman she was searching for. A witch that some of the locals told of her power and skill with alchemy and healing concoctions. Maybe the mother was sick, diseased, and she needed a mortal cure besides magic. The same way healing magic can't stop fevers, whatever plagues her flesh might be the same. But even the witch told her the same story that the clerics explained. She just can't bear a child. But unlike them, she was able to add another detail, that the problem might not be physical or magical, but linked right to her soul. She just cannot create a new life. Souls are like cells. After dividing several hundred or thousands of times, they reach a point where they cannot divide properly anymore. She gave her a solution, though, and it was to look for a non-human husband, a monster with a powerful soul, one who could make up for her lacking life force. That witch never tried to hide the fact that she dabbles in necromancy, and that she was willing to try and resurrect her dead second child as a botched and zombified horror. When the woman was unwilling to throw her husband away or taint her dead children, the witch directed her toward a nearby shrine. Most divine beings, like the gods, never break the laws of the universe. They are willing to help people, but not at the expense of damaging or tampering with the fabric of fate. The witch herself was powerless, but her acquaintances weren't, the ancient devils of hell. But she did warn the woman that her situation was not salvageable. Whatever solution that shrine might give her, it'll always come with either a hefty price or something else that they never wanted. She even said, "Those who ask for the impossible are always taxed with impossible prices." Eventually, the woman found herself standing in front of a large, ancient, and crumbling statue of a cat. No, it was a jaguar, massive and fierce-looking. She prayed to it, but nothing happened. The forest around it was thick but calm, the sun was warm, but the air was cold. The place felt strange as the birds fell silent the moment she approached, and all of the flies and bugs flying in the forest landed, all looking toward the statue. But what made her feel even more disturbed was that whenever she looked away from the statue, its eyes would shift to a new position, as if it were alive and looking around. To most people, that would be the sign to leave and never come back. But to the desperate woman, it meant this place had real power in it. She prayed and prayed and prayed for hours. When her prayers remained unheard, she returned to the witch, where she heard some happy news for once. That shrine. It worked. The devil heard her prayers and promised to help her, not for free, but she'll try. All the woman needs to do is try to have another child a year from now. Agnar's mother still remembered the witch's freckled face, tanned skin, and eerie golden eyes, the acidic and rancid smell permeating through the shed and the scattered skeletons. She even remembered her name, Morana. The devil whose Agnar's mother ended up visiting was none other than an old and long-forgotten shrine dedicated to the goddess of the hunt, wilderness, and free will, Selena, Maharaja the God-Eater. Selena had promised to help, and so she got moving quickly, and she caused a lot of trouble for the gods. Not because of any malicious intent or trickery, she just never bothered to learn the rules. First, she came unannounced to the underworld, the place where souls rest while waiting for the gods to pick them up for trial. There she had Ereshkigal, the divine goddess of the underworld and caretaker of souls, find the souls of the woman's children. The first one that died, it was already too late. Its soul had already been digested back to energy and sent through the cycle of reincarnation, since no god could speak for it. But the second soul, Selena, had arrived just in time before Ereshkigal could grind that soul. If she had been a week later, it would have been all for naught. The soul she found was still not fully formed, slowly decaying and crumbling. A weak flame barely able to exist as nothing more than mana and energy. Ereshkigal saw no hope for that soul. Even if Selena were to take it and put it in a healthy body, it would just fall apart and die days later. That's why no god helped, because it was impossible to save that child with any means that didn't involve something drastic that might end up unwanted. It was then that Selena had another idea. If the woman wasn't able to fully form the soul, why wouldn't she just finish her work for her? So she took the soul, nested it in her womb for the coming months, and fully formed it into a devil. Ereshkigal argued that turning the woman's child into a devil like that is no different than killing it. But Selena argued back that as long as they never make it to hell before they naturally die, their soul, being that of a devil, would never affect their lives. Even their children would just take from the human part of their soul instead. So when the woman had her third attempt for a child a year later, and the child died before getting born as expected, Maharaja was there waiting, and took the soul she's been keeping stable and shoved it in there. The third child died, but the second child's soul that was reformed took place, and it latched onto the body. The child was still born early in its 6th month. It was not fully developed, weak, fragile, but it still survived. It didn't matter how weak the body was, how cold the winters were, or how harsh life got, that kid had a devil's soul, and he was far more resilient than anyone else. Agnar was then born in a human body, but with a stitched soul, half of it human, and half of it a devilish Rakshasa, carrying the krus and blessing of Maharaja. What the parents noticed was that he was born a warlock, bearing the contract of his second mother since before birth, and his parents never risked it with another child ever again. In fact, they never knew he was their second child, not the third. Maharaja also found it convenient to use her contract to slowly feed the devilish soul curses, so it won't starve devils after all. We're supposed to live in hell, not the mortal world. Agnar was growing, healthy and energetic. Everything that his parents wanted in a child. The woman since then returned to the witch and jaguar shrine, leaving gifts and prayers each year. Chapter 1673, Flames of Rage. Chapter 1673, Flames of Rage. Outside the crater caused by the Hell Gate's collapse, the adventurers' party was yet to arrive. In fact, it was just a few seconds after the collapse. The debris still rolled down the hole, the trees were groaning, and the flames left by the blast still burned faintly at the bottom, illuminating what would have looked like a black abyss. Ignis was left outside, and she looked down at the crumbling hole. Her eyes opening wide. Obelisk, Agnar, and Yuwaku had disappeared there. She was left out. She couldn't help or follow them because she was still a weak wyrmling. She growled, feeling a dull pain slowly reaching up her head, and the burning flame in her chest started to grow hotter. Her flames weren't hot enough. They weren't big enough. They lacked the power and will of dragons, the indomitable arrogance and reckless fury. A dragon, even a wyrmling like herself, was supposed to be a powerful monster, deadly and scary enough to burn and cause mayhem. For all intents and purposes, a wyrmling like her was a fast, powerful, massive, and angry alligator with wings and could breathe flames. How did she fail to help? Why couldn't she burn those devils to ash? Yeah, devils are nearly immune to flames as they come from hell. If she just dove into the cave and set it ablaze, if she was just powerful enough to catch them and fly away, if she was only able to exert her will on the local monsters and command them. Ared had once told her to live how she wants, not how the world wants her to be. She is a Dracena, and the world is supposed to bend and twist around her will, not the opposite. She heard tales of him fighting as a wyrmling and often getting beaten nearly to a corpse. Even when the odds were against him, he still jumped headfirst into the fray and made his presence known. In this world, you can be one of three things: a passive being who avoids change and conflict, a reactive being who only acts when they are prompted, and an active being who takes actions and forces everyone else to follow their rule. Ared was an active being. He fought and challenged the world, and now he had twisted so far that he had his own empire. He was the opposite of all humanoids, who remained mostly passive or reactive. Ignis herself was now a passive being, living with Agnar and Yuwaku to hunt monsters and grow. She had to change. Something snapped inside her head. Her draconic pride and arrogance won't let her sit still and wait. This place, this forest and snow, they had robbed her of the people she cared about, and this wrong won't go unpaid. Waiting for the adventurers and army to come won't bring any change. She had to act on her own, and this forest had to bow down. The source of this content is Novi Firenet. Her body burst into flames, and a howling roar filled the air, shaking the trees around. A dragon's roar was deep, loud, and could be heard from miles away. It was supposed to be heard, and tell anyone who's around that this land now belongs to a new ruler. First, it was this annoying and cold snow which made life harder for them, and how could nature dare to snow in the presence of a red dragon? Ignis's flames grew stronger and stronger, soon drying the trees around and setting them ablaze, engulfing the entire area in a raging fire. The snow melted and turned into flowing rivers, which didn't last long in the blaze before disappearing. Some monsters were nearby, and they burned, unable to escape the incandescent blaze. If this were a normal forest, Ignis would have already started a massive forest fire, but since the snow around was over 10 feet deep, it was extremely hard for the flames to spread, so they remained contained around the crater. As the snow melted and evaporated away, a large pillar of vapor and smoke rushed into the sky like a flare, drawing the attention of both monsters and the approaching adventurers from afar. They had heard the roar before, and their wizard knew it belonged to a dragon. Red dragons usually don't live around here, so the adventurers knew it was Ignis, and immediately guessed that something must have gone horribly wrong. "It's mad," the wizard mumbled with a worried, somber face. His long white beard flew with the wind, and his dark eyes glistened with magic. "A wyrmling, and it's pissed to the bones. If we get any close without preparation and decent fire-resistant equipment, we'll get cooked alive." "That has to be Ignis." The fighter looked at him with a stern face. "Remember a nymph, Lady Obelisk, a human kid, and a red wyrmling?" Their scout, a seasoned rogue, frowned. "I can't speak Draconic. Does that wyrmling know us?" The wizard shook his head. "That's the scary party. We know her. She is a Dracina. But she doesn't know us, so we might get attacked if we approach recklessly." Dragons embody rage, so expect them to act worse than a human blinded by rage. Another wizard, a tall woman, smiled. I want to say the others would stop her, but she looked at the flames. Since she is going this far, I suspect they are all dead. Otherwise, they would have stopped her already. The fighter paled. Are you saying Lady Obelisk is dead? The nymph and her were killed, but a weak wormling survived. It was almost inconceivable. The old wizard leaned on his staff. A wormling is still a dragon, and they are harder to kill than cockroaches and even more trouble than devils. The tall woman pulled a crystal. If devils used fire, then the wormling would be the only one to survive. She might have even finished them off. The fighter looked at the raging flames and billowing black smoke. What if those devils are still there? We should prepare before jumping in. Back in hell. And minutes later, Tiamat was about to open another portal to the mortal world. Agnar was luckily a devil now and not a sinner, meaning he can exist in the mortal world as long as he's bound by a contract to someone. So making a contract with Yuaku was all he needed to do. Tiamat, the witch called Sophia, lifted her hands and pushed her fingers into the air, getting ready to rip space open and force a gate to be born. She could cast a spell, but in her mind it would look cooler this way. Staying in hell for any amount of time is dangerous. Since you all have no reason to be here, I'll send you back. She looked at them and smiled, quickly shifting her gaze to Asmodeus. I won't get shocked, would I? No, go ahead. She got a quickly reply. Sophia's nails flashed crimson and the air seemed to rip apart at her touch. It groaned like tearing steel, and a red fracture in reality started appearing. But then from that gate, a blazing maw lunged at her, biting her face. The moment the gate opened, Ignis had leapt inside and bit the first thing in her path that she didn't recognize. Then, before even waiting to think, she unleashed her breath at full power, washing Tiamat's face with searing flames, then pushed her body to the ground, standing over her as she roared from the gate behind her. Tens of burned monsters rushed in, following the orders of their overlord. Excuse me, Tiamat looked up, unharmed by Ignis's attack. But before she could finish speaking, Ignis smacked her in the face with her claw, grabbed her mouth and stretched it open, then breathed a torrent of flames down her throat. Chapter 1674. She Who Burns. Yuaku rushed in and grabbed Ignis, pulling her back before she could keep blasting fire at Tiamat's face. It was clear that Tiamat wasn't even trying to defend herself. She sat there like a dead fish and took the flames. As expected, she wasn't even scratched. And while that happened, Asmodeus dealt with the monsters Ignis brought with her. From what the Queen of Hell found, Ignis had burned those monsters and forced them to follow her into battle. A typical thing for dragons to do. Usually, it would take a dragon a few months to dominate some monsters and command, but it seems that Ignis found a quick way by threatening them with her searing flames. Since they didn't want to be here either, Asmodeus started grabbing them one after the other and threw them back into the mortal world through the gate that Sophia opened. She was the warden of hell, a jail, and so any living being besides sinners and devils wasn't allowed here. Even if they were monsters, she wouldn't let them suffer here for no reason. So, as the monsters got flung back into the mortal world, Yuaku was trying her best to stop Ignis. Ignis, wait! The devils are dead! That's Tiamat! Yuaku pulled Ignis back and closed her mouth. Put your flames down. Look, it's not even working. Fire burst from between Ignis's sharp opal fangs, and then a burst of black smoke rushed out, followed by a loud burst. Ignis took a second to calm down, and then she looked around, seeing the witch she jumped on earlier stands up. Then a titanic and multi-headed Dracaena towering over the skies moved above, beside her, a black jaguar that was just as massive. She didn't even notice the two queens of hell, or Beelzebub. Sophia laughed as she patted her witch outfit clean. It's always the reds, hot-blooded and rash. She pointed with one finger at Ignis. How about I give you a small gift? A flash of crimson light burst from her finger and washed over Ignis, blasting her away in a beam of pure fire. She rolled on the ground and the flames around her turned blue, then purple, then pure white as they seeped beneath her scales, When she stopped rolling, the flames around her had bloomed into a massive white rose, surrounded by green leaves and flying bugs, all of which were projections of pure flame. "Wait!" Yuaku cried, but before she could panic even further, Tiamat threw a set of clothes at her. They should fit her well. They belonged to Sena from when she was but a little girl. It was a red dress with a large puffy skirt, golden frills, a hat, leggings, and everything else, all made of a strange and smooth fabric and decorated a bit too much with frills and flowers. It looked like something a doll would wear. When Yuaku looked at Ignis, she found her having turned into a humanoid form. She looked around Agnar's age, well-built, and had 2 thick eyebrows and fiery red hair. Her eyes, on the other hand, were dark blue, burning with an incandescent white flame. She only remained awake for a second before her eyes were closed shut, and her whole body burst into red flames. She fell unconscious, engulfed by fire, and the strange flame flowers Tiamat's magic made. All energy had drained from her body, and she was forced into a slumber. I gave her a humanoid form and packed the knowledge of human speech into her brain, but the latter knocked her out. She'll be awake in a couple of minutes. Sophia approached them with a smile. That will also help her calm a bit. With a single flick, Tiamat put all of the flames away so Yuaku could dress Ignis. Careful. She's piping hot. Treat her as a lump of melted steel. I'm resistant enough. Yuaku hurried to dress her, and Tiamat looked back at Selena with a smile. How is he? Still asleep. Selena looked at Agnar. He's dead tired, Nya. It'll be an hour or 2 before he wakes up, Nya. She looked up. We'll leave this place to you, Nya. And Beelzebub, find that one and put him aside for me. Nya. Beelzebub looked at Selena. I already caught him. My slugs have him. She then disappeared in a splash of blue goo and acid. Several hours later, Ignis finally came back to her senses and cried, jumping to her feet. Wait. Her heart was racing, her eyes flashed with a blue flare, and her aura ran rampant for a second, causing the room she was in to start heating. Looking around, she found herself standing on a soft bed, gazing at a confused maid, who was sweating profusely from the heat, gray and cold stone walls, fancy wooden furniture, a tray of food, and a glowing chandelier of light crystals. This room was inside Gojo's castle. She could even catch a whiff of his smell around. As a wormling, she immediately knew that she was in the lair of a much older and powerful dragon. It was then that she realized something. Her field of view was a bit strange, and she seemed to be bigger than usual. No, she wasn't bigger, just taller. Ignis looked at her hands and screamed once more. Whose hands are those? Her hands were small, soft, pale, and tiny. Calm your scales down. That's your humanoid form. A voice came from the side. And when she looked, a witch was sitting there, staring at her with glowing red eyes and a halo of dark magic. She was the same woman she bit in hell. She wasn't even sitting in a chair, but on the back of a maid whom Ignis could now recognize as a white Dracaena, and a worm at that. The witch noticed Ignis's gaze and smacked the maid on the head. You set the forest ablaze, which was at the edge of her territory. She came to check, and I caught her. She looked at the maid with a grin. Would you come to see? A cleric of mine was just waiting outside to serve me. She's a bit weak, but that's fine. The maid didn't speak, so Tiamat kept speaking. That one over there is a human. She works at this castle. She then pointed at Ignis with one finger and smiled. Chromatic dragons never get a human form by default unless I allow them, simply because they cause so much trouble mimicking as humanoids. The witch giggled, then glared at Ignis with a malevolent grin. You're the first dragon to dare attack me in 900 years, so I'll let you have it as a gift. Ignis looked at herself for a moment, then paled. Wait, I'm Tiamat, one of the two. Call me Sophia. I'm the one the world knows as Tiamat, the purgatory witch, the mother of all evil dragon, the multi-headed chaos, the voracious queen of dragons, the sadistic lady, and she who burns. She leaned back. All of those are just titles, though. The Purgatory Witch was my predecessor. The true mother of all evil dragons is already dead. I have multiple heads, but no relation to Chaos. And even though I eat a lot, I'm not voracious." She licked her lips. "I won't deny the sadistic lady and she who burns, though." She put her hand on the head of the Dracaina she was sitting on, causing her to shiver. "I tortured and burned a lot of dragons and gods to get those titles." Chapter 1675. Unproven Power. Chapter 1675. Unproven Power. Gojo's castle was massive, but it was nowhere near the titanic magnificence of Arad's castle. It was built by human hands, while Arad had brown dragons help in the building, thanks to his connections with both the metallic and chromatic dragons. But even so, he had modified it a lot, adding many extra baileys, walls, and gardens. He had even built great towers around the city to diverge and concentrate natural mana into his private lab. The baileys of the castle were massive, spanning several hundred meters wide, and while most were filled with snow, some were green and vibrant, kept warm and protected by Gojo's powerful spells. 2 of those baileys were now reserved and closed shut because 2 unexpected guests had ended up landing in the castle, guests who almost had Lucy balding when she found out. One of the 2 baileys quaked, and a burst of flame flashed inside. "Shut up!" Flames raged beneath Ignis's feet, propelling her forward like a rocket. She spun, throwing 2 kicks right at Tiamat's face, all of which got deflected by the witch's broom, but not before exploding into shockwaves of pure fire that almost cracked the ground. "I'll say it again, wormling. You're weak and useless, even if you came to hell after them. You just came to die." Tiamat looked at the angry Ignis with a smile. "You being there or not wouldn't change anything." She pointed at her with the broom. "You're too weak to make a dent in the world. Give up and go to sleep. You won't be of help to anyone until you become at least ancient." "I know that." Ignis exploded in flames and flew at Tiamat with a burst. Her tiny fists flashed with fire, exploding in plums as she tried to punch the mother of all evil dragons in the face. One fist after another, each explosion grew stronger and stronger. The longer a red dragon fought, the hotter their flames became, and the more destructive they were. But that comes at the expense of a higher energy consumption. If Ignis kept heating her flames like this, she would fall from exhaustion before the fight could end. In the other bailey, Agnar rolled on the ground with his face and torso covered in wounds and scratches. Both of his eyes were blue, and even his left pinky looked to be busted. Yeah. Maharaja started at him as she licked her forearms clean. "You're a stupid kitten, yeah? Why are you so focused on your human body, yeah?" She jumped into the air, spun by twisting her torso, and landed on one hand. "We're flexible and powerful, yeah, so why not put that into your fighting style, yeah?" Agnar barely stood and gasped for air, taking great effort to push words out of his mouth. "I'm trying. You have 4-6 limbs, Nia. Use them." She pushed herself up and landed back on her feet. "I've only got 4. 2 legs for movement and 2 hands for attack and defense." Agnar pointed his sword at her and took a deep breath. She shook her head with a disappointed face. "What about your head and tail, Nia?" "I guess the tail isn't manifested yet, Nia, but you have teeth, Nia. Try biting, Nia. I tried at first, didn't I? And you smacked me in the face." He growled, pointing at one of his blue eyes. She smiled. "Of course I did. Nya, you left your face wide open. Nya, she started swinging her fist. Next time, ya, think before you bite, Nya. Nya, Nya." She flew at him like a raging beast and smacked him across the bailey. Yuwaku was watching from her balcony, looking at both Ignis and Agnar training to master the basics of their new powers. Agnar was now a devil, a Rakshasa that's only allowed into the mortal world thanks to having a contract with her, and Ignis had gotten her humanoid form. Both are struggling with the newfound power and variable possibilities of their new bodies. But even now, she can't believe that Tiamat and Maharaja are here in the mortal world. Such beings having to step into this world was a sign of things slowly turning for the worse, which left her worried, especially now that Arad wasn't around. Inside the castle was a large temple where Lucy lived with her entourage of shrine maidens who served her. Obelisk walked through the main hall and stood in the middle, looking up the stairs to the large pillow bed where Lucy sat, surrounded by her servants. I got the ball. She lifted her hand, showing her the golden sphere. All of the maidens looked at it, a bit confused. It looks just like a golden ball. The one beside Lucy mumbled, "Thir Piers Yendra, model by novel, fur, net, it's divine magic. The mother of all life turned them like that so they won't rot and die." She waved her hand, prompting one of the maidens to approach Obelisk with a large silk pillow. Obelisk looked at the pillow for a moment, then laid the golden ball in it. The maiden bowed, then looked at the golden ball for a second before walking back to Lucy. "My lady, here it is." Lucy reached with her hand and lifted the ball, only touching it with her long, sharp nails. It's made of several layers. The outer shell is gold, beneath it is silver, then a diamond core. The flesh part is encased inside with several divine spells that link it back to Gojo, so this thing can stay alive. She smiled. It has more power than me. Impressive. But then Lucy frowned and sighed. The sorcery of the other goddess is really something. My powers don't even compare. "Where should we store it?" Obelisk asked with a stern face. "The vault is a good place, but we'll need to increase the number of guards." She looked behind her. Tiamat and Maharaja arrived here, and I doubt they are here only to train Agnar and Ignis. Lucy looked at her. "Are you saying they are here to steal the ball?" "No, but I'm saying they might know something that we don't. A big threat or something that makes it worth it for them to stay here." Obelisk frowned. "It doesn't bode well to have two powerful divine beings like them standing guard around the same place." Lucy looked at the ball with a somber face. "I see the vault should be good enough, but that isn't what we want. We want something more secure, something extra." She shrugged, opened her mouth and threw the golden ball inside, then swallowed it. All of the maidens glared at her, some shocked, some scared, and some disgusted. "What did you do? What sent it back to Gojo?" "A part of his stomach is grafted into mine, so like this. It'll be resting inside his stomach for him when he returns. Besides, now the only way to get it back is either finding Gojo and bringing him here, or killing and pulling it out of my stomach." She stood, jumped out of her pillow bed, and then looked around. "Time to work, Obelisk. You'll help me with the paperwork. When you were gone, Yog, the goddess of magic, kidnapped Liliana right out of her bath and took her to Gojo. So now ruling this entire kingdom is on our shoulders." As they walked away, one of Lucy's maidens approached and whispered in her ear, "Did you really have to eat it? We could have found another, more proper way to store it." Lucy looked back at the maiden and smiled. "I bet we could have found another way, but I'm not going to risk the wait. With Yog kidnapping Liliana, I'm now fully aware that even as a goddess, I'm one of the weaker ones, not even worth the others' respect." She shook her head. "They come and steal my kingdom's queen, set base in my land, and start trashing the Baileys. They aren't even seeing me as a true goddess." She looked outside. "So I must start acting like a goddess and less like a clueless little girl." She tapped her belly. This was the safest, most straightforward option. "It also relies on me being strong enough to protect it, which I'm willing to prove." Chapter 1676. Back into the Snow. Chapter 1676. Back into the Snow. Arad sighed, looking out of the window with a deep frown. Haru slowly approached him from behind. "See, I told you, Asmodeus would help in the end. She can be a bit late at times, but she always shows up, unlike what most people expect. Asmodeus rarely spends time in her throne room. Usually she is traveling between the 9 layers of hell to inspect, empower, and assure all of the devil lords are following her commands. If she doesn't do that, they'll start going rogue quickly." Arad looked back at her. By the time she arrived, Agnar was dead and had turned into a devil, and Obelisk was at the verge of death as well. Yuaku only remained unharmed because dealing with her beauty was hazardous even to the devils. The situation was definitely bad. It was a stroke of luck that Agnar ended up as a devil instead of a sinner. If he became a sinner, he would have had to wait until Arad came to save him, and looking at how Mira's father ended, Arad wasn't sure a kid like Agnar could endure hell for too long. She smiled, smacking him on the back. This means, from now on, they have to plan for big fights like this. A dose of pain every now and then is always helpful. Arad wasn't even talking about the fight. The devil was indeed far above what Agnar should have been allowed to fight, but Arad was more concerned about hell itself. She leaned on the window beside him, barely fitting in with how wide he was. Humanoids need stimulation to grow. If there is no danger and no pain, they'll remain stagnant. Arad was the best example of that. At the start of his life, he had been getting beaten and crushed left and right, and each fight ended with him almost dying. She turned her face toward the ground as if looking at the snow. If you had everything in the world, then you wouldn't do or enjoy anything. The gods have experimented with this concept in their heavens. If their believers were granted everything they wanted in heaven, they ended up just sleeping. They ate the best food just a couple of times, then got bored, played, lived their lives in dreams, then lost all motivation and put their heads down, falling into an endless slumber. What surprised the gods most was that when they picked the most lustful of men and women and granted them everything beautiful that they wanted, they just didn't do anything. Some gods expected them to fall into depravity, but the opposite happened. It was as if they got paralyzed by the endless choices, and then ended up not doing anything. The gods concluded that mortals need an equal amount of resistance and reward to live happy lives, grow stronger, or achieve anything. I don't know. Arad looked at the frozen forest. My image of danger and acceptable risk doesn't include dying in hell. I'm aware that I'm the weird one here, but Agnar shouldn't need to fight to the death like that when he's just a kid. He fully understood what she wanted to say, but still didn't think the risk was worth it. You're the last one who should say that. She giggled and turned around. Let's move. The preparations are ready. He watched her turn and walk through the room, pick up her small bag, clothes, and several items before reaching the door. The way she moved, how her legs hopped from one corner to the other, how her hands and her head moved along her body. She might be blind, but she is far more aware of her surroundings than he is. To the ruined city. She looked at him with a smile. But strangely, since she is a devil, that smile wasn't cute at all. It looked sinister and ominous, just like Sarah's smiles. When the devil smiles, you know something went horribly wrong. He approached her and patted her on the head. She frowned and punched him in the chest. Her tiny fists did no damage, but were enough to make Arad laugh. That's only if I had a contract with you. She then giggled. Well, we're stuck in limbo, so things did go wrong. I can't deny that. Arad and Gojo couldn't stay in Death's warm house for too long. Surviving in this deadly world was nearly impossible, and this house's purpose was to just give them a better and more reasonable start. Still, leaving this warm and cozy place felt sad, even though they knew both life and death were living under the same roof. But at least they got some useful supplies. Now that they have clothes and equipment, it is time for them to head out and find whatever trials entropy made for them. Not to pass them, but to buy enough time for Yog to do something about her. Yes, that little goddess is out there trying to find and convince entropy to let them out peacefully. She looked confident, so Arad and Gojo are determined to survive until then, and they got a decent party going on. Arad was a powerful fighter with a bit of talent for spells. His role is simple, to jump in and hit things as hard as he can. Of course, his size and strength made him look more like a giant than a human. Gojo was the party's wizard, with white hair and all, sadly, no beard. His talent for magic, on the other hand, didn't lose to any old wizard. Even when limited, he was still a harrowing wizard who could spawn a small island out of nowhere. His role was as simple as that of his brother, fireballs go boom. Haru was the party's seer, giving them a bit of fighting chance in this chaotic world, and she was also able to cast some basic healing spells understated, but she was the most important one in their party. Her role was complicated, to make sure they never run into a situation they can't survive. Liliana was the party's skillful rogue and its main healer as well, since she was a cleric of Kali. Sadly, since she worshipped Kali's aspect that protects and blesses orphans, she didn't have that much access to destruction. But she could still heal their wounds, which was far better than raw damage, as Arad and Gojo already took that role. Her role was to track and find monsters before they found them. Walking out of their room for the last time, Arad looked back at the cozy insides, thinking about the coming days they'll spend sleeping in the frigid snow. He wasn't worried for himself, but for the other three. Unlike him, they were not all built for the cold. As they walked down, they found Gojo and Liliana already waiting in the living room. "You two are finally ready? I, too, don't want to get back into the cold, even though I love ice magic." Gojo smiled, and Liliana approached Haru. "I need to ask this one last time. How good can you fight?" Everyone fell silent, and Haru took a few seconds to respond. Liliana had asked this question before and was told that Haru can't fight, which was manageable. But she should at least be able to hold a knife. "It depends. Physically, I'm as powerful as a regular woman and blind, so I'd rather stay back and out of any fight." She then turned aside and pointed at Arad. "But if push came to shove, I can beat him." That was both true and wrong, depending on what beat means. Liliana giggled. "That never fails to make me smile. He's 3 meters tall and can probably slap a bear and make it cry. You think you can take him down?" Arad looked at Liliana. "She can, even if I had my full power. I'll end up on the ground at least once." Gojo smiled. "So it's never zero, right?" Unlike Liliana, he understood what being a seer meant. Haru nodded. "I'm a seer, and I can see the future. It doesn't matter how powerful Arad is. There has to be a future where he loses, and I can look for that future and grasp it." Arad shrugged. "Of course, it puts a lot of stress on her. So even if she drops me to the ground once, I'll stand up and smack her away." He patted her on the back. "So she can't fight normally with us. But she can handle herself if needed." Gojo looked around. "So Arad takes the front. I take the back, Liliana and Haru in the middle." He looked at Haru with a smile. "You're our navigator, and Liliana is the scout. You two should work together just as well as I'll be working with Arad to fight whatever monster we face." Haru nodded and looked at the door. "We have to leave and hurry. If we move north, we'll arrive at a ruined city in 3 days, right before a massive storm. What kind of monsters will we face?" Liliana looked at her, and Haru shook her head. "That, I don't know. I don't exactly pick what I see unless it's of the immediate future." She pointed at her eyes. Liliana smiled. "Then it's my job as a scout to find out." Good Arad stood and carried the biggest bag on his back. "Shall we move?" "I'd rather have some sunlight when chopping wood for a shelter." Haru looked at him. 2 shelters, far apart. Chapter 1677. The Ruined City. Chapter 1677. The ruined city, and hour after they left death and life's house, a vast white plain of pure snow faced them. The brightly burning sun in the sky illuminated the snow, reflecting off its white surface and turning the snowfields into a blinding carpet. Arad had seen many things brighter than this, but now he is a human. So this made him wince and partially close his eyes, but it still didn't feel worse than looking at Luminous as a dragon. That Dracaena is so damn bright, it's almost ridiculous. Liliana covered her eyes with one hand and tried to get a good look around. The snow was so bright, it was painful, and she almost forgot about the bitter cold for a second. They've been out for just an hour, and she already couldn't feel her toes or breathe without her lungs hurting. Google seernovelfire.net. Gojo told her about this place and about how Yog made it in the image of the Arctic lands, but she didn't believe that until now. She had dealt with the short goddess many times, but this was the first time she saw such a godlike feat with her own eyes. She was more familiar with Kali's harrowing, destructive powers. It was easy to see the powerful demons and just be able to imagine their goddess smacking the entire world and making it explode. But for a goddess of magic, Liliana could only imagine the goddess using massive spells which even mortals could cast. This is on another level. She looked at Gojo. Is there a spell that can create a whole continent? Of course, there was no such spell. Creation magic only works on a small scale, and the higher spells are control-based, so you won't be creating any mountain out of nowhere. You'll be moving one that already exists. The reason was simple: it costs more mana. For example, a 0.1 meter wide cube is 1,000 times smaller than a 1 meter wide cube, not 10. If you double the side length of a cube, its surface area grows by a factor of 4 and its volume by a factor of 8. She is the goddess of magic, not spellcasting. There was no spell that could make this happen. He giggled, and she immediately frowned. You said was. She glared at him, and he puffed his chest. She sent the spell book to my room in the mortal world. I'll be studying it later. She stared at him with an appalled face for a long minute before finally rubbing her eyes and trying to think of something else. Forget it. Let's find our way first. As the queen, she had memorized the lands map months ago and could tell that without a doubt, this was the Arctic. The Arctic lands didn't have that many features besides hills, snow, and forests, which made those details stand out. But something was off. I can't see them. She frowned, pointing at the horizon. The blue wells and the Arena Creek. She slowly turned toward Gojo. This might not be the same as our Arctic land. He nodded, acknowledging that she was right. He had already spotted the difference, and he was happy to see that she had keen eyes just like him and Gug. That's right. Gug had some powerful instincts which made deceiving her near impossible. The only other person with better instincts and gut feeling than Gug that Gojo saw is probably Alcott. Arid looked at them, then at the hills. What are those? Unlike Gojo and Liliana, he hadn't lived in the Arctic lands and couldn't tell the difference. A whole mountain could be missing, and he won't ever guess. The blue wells are, well, WELLs, we made them for fishing. And the Arena Creek is a creek that was blasted into the ground by an old dragon 100 years ago. It's a clear landmark, so seeing it missing only means one thing. This entire land they were on was a massive frozen sea, tens of meters of thick ice, covered by a thick carpet of snow. So people usually dig holes in the snow and ice to reach the water and set fishing lines. The creek, on the other hand, looked like a massive river of flowing water that unnaturally flowed across the frozen lands, always refusing to freeze, a permanent scar left by the harrowing magic of the powerful white dragon Arena. Gojo frowned. Either this copy doesn't include artificial landmarks, or it's set in a different time. He scratched his head. Most likely, it's set in the past, before those two were a thing, creating a spell that copy, build, and even removes features from land seems more complicated than necessary. So it was more likely that it was an image from the past, meaning Yog scanned the Arctic lands ages ago before these landmarks were a thing. He looked at Haru. The ruined city you talked about, is it vast? Looks like a maze with countless white spires and jagged walls, and in its heart one massive lighthouse. She nodded, and its streets are filled with monsters. But we should be able to retreat to a few houses. She then looked in the direction of the ruined city. You know what? He stretched his arms, Yog said to suck her toes. I'll probably do it. This is just priceless. He too looked toward the ancient city. Arad looked at Liliana with a worried face. Did you feed him something bad? He's human now. He can get drunk easily. She shook her head with a smile. No, he's just happy that we're here now. That ruined city has to be the ancient city of Baldater. It was destroyed by Arena 200 years ago, and the capital is now built where it was. She threw a sharp glance at Gojo, then shifted her gaze back to Arad. But you're right. He can get drunk now. I'd love to see that. She smiled. I wonder how dumb he'll get, Gojo smiled. We'll get to explore that ancient city and see all the magic its people used. I was really sad when I found that Arena destroyed its remains before I arrived. I even killed the bastard, The city got destroyed in a deadly war between its king and the dragon arena, which ended in the dragon's victory. But the king was known as a powerful wizard with a lot of achievements. Arad sighed. You just killed him for some old ruins? Won't a dragon be of more help? Gojo shrugged. Those ruins were worth more than him. And besides, he attacked the capital, wanting to drive me out. Said the land now belongs to him, so it was more of a territorial dispute, and I didn't spare him due to the ruins. He walked past Arad and looked around. If that's the city we're after, then I know exactly where we can find it, and several shortcuts that we can take. He looked at Arad. Let me guess. Those shortcuts only work if we're powerful enough to use them. Chapter 1678, A New Threat Approaches. Chapter 1678, A New Threat Approaches. They had now walked through the thick snow for hours, but the progress they made was almost negligible. Even with snowshoes, treading the uneven terrain was nearly impossible. They could have used magic to create footing, but that would have been extremely risky. Under the ice, countless massive horrors lived beside fish, and those are drawn to magic and mana. The horrors usually hunt monsters that wander on the surface, but if a wizard was stupid enough to cast spells here, they'll end up swallowed by a whale the size of a whole castle. The only reason they could safely fish in the blue wells is that the horrors rarely got close to the arena creek, and that Toxin's Gojo's draconic aura kept them away. At this time, Haru was already exhausted and she couldn't walk anymore. She had spent most of her life sitting in the treacherous temple and never fought or moved that much. Right now, she had walked in the thick snow for hours. Her toes were numb, her knees screamed in pain, and her legs wanted to give up. Each breath felt strained, and even her head had started hurting. She had already pushed past her limits, so they had her hitch a ride on the sledge. To carry everything they had, they brought a massive wooden sledge akin to a small boat and tied it with ropes to Arad, and he was now dragging it. It had their rations, clothes, and a few things that would help them survive in the cold snow. He was their back horse, bull, or whatever the Arctic people used to draw sledges. When he asked, Gojo told him that they use wolves or large dogs, so Arad looked like a massive monster bulldog. To that, Liliana told Gojo that he looked like a cross between a husky and a Samoyed, which he somehow looked happy about. As Haru jumped into the sledge, she looked at Arad's massive back. You do look as wide as one, but don't you get tired at all? She was already panting and could barely speak. The other two weren't carrying any load and were battle-tested, so lasting this long was expected, but Arad was dragging several tens of kilograms of their luggage. She was surprised he wasn't even panting, which only made her more glad Arad had many wives, and that she was a concubine and not a main one. He glanced back at her and smiled. I do, but it takes much longer than most people, and I'm better at pushing beyond those limits. He looked forward and started walking, cutting his way through the thick snow and pulling the heavy sledge. Arad was massive, with huge lungs and a lot of powerful muscles. As expected, these muscles were powerful enough that carrying his body wasn't a problem, and adding a few tens of kilograms was nothing. Now, as an adult, Arad weighed over 300 kilograms, 660 pounds, so 50 or 70 kilograms was nothing to him. I'll keep moving forward until I either reach my destination or fall down, as long as I tell my legs to move. And they move, I'm fine. She had to think about it for a second, and then tilted her head. You know that isn't healthy, right? Arad was certainly overworking himself. He chuckled. Of course I know that, but I won't be a human for long here, and a dragon's body is better at dealing with such stress. Arad had told her that he wrestled a shark in the sea and killed it, which she wouldn't have believed, but she did since she could tell he wasn't lying. Now, seeing him move like this, she had more questions than answers. Is he really human? That massive body, terrifying strength, and bottomless endurance. It resembled the human's ancient description of gods than an actual human being. As they were talking, Liliana lifted her hand to stop them all. Wait, something big is ahead of us. She looked forward and could spot it, a massive red and black dot on the horizon, and it was slowly getting bigger. Even though she said that, it was almost impossible to tell what it was from this distance. Just the reflected sunlight was enough to make it near impossible, but the wind seems to be picking up and stirring up the snow. We need to get closer so I can tell what it is. She turned back. But I'm sure it's a monster, so we have to change path anyway. Her reasoning was simple. Nothing that could get that big is normal, so it had to be a monster. The sea cut into the land like a massive bay, so they were now cutting right through its frozen surface to reach the other side, and they didn't want to have to circle around and waste time. The only problem was that this path was extremely exposed and risked them getting spotted by a monster from kilometers away, which just happened. But facing that thing here is risky, and now they have to circle around it, or at least make it back to land where they could fight at ease. After a minute, the monster got close enough that Liliana could tell what it was. A red bison, she frowned, and that looks like a bull. It's a massive, monstrous bison with 4 horns and a hide covered with red stripes like a tiger. Gojo looked at the monster with her. That thing is a problem. It's incredibly tanky, and if I used a spell powerful enough to pierce its hide, we'll be calling the horrors of the deep to us like a dinner bell. Arad finally stopped by their side and looked forward, spotting the giant monster. It was almost as tall as he was at the shoulders. Looked to have a lot of meat, delicious fatty meat, and a nice warm hide. I'm hearing the dinner bell. It's just a big bison. Is it edible? He pointed with one finger, and everyone stared at him. Gojo sighed, remembering that Arad wrestled and killed a shark in the sea barehanded. Then Liliana gasped with a shocked and terrified face. Deep inside her head, she realized Arad wanted to hunt that thing. Come on, we can defeat it with magic, but here we can't even move well in the snow. We'll either win and get eaten by a sea horror or lose and get killed. You can't punch that thing. It can shatter castle walls with its head. Gojo pointed, it's too dangerous to fight it here. Unlike Liliana, he had realized that Arad wasn't intending to fight the bison with magic, and instead just beat it the old way. He then smiled. Want a weapon? I can make one without alerting the horrors beneath us. Liliana looked terrified, but he was a bit excited. Can they hunt that thing without magic? It'll take a crazy person to attempt it, and an even crazier one to pull it off. The two remained silent, then paled as Haru didn't speak up. They both glared at her. Say something, Liliana cried, and Haru looked down. She is a seer who can see the future. Arad won't go fight that thing if she told him it was impossible, but she wasn't saying anything. Yeah, they were right. Arad is a wild animal. She could remember some of Arad's wives describing him as reckless, strong, dumb, and surprising, but the most description they used was that he didn't act like a human, but like a wild animal in fights. She never understood what they meant, but now she knew exactly what they were talking about. Arad is a wild animal, and she would describe him as such. Arad was already walking toward the monster. Would you look at that? Dinner came right to us. Now we can save our rations for later. He cracked his knuckles. Come on, roasted bison for dinner. Chapter 1679. Cannot be stopped. Massive and monstrous bison approached them at a terrifying speed, trotting over the snow surface, thanks to its massive and flat hooves. It looked like a racing truck, massive and heavy, sending a cloud of dust in its trampled track. But Arad stood in its path, staring at the approaching death in the face. If this beast hit him head-on, he won't just die. His body would explode into a splash of torn flesh and gory organs. Gojo did say that this thing could topple castle walls after all, and Arad wasn't going to test the truth of his brother's words. He waited and waited until the rushing beast was no more than a couple of meters away, and he was certain that it could no longer change its course. At that precise moment, Arad took a step aside, moving as fast as he could on this cold and fluffy snow. Thanks to training with Alcott, he was quite adept at keeping his balance and moving through difficult terrain. It all happened so fast, and even Arad felt it pass like a blur. The beast's eyes moved, looking at him as it started changing course, but it was too late. At its speed, it couldn't turn fast enough. But that slight turn, that faint angle, it gave Arad the key to killing this beast. Arad had just moved to the side, and the beast was flying past him at a deadly speed and with crushing force, but he was ready to attack. Turning his torso, he threw his foot with all of his weight and might behind it, aiming a kick right at the bison's front right knee. The bison moved at a constant speed, and its legs were easily predictable, so Arad's kick connected without an issue, even if he was slipping a bit and sinking into the snow. The bison was heavy, moving at great speed, and Arad's kick came from the side, forcing the knee to twist, dislocate, and then shatter under the harrowing forces. As the bison's knee tore apart, the beast tumbled and rolled thanks to being turned at a slight angle. Its fall kicked a massive cloud of snow and mist, but that didn't signal the end of the fight yet. A monster of such power would stand back up on just 3 legs in seconds. Arad had to finish it off, which he did almost instantly. As the bison stopped rolling, Arad was upon it with a fist carrying his entire weight and strength behind it. That's right, he won't need any weapon. His good old hands are good enough. His fist came crashing down and hit the falling beast right in the throat, crushing its windpipe in a single hit. But at the same time, he could barely dodge one of the bison's swinging legs. Getting this close to such a massive beast while it struggles was deadly, but Arad was used to danger enough to remain calm, dodge back, and gain some distance again. The bison quickly stood back up, and it tried to growl, but couldn't. It tried to move, but looked sluggish, struggling to remain standing while rocking its head. It was suffocating, and quickly. It had been running for a while, so having its ability to breathe robbed so suddenly was deadly. All of its blood was now ashen, and it lacked even a single drop of oxygen. It tried to remain standing, but soon fell right back down, struggling and growling as it lost consciousness and died. Arad was standing there, not even looking at the poor beast. He was more interested in looking at his own right foot. He had dislocated his ankle while kicking the bison. With a calm face, he twisted it and cracked his ankle back to its place. Gojo laughed, clapping his hands as he watched the bison slowly die. He knew his brother was powerful, but seeing him take this bison down with such finesse made him aware of the full extent of Arad's power. He isn't just a brawler, but a smart fighter that can use his strength and speed in creative ways to take down opponents far stronger than himself. Now, it has become clear how Arad could kill gods and abominations that should be far stronger than him. If he were this big of a menace as a mere human, Gojo could just imagine the chaos he could conjure when having full access to his draconic powers. Besides Gojo, Liliana was staring at Arad with a gaping mouth, pale and drained. What did she just see? Did he just one-punch that bison? No, it was a one kick. Then he punched it. Either way, how could he move like that? She knew that Alcott trained him, but this was just ridiculous. It was impossible for Arad's kick to break the bison's leg if the beast was standing still. He used the bison's weight and speed against it, coupled with the angle of his kick and timing of the impact to maximize stress. He could have aimed at the easier-to-hit calves, but he chose the knee since it was the weakest point. Arad was already terrifying enough if he was just a brute who relied on strength and speed to crush his enemies like a barbarian, but he isn't. He is smart, calculated, and most of all cunning like a fox. No, like a dragon. She had heard that he brawled with werewolves in a dungeon before, and she didn't believe those rumors at the time. After finding out that Arad was Gojo's younger brother, she imagined him fighting those werewolves with a knife or some physical magic. But now she can't help but think that Arad literally went fist to fist and bite to bite against a werewolf and won. She looked at Arad, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Should have used a knife. It would die faster if you slit its throat. Arad nodded. You're wrong. He pointed at the dead bison. I don't know how tough and resistant its skin is. This is a monster, not a normal animal, so based on the mana density in its hide, the knife might just slide away without cutting. He pulled a knife that he had picked up at Death and Life's house. If the knife fails, I would have missed my only chance. On the other hand, I'm certain that its skin is malleable, so crushing the crunchy windpipe with my fist is assured if I get a decent hit in. He approached the bison and tried to stab it in the neck, only for the knife to slide away without as much as scratching the skin. Figured it'll take a while for the mana to dissipate. When a monster dies, their bodies slowly lose its mana and turns mundane. So even if a beast couldn't be slashed by steel swords a day after their death, their hide should have become weak enough to be cut like any animal. He then looked back at Haru. "Can you tell how long it'll take its skin to soften?" She shook her head. "I can't. It's hard to tell time, and it's even harder to see details that don't have a lot going on." She could see him drop the bison down, but she couldn't see him skin it. For a monster this size, it might take a whole day. Gojo approached and looked closer at the bison's head. "But I can make you a sharp knife with magic, one powerful enough to cut through its skin." Arad looked at the ground and frowned. "Without using enough magic to alert the horrors beneath us?" Original content can be found at novaire.net. Gojo patted his chest with pride. "Who do you think I am?" He grabbed a handful of snow and started compacting it with his hands. "I won't use creation magic. Instead, I'll reform the already existing snow, making it harder and denser, then forge it into a knife." The snow turned into ice between his palms, and soon turned into a clear, glass-like dagger. Gojo then reached into his pack, where he had some leather strips hidden. They were the same strips Arad had made from the bear's skin to hold the bear fur coat. Gojo wrapped that leather around the dagger's handle to protect Arad's hands from the cold ice, and then handed the dagger to him. "Here you go, one ice-glass dagger ready to go." He smiled. "Careful, only the sharp edge is hardened with mana. The other parts are just as durable as ice, so don't force it." Chapter 1680, Crossing the Frozen Bay. Chapter 1680, Crossing the Frozen Bay. Skinning the bison wasn't easy, but Arad managed to do it thanks to his size, strength, and skill. By now, the maid who taught him how to skin games should have died already of old age in Yog's world, but her teachings were engraved into his hands, showing him the basics and allowing him to skin even the largest and weirdest of monsters. Her teachings had helped him a lot, and he could only hope that she had lived a long, happy, and fulfilling life. Thanks to her teachings, they now have a fresh, large hide to sleep on, and even a bit of meat for dinner. But sadly, killing and skinning the bison had cost them precious time, and now they had to hurry and cross the frozen bay and reach the forest long before sunset. They did need to find or make a shelter after all. So, after wrapping the hide into a massive roll and stacking it up on the sledge behind Haru with the meat on top, they were about to start moving. But before they could leave, Haru insisted that she must heal Arad's ankle. Even if he had snapped it back into place now, there is no telling if it'll start hurting again later. So it won't hurt to cast a healing spell on it, especially since he has to drag even more weight now, including her. The sledge was already heavy enough with everything in it and her, but now with the added hide and meat, it must have at least tripled in weight from when they left the shed. Haru knew she wasn't too heavy, but plump. That doesn't count into her weight. She quickly healed Arad's ankle, noticing that he wasn't just hurt, but had almost torn one of the ligaments off. It must have been hurting like hell, but he didn't say anything, and was about to drag the sledge in that state. She glared at Arad. "It's hurting, right? Could have said something?" Arad looked at his foot, then shrugged. "They always hurt after a hit. I'll quiet down in an hour or two. Follow current novels on novelfire.net. Haru sighed. "If you were a dragon, probably. As a human, forget it. If anything hurts, tell me. I don't care if it's a bug bite or a stab wound, just tell me." Arad was indeed like a wild animal. Even if he was badly injured, in pain, or near death, he wouldn't ever show it. Not because he doesn't want to look weak, but because he is used to most wounds healing themselves if he ignores them long enough, and so they started moving through the snow. Looking back after half an hour, they could see a bunch of wolves surrounding the bison's corpse they had left. and there was even a massive white bear that showed up to fight for it. Strangely, there was no herd in sight. Arad almost expected 10 more bison to show up to save their buddy. His plan was to just blast them with a spell from afar and let the horrors of the deep sea eat them. It would have been an amazing sight, and Arad wanted to see what those monsters looked like because he was almost certain they would need to fight one eventually. So a whole herd of bison looked like decent bait. Gojo, don't bison travel in herds? Arad turned back, and Gojo looked at the bison's hide. This one is a young bull. I bet he left the herd looking to make his own pack. You can tell by the soft coat and vibrant red stripes. He started walking beside the sledge and inspected the hide even further. Yeah, it looks to be the case. He probably wanted to kill and eat us, to grow stronger and prepare for the mating fights in early spring. Haru smiled. He was out of luck to cross us, or cross you is what I should say. If Arad wasn't here, they would have chosen to flee instead of risk the fight. He wasn't out of luck, he was stupid. Arad shrugged. He charged straight forward, which was dumb. If he took it a bit slowly and carefully, even I wouldn't be able to kill him. Arad was right. If this bison were aggressive and fought like a buffalo or a regular bull, Arad would have lost. That's where you're wrong, Arad. Gojo walked past the sledge and patted Arad on the shoulder. Those bulls usually spot each other from afar, then charge at each other and butt heads. The one who dies is the loser, and the winner gets all the females of the herd. Liliana looked at them. So the dumb bull with the thickest skull of them all survives. Gojo had a large smirk on his face with how big you are and that black coat. I'm certain he thought you were another bull and charged at us instead of being hungry. Arad chuckled. Doesn't that make this bull even dumber? But he then remembered that not all monsters enjoy a decent level of intelligence. Most of them only live based on recognizing shapes and lights. In his experience, weaker monsters are dumber than animals by a lot. Only the stronger and ancient monsters could develop a level of intelligence. And Arad was somewhat certain that butting heads wasn't helping those monsters with their intellect. After another hour of pushing through the heavy snow, they finally reached the shore, which didn't look that much different than the frozen bay. The only way they could tell was thanks to Gojo not sensing any horrors swimming beneath them with magic. Liliana looked at the sky, covering her eyes. We're like an hour away from sunset. She turned toward Arad. What could we do? Arad looked down. First, confirm we're on land. He walked a bit further in and started digging the snow down with a wooden shovel they brought from Death and Life's house. After just a few seconds, he reached the gravel of the beach. He climbed out of the hole and looked at everyone. There's gravel. We're on the beach. We should probably move a bit deeper inland to be safe. As per his advice, they kept walking into the land a while longer, then finally settled down. They should start working on their shelter situation, but Arad and Gojo wanted to see something first. Gojo approached Arad and jumped into his arms, quickly climbing to stand over his shoulder and gaze upon the bay. Sadly, Arad was the tallest object anywhere near them, so Gojo had to use him as a perch. What are you two doing? Liliana asked, and Haru paled behind her, gasping and falling on the sledge. Just seeing the seer trembling in fear, Liliana knew those two were up to no good, but before she could stop them, Gojo swung his arm with a large smile. Let's get it flare. He threw a tiny ball of compressed flames, which flew above the bay like a firework, and then fell right where the bear was eating the bison. The fireball exploded in a flash of magic. It didn't harm the bear, only startled it. A second passed, then 2, then 3, then the bay quaked, and cracks started spreading across its massive expanse in the blink of an eye. Massive 100-meter-long tentacles burst into the sky, and a massive, ugly squid beak burst from the ice right beneath the bear, swallowing it whole alongside the bison's corpse. That's a nice kraken, Arad smiled. Looks edible enough. He had hunted such monsters in the sea before for food. Granted, he was a dragon at that time, not a mere human. Yeah, but that's one big bastard. How old do you think it is? A century? A bit more? They watched as the Kraken retreated back into the lightless depths of the sea. Depends. If he lived in the sea, then probably like that. If Yog made him, then just days. Arad helped Gojo land safely on the snow. Then the two looked back and found the two girls terrified on the ground. "What? What are you two fools doing?" Liliana cried, and Haru took a deep and hoarse breath behind her. That was too much magic, a huge monster. Arad and Gojo looked at each other, then smiled. "Well, we might need to kill soon, so we wanted to see what the horror looked like." Gojo approached Liliana to calm her down and then looked at Arad. "What now?" He smiled. "Well, I'll collect wood, and Gojo will build us something nice. Can we count on you?" He looked to the side. Gojo was already getting ready. "What do you want? A stone or dirt house? I recommend a stone one," he asked, but in reality didn't need an answer. He would be going to build 2 stone shelters anyway, because that would be easier, simpler, and sturdier. Besides that, he wanted some privacy with Liliana, and knowing himself well, he knew that Arad would also appreciate some privacy with Haru. He knew nothing about Arad's wives, but he knew his brother well and knew he must be large. It didn't matter how strong or quiet Haru looked, he was sure she would be louder than a bunny, so he was also about to splurge and soundproof both shelters. "Whatever the chef recommends, as long as it's dry, warm, and safe enough. I'll sleep in a hellhole if need be." Arad reached into the sledge and pulled an axe. He was going to leave the shelter to his brother. Arad was certain that Gojo could build something better than him with magic. He also trusted that he would make something more tasteful than he could. Arad's wives and maids gossip more than old hags, so he knew a bit too much about a lot of people. And from one of his maids, Arad heard a rumor that Liliana is a bit of a foul mouth in bed. He could guess they learned it from Gojo's maids when he came to visit, but wasn't sure. Gojo smiled. "What about her? She is your wife, right? Would you let her sleep in a hellhole?" Gojo's question might have looked like a joke, but he wanted to poke Arad and Haru for more details that he could use to build the houses. Arad looked back at Haru. She was already living in hell. Why would she complain? Arad knew that Haru won't complain unless he pokes her, so he did, giving her a reason to voice a complaint as a joke. Haru giggled. "Come on, I'm fragile and delicate. I lived in a fancy hellhole." She reached down and touched the snow. "I would prefer a hot place to a cold one." Haru had lived in the Temple of Treachery in the 9th layer of hell, and that was a damn hot place, embarrassing the hottest of deserts in the mortal world. The average temperature ranged from 90 C to 180 C, a heat strong enough to kill any human and boil water. In comparison, temperature here was rapidly reaching -20 C to -30 C, frigid cold. With that, Gojo decided to make Arad's shelter a bit more insulated to keep it warmer. Chapter 1681, Gojo, the Lazy Builder. Chapter 1 far away to chop some wood, the nearest tree, was at least 200 meters away. They could use magic to keep warm, but that was an important fighting resource. Gojo was going to use magic to build the 2 stone shelters, but he still wasn't going to use more mana than what he would recover at night. The last thing they wanted was to get attacked by a monster while they were out of mana. That Kraken, for example, if it decided to somehow crawl out of the sea to attack them at night, Gojo and Arad would need to be at their peak to fight it off. Gojo looked at the ground and then waved his hand, sending pulses of magic across the snow. The soft and white fluff moved, twisted, and then condensed, growing taller and larger. Using a massive amount of snow that was already on the ground, he created 2 ice golems to help him build and be the guards through the night. They were massive, standing at around 2 meters tall each, with wide shoulders and jagged edges, gray in color and heavy. Gojo would have loved to make them with better details so they could be more flexible, but he couldn't waste the mana. As long as they can do their job, they are perfect. Many wizards seek perfection, but Gojo seeks function. If a spell works, then it works. If it isn't broken, don't fix it, and if it's not underpowered, then don't overpower it. But that didn't mean he didn't seek perfection. When he was a dragon, Those snow golems would look exactly like him and be powerful enough to fight adult dragons. He could even make them in the shape of other people, like Liliana. Seeing them looking like actual golems felt a bit sad. I'll get rid of the snow around here. You two, go clean some space there on the gravel beach. I'll use those stones to build the houses. The golems looked at him, twitched for a moment, then turned around, their massive and hulking bodies swaying from left to right. They moved a bit too slowly. Their joints must be frozen. He could fix it, but he doesn't need to. As they move, the friction will melt the ice just enough to make their joints slippery enough to function. Gojo watched the golems until they started working, and he made sure they wouldn't break or shatter. If they had one small crack inside their icy bodies, they could very well crumble at the first impact. He then turned to his work, first clearing the snow. There was still a ton of snow everywhere, and he didn't want to just pile it away, as that would be a waste. That snow had to have a use, and Gojo got just the right idea. He started compacting it into slabs, turning them into hard ice, and then formed a perimeter around the area where they wanted to camp. Those slabs would be perfect to build a massive wall to block the wind and funnel monsters if they attacked, but moving the slabs by hand would waste his time, so he conjured another set of golems, but this time they weren't full golems. The snow in the ground grew pale hands, and those hands started passing the slabs between them to build the walls like an army of ants. Liliana watched him work for a while. There wasn't another wizard that worked like him, and watching him had slowly become one of her hobbies. She didn't have many hobbies after all, but the few she had filled all of her free time. At first, she was a massive, obnoxious, and utterly insufferable siege weapon nerd. Just seeing Gojo building ice walls around the camp made her think of how she could trap it so no army could take this tiny little fort down. She also enjoyed dressing and trying on new clothes. For much of her young life, she was too poor to afford clothes, and even at times ended up wearing trash baskets to stave off the cold in the unforgiving streets. Just seeing this much snow would have given her a heart attack if Gojo hadn't helped her get over that fear in the past. For the past months, she had a new outfit for each morning, afternoon, and night. She had maids brush her hair and paint her nails in all kinds of ways, and she even had a metric ton of jewelry collecting dust in her room. Thinking of that, she started getting pissed off. At the start, she had spent 2 months picking clothes each day to impress Gojo, only for him to tell her he didn't like how they looked. When she finally snapped and asked what he would like her to wear, he said he would prefer seeing her naked in his room instead. As the wall was getting built, she approached Gojo and asked, "Want me to make some traps around the wall?" He looked at her and smiled. "What do you think?" She sighed. "Without my tools, I can only dig holes. But I suspect you already did that, so..." She looked at him. "Don't need my help?" He chuckled and smacked her on the back, almost causing her to fall. "What?" She growled at him, and he was just laughing. "Don't tell me that Lucy is smarter than you. Come, think about it." He wrapped his arm around her neck, trying to drop her down in a chokehold. Sadly for him, she was far more skilled than he was in hand-to-hand combat, so he ended up on the snow with her sitting on his chest. She glared at him for a long minute, then looked at Haru. "What is this fool thinking about?" Haru shook her head. "You're a bit dense, aren't you, Liliana? He wants you to do your job and keep the strongest weapon ready for battle." Heard her. Gojo tried to wriggle his way out of her grasp, but his arms were pinned beneath her knees. "Just tell me what he wants. We have no such weapon here that I can work on, and I don't even have my tools," she growled, and Haru pointed at him. This text is hosted at novelfire.net. He is the weapon, a magical and extremely powerful weapon of mass destruction. You'd better keep him fed, well-rested, and cared for. Haru smiled, like a soldier. Liliana finally laughed and stood above Gojo. Haru shook her head, no, more like a horse. In the back, the 2 ice golems were doing their job, mostly. The 2 golems shoveled the snow with their massive arms, then dug the gravel. But even with how rough and shaky their moves were, they looked like they were dancing, and often threw the gravel to each other before getting back to work when Gojo looked toward them. The reason behind it was the way he piloted the golems and snow hands. Most wizards would rely on a pre-recorded set of moves and conditions, but Gojo didn't do that. He instead allocated a part of his brain to each of his creations, meaning they got a real intellect behind them. The catch was that to keep himself smart, he couldn't allocate too much, which resulted in the golems being stupid and barely useful for what they were made for. Just like how Gojo ended up wasting some time playing with Liliana, the golems also had the same tendencies, never taking anything seriously unless they were in mortal danger. When Gojo was a dragon, those golems would have an uncanny and terrifying level of intellect. But now Liliana watched the two ice golems throwing snowballs at each other, then jumping away when they found Gojo glaring at them. One of them even tried to blame the other. That's not much mana for how complex those spells are. Haru asked, sitting on the sledge and moving her head as if she were watching. She was blind, but her magic sense was strong. Even with that, she found it hard to sense the golem's mana presence in the world. That's how little mana they used, and they almost faded into the natural background mana. What consumes the bulk of a spell's mana is the creation aspect. Since I used the already existing snow to make them, the cost was lowered a lot. Gojo looked at her and smiled. It's simple. So those golems didn't have any more mana inside their bodies than the natural mana that is in the ice. The only extra mana there is what he is using to control them, which makes them like invisible ghosts controlled by thin spider strings in the eyes of mages. He then started turning the gravel into stone bricks, lining them up and welding them together by using the gravel. The stones turned into dough in his palms, and they froze back when he pulled his fingers away. When Arad returned, Gojo had already gotten out of the ground and gotten the walls up. Now all he needed to do was make a roof. Arad had also brought a lot of wood, 5 trees worth, which he dragged using the sledge's ropes. This should last us until morning. Arad looked at Gojo. Do you need help? No, just get a fire going so we can cook something for dinner. I'm starving. Chapter 1682, Memories of Cold and Hunger. Chapter 1682, Memories of Cold and Hunger. When Gojo finished the houses, they looked quite cozy, like tiny huts but made from black and gray stone, surrounded by snow and cold. Each one of the 2 houses had a small hearth, a chimney, and a bed place lifted from the ground and lined with fur. Arad could also notice that Gojo had conveniently made his house larger to accommodate Arad's massive size, and he even added several engravings on the walls and floor so Haru could identify her surroundings with just a touch. The bed was made of stone, like a counter, and fur was laid on it. It took Arad a second to realize the bed stone was separated from the cold walls and instead linked to the stone in the ground, going all the way to the hearth. That way, it'll heat up a bit when the fire is up. There were also several enchantments and spells cast on the entire shelter, which qualified as a small house. It had some lighting, soundproofing, insulation, and even a working alarm spell that would ring if a monster attacked the outer snow walls outside of what Arad could see. Haru was able to sense and see trails of magic left in the air and walls like markers. Usually, the mana in the air was stable and the same everywhere, making it useless for navigation. But now, it was like the entire space of the house was clearly marked for her. The north left, lower corner of the room was a spot, and she could call it 111, and the south right. Upper corner was marked 150, 150, 150. Each inch in space was given a set of coordinates that could be clearly perceived and read by those who can sense or see mana. Gojo didn't even use spells. He just went and marked each inch by hand, twisting the natural mana to write a number. She had to get Arad to learn how to do that. The dinner itself wasn't fancy either, just the bison's grilled meat, and a few preserved vegetables that they got from Death and Life's house. As expected, the bison's meat was tough and hard to chew, so they had to put some into stew to make it edible. As expected of Liliana, who cared and could feed the kids in the slums with almost anything. It didn't matter how scarce or bad the ingredients she had were, she always managed to get something decent out. She threw the bison meat into an empty pot, seared it on the bottom with the bison's fat, then added the dried vegetables and rations they had brought to form one large pot of warm, serviceable soup. She even made a bit extra, counting that Arid would probably need to eat more than the three of them combined. Which was true. He needed a lot of food to fuel his massive body. Arid could even notice some herbs and roots that weren't among the rations they carried, so she must have picked them from beneath the snow, either here or while they were traveling. Being able to forage for ingredients was a really good and life-saving skill. But in Liliana's case, Arad knew why she had to learn it, and that reason wasn't joyful at all. It was good to know how to wield a sword, but it was bad to be forced to learn how to wield a sword. Fighting is a risky game, and Arad would much rather everyone be able to choose between a life of peace and quiet than a life of death and blood. In the same sense, he would much rather someone learn how to forage the forest for fun, rather than because of starvation. He looked at her and asked, "Say, would you care if I asked something? How did you manage to feed the kids in Alina's streets?" Seeing her cook, Arad knew that he could learn a thing or two from her when it came to cooking. She froze for a second, then looked at the boiling pot and the flames, remembering the old and ancient past. Those memories weren't fun at all, but looking at them from today, she's glad they are just memories now. In the worst days, she looked at the boiling pot. "I'll pick a pot just like this one, fill it with water, cover it up, and make it boil on a fire made from scavenged wood." A sad smile crossed her lips. "The kids would ask me if the food is ready, and I'll tell them it isn't, until they get tired and fall asleep." In those days, it was the norm to eat only once every 2 or 3 days. But Liliana herself and the older kids sometimes spent a week without food. She then shrugged. "In the good days, we would have managed to steal some food to cook, or at least found some in the forest." She sighed. "Some of us even worked, kids cleaning chimneys, repairing the walls, and sweeping the sewers. We made some coin, but it wasn't much." They didn't want to lean too much on crime or on work, because either of those was bound to break the kids' backs and shatter whatever hope they got for a decent future. Goog's search novel Fearnet. "Didn't the Lord do anything?" Arad growled. That man was Sarah and Abel's father, so he should have at least helped a bit. He tried. He wasn't at fault. Liliana leaned back. "We kids just weren't strong enough to hold on to any support he gave us, and any orphanages he tried to create would turn into either an abuse house or money laundering business between the fingers of the nobles." Gojo looked at Arad. He was kept in the dark by the nobles. What little kids and poor people remained in the slums were portrayed to him as thugs and their spawns. Liliana then picked the bowls to serve everyone the soup. Of course, that only lasted until some people showed up. A pink-haired little girl and a tall, scary man with glowing red eyes. Arad smiled. Callie and Caden Liliana pointed a finger at a tree and said, "That old man, snap his neck." She smiled. "That what Callie said?" And Caden started ripping and tearing the nobles and anyone who messed with the orphans apart. He didn't care about logic, laws, customs, or anything. The guards came to stop him, so he cut them too. And so when the city gave up, the massacre stopped. Arad chuckled. "Yeah, Callie doesn't mess around. You can't tell her that she can't kill someone and that they have to go to trail. Mess with orphans, get eaten by demons." Liliana looked at him. The city kept trying to get Caden down until the day he beheaded Nina. No one dared mess with him since. Chapter 1683, The Deadly Blizzard. Chapter 1683, The Deadly Blizzard. The night outside the tent was cold, snowy, and loud. The wind never calmed down and only grew more violent with each passing minute. The temperature dropped lower and lower, turning the entire place outside the camp into a deadly blizzard. The trees in the distance groaned. The shattered surface of the bay that was about to freeze quaked and tore open once more, turning into boiling waves of frigid water. Arad tried to take a short look outside, and he could feel his fingers freezing, his hair falling apart, and his skin burning in the crushing cold. It was so cold outside that he found it almost hard to believe this was just mundane cold. If Gojo didn't build those stone houses for them, they would have suffered the whole night. It wasn't just a normal blizzard outside, but a whole tempest of snow, ice, and violent torrents of crushing wind. It was impossible to imagine any living being surviving in this place, except white dragons. In fact, this blizzard looked like something you'd only see in Isbert's frozen world, a deadly cold and an endless winder of frigid whiteness. He quickly jumped back inside, closed the door, and rushed to warm up beside the flames. "I'm feeling it in my bones." His fingers were already blue, and his eyelashes were frozen and covered in snow. If he had walked fully outside, he would have turned into a frozen ice statue in seconds. Haru was sitting on the bed, naked. Unlike the freezing outside, the inside of the stone house was warm, nice, and toasty. She looked unlike any human, with bright red skin, long and sharp black nails, long silky black hair, and a white half-mask covering her eyes. She flinched, stirred a bit, then turned her head as if looking at something. "It is a monster," she said, turning back to Arad as her fingers brushed against the walls, scratching them with her nails. "This isn't a normal blizzard, but the daunting presence of a monster, much like Undine's walking glacier." Arad looked at her and frowned. He was right to think it looked unnatural now. He has to worry if whatever is causing that problem will harm them. "Are you saying this blizzard outside is caused by a monster? It isn't coming our way, is it?" "That would be a bit of a problem. No, a big problem. Right now, only Gojo could walk into the blizzard outside and not freeze immediately if he used some massive spells. But there was a huge difference between walking outside and fighting that thing. Their chances are almost zero. Read complete version only at novafire.net. Haru shook her head. "No, it's heading toward the sea to hunt for food right now. It's battling the ancient horrors of the sea. We're too small to be Roth the effort. As powerful a monster can be, managing their food intake is just as important to them as it is to animals. Many people get terrified when seeing a mountain-sized monster, but what they fail to know is that they are no more than ants to it. A bear won't bother attacking ants unless they start stinging it, so as long as Arad and everyone here avoid attacking the freezing horror outside, it won't waste its time and energy on them." She smiled. "And before you ask, it's not a dragon. I can't see it, but I know it's a horror and not a dragon." Arad could see her shiver for a moment. Then take a moment to breathe, using her power wasn't easy, and it puts just as much physical stress on her body as it does on her mind and magic. Arad didn't know how it felt, but Haru had once described it as having a seizure when her power stresses her mind a lot, and like having a heart attack when it puts weight on her body. That's why she shivers and flinches each time she uses her power. Her brain and body are overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information and energy needed to peer into the tapestry of fate. It evades the sun, come at night and hunt in the sea and bay. Then when it leaves in the morning, the residual magic it leaves freezes the surface of the water and covers it with snow. She didn't know why such a powerful monster behaved like that, but she knew it only came out at night. It could be because the sun is warm. It could be because the horrors of the sea only swim close to the surface to hunt at night. And it could be something else. Haru could try to find out with her power, but that would probably be too much to handle with very little reward. She waved her hand, calling him to come sit beside her. She already got naked for bedtime, and he had the audacity to open the door and look outside, and now he sat beside the fire, leaving her alone. It felt strange for her to be the only one sitting on the fur bed. "We can't do anything about it. In fact, it's stronger than that kraken." "The kraken is on that monster's dinner list." Arad stood, looked at the hearth for a second, then approached the bed, taking off what little clothes he had on, unlike Alina. The nights here were long, taking up more than 2/3 of the whole day. He looked at her for a moment, then smiled. "I couldn't even walk outside for a few seconds before freezing, and this is just its aura. It walks with a blizzard, and to fight it, one must be able to endure the punishing cold of its presence. That monster was much like Gammond, but nowhere near the same power level. Much like you. She smiled, leaning toward him. She reached with her hand and ran her sharp nails across his massive back. Usually, Sarah would be with us and take you on first. But now, weak little me is locked in a room with you. Ah, I see. Do you want me to bring you its head? Hearing his words, Haru flinched. Why did he reach such a conclusion? For a moment, she couldn't even guess. No, that's impossible. It's a creature beyond anything we can achieve here. She then remained silent for a long time, sitting there and enduring his sharp gaze until she gave up. It's not in our fate to take it down. It's impossible for us, I know that. She leaned back and lay on the bed. But for a seer to grow in power, they must find a way to break fate and change it. Since it's a monster that we'd normally be able to kill, I just thought if I could get it killed, I'll grow stronger and might even regain a bit of my sight. I see, Arad started thinking, and soon reached a strange conclusion. You're a priestess of Asmodeus, and I know that she is Amaterasu's archon. Can you start worshipping Amaterasu instead? Haru giggled, lifting her foot and tapping him on the face. Of course, I'm already here sleeping with you, so a bit of blasphemy never hurt the priestesses of hell. Most don't know. But since Asmodeus is Amaterasu's archon, we priestesses technically worship her through Asmodeus. She looked at Arad with a smile. Amaterasu. She first loves her followers to be zealous and devoted, so she grants them power, like Lydia. She believed in Amaterasu and pushed forward in her name without a care in the world, putting all of her faith into the divine goddess, and she got power. She spread her legs apart and wiggled her toes. But when they reached that insane level of mindless obedience, for them to take another step forward and gain more power from Amaterasu, they must pass a test. And that test is to gain free will and break her orders. Arad looked at Haru with a grin. She then frowned. But worshipping Amaterasu can't help us here. Arad leaned beside her. Well, if you can worship Amaterasu and Asmodeus, I bet you can somehow get linked through them to another goddess, right? To Eris. Eris was a part of Amaterasu's sun pantheon, so that should be possible, as long as Amaterasu doesn't mind. That thing fears the sun, so let's bring a sun to it. He pointed at the door. As Yog said, entropy is keeping me and Gojo from getting power here. But you aren't blocked like us. So if you find a way to connect to Eris and I sign a devil contract with you to get power, I could technically use your power, since you're already here. She smiled. I'll try. Chapter 1684, Worrying Devil. Chapter 1684, Worrying Devil. The night outside was cold, and it was just starting. They couldn't hear the harrowing fights taking place outside between the blizzard monster and the horrors of the deep sea, thanks to the loud wind, but they could feel the faint tremors in the ground. From time to time, a slight vibration would travel through the entire house and make the flames flicker. As the flames flickered and cast their light around, the shadows in the room danced and twisted, illuminating the room with a warm orange glow. On the soft fur bed, protected from the cold by the thick stone walls, Haru lay down. She had dreamed many times of having Arad all for herself, but only now had she realized what she was wishing for. The nights here in the Arctic lands are long, and even though it's already pitch black outside, it should be just an hour past the afternoon. They still had hours before their bedtime, even without counting some special time. But here she was, helpless on the bed, soft and plump, happy but anxious. She couldn't help but feel both excited and worried, barely covering her bosom with her arms. She could feel Arad's lips on her cheek, neck, chest, stomach, thighs, and even toes. She was blind, and so could barely tell if he was just touching, kissing, or licking her. All of the sensations had faded away into a single fluttering tickle. They had melted some snow earlier and used it to wash themselves, but she didn't know if she was clean enough for him to be doing that. She herself couldn't tell, and usually would rely on the maids of the castle to prepare her for bedtime. She couldn't even rely on Arad's judgment for that, because Sarah had warned her that he is willing to put up with a bit too much. It was her responsibility to be sensible and make herself ready for bed. Sadly, she could barely think now as she felt him stuck between her legs, licking her as if he was about to actually start biting. To Arad, she was absolutely beautiful. A slender yet plump body, soft, long, and slick legs, and feet crowned with soft toes and sharp claws. Her hips were wide, and her chest was big enough, and even though she looked soft, the muscles beneath her skin made her feel nice and firm. She was worried that she might be unclean, but Arad had cleaned her himself, and he had no problem with her at all. He knew that she felt like a burden. Sarah had told him before that Haru felt that her blindness was a burden on those around her. But even though he had expressed many times that she wasn't a burden, she still didn't seem to believe his words deep down. "You know, Arad?" She smiled. "Now I'm feeling a bit scared. I wish Sarah and the maids were here." She reached with her arms, wrapping them around his head and pulling him up, so he would stop licking her. "Are you scared of me?" He patted her head, running his fingers through her hair, feeling his touch. She couldn't help but shiver. She wasn't afraid of him, but of herself, of his other wives. When Sarah was around, Haru could just relax and enjoy the ride now. She had to go out and do something. She is a priestess who spent centuries in hell praying and doing just what a normal nun would do. She had no sense of what to do in bed and wouldn't count on herself to give Arad a good time. It felt embarrassing to ask Arad what to do, and taking advice from Sarah each night had enabled her long enough now. She could only lie there feeling ashamed and awkward. Should she ask him to put it in? Should she stand and order him to suck on her toes? Or should she get on her knees and beg him to blast her throat open? She giggled. "No, I'm scared of not having them around." She reached down with her hand and ran it on her body. This body of mine. I don't know how it looks. Is it acceptable? Am I ready? Clean enough? Am I moving right or in the right position? What should I do? She sighed. I used to rely on them. True. Sarah had almost always taken her turn before me, and I won't deny it made me feel a bit jealous. I wanted to go first, to go at you on my own, and have you for me and me alone. She wrapped her legs around his hip and pulled him even closer. Here, locked in a stone-cold coffin and in the middle of limbo, she started shaking a bit. "I do not have the power to keep you safe, and I fear the others would blame me for it if we don't manage to get back home safely." Arad wasn't anywhere near safety, so she didn't even feel it was right for her to enjoy herself or play around like this. They should be working out to get out of here. She should be bleeding her eyes out, looking into the endless future. And she must pour her all into finding a way to get them out of here. What scared her wasn't Arad, spending the night here, or the deadly monster outside, and this entire plane of limbo. It was her own lack of power and the responsibility that Arad's wives assigned to each other. Arad's wives weren't silent watchers. They actively tried to protect him as he protects them. And now, he was here with her all alone. He was a mere human, powerful for his kind, but still too weak compared to the horrors of limbo, and she was just as weak, a devil who can only see the future and fails at even fending for herself. If any other of Arad's wives were here with him, what would they do? How would they act? And will they be able to protect him? Seeing the future sounded like a powerful ability, but only Haru knew that it was just a depressing curse. Being able to see the future didn't mean she could change it, and if she could, she would have already been much, much more powerful. If the Kraken, or the blizzard monster, attacked, she would die helplessly, as if she weren't even there. They won't blame you. It's my job to protect you and them. He slowly let his weight down, and she could feel something massive and thick crawling its way inside her, almost as if tearing its way in. "I'm a devil, you know." She gasped, and here am I, useless. Sarah would have been more helpful. Any other one besides me would have been a better choice. She could imagine Eris just blasting this entire world to ash, Aella pushing the blizzard monster away with her wind, or Merida going crazy and cutting everything in their path with her sword. He pushed in deeper and deeper. "Relax. You'll be fine, I'll fight, and you'll support me. Knowing where to go, what kind of monster we're facing, and how to defeat them is more useful than raw power. She took a deep breath and started pulling him closer with her legs, forcing his flesh even deeper inside her. "Do you remember how my curse works?" she whispered in his ear, and he smiled. "Then let's use it. Full power ahead, I'm sure it'll be helpful." As she whispered again, Arad's hands grabbed her wrists and pinned them to the bed, and in the next moment, she felt everything going inside in a single forceful push, causing her to gasp for air. She couldn't move. It hurt, and her fate was sealed for the coming hours. But that time, it shall be put to good use, and shall be once again reflected when they are in dire need. Haru's innate curse is hard to use, but powerful. And now she was charging it. Chapter 1685. The First Morning in the Snow. Chapter 1685. The First Morning in the Snow. The morning arrived at its own pace, and the sun slowly emerged from beyond the horizon, casting its warm light upon the frozen Arctic lands. Haru opened her eyes between Arad's arms and remained there for a few seconds. It didn't matter if her eyes were closed or open, she still couldn't see anything. Updates are released by Novel Fire. Net last night was quite painful and pleasurable at the same time. Even now she was still awfully sore, but she itched for more. But sadly, they had to get up and move. She reached with her hand and tapped him on the head. "Wake up. We need to go." He yawned, opened one eye, and looked down. It morning? He could see Haru asleep on top of him, covered by the warm fur. She nodded and sat up, pushing the fur hide away, then stretched her arms and back. It should be morning. "I always wake up at dawn." Arad sat beside her and looked at the door, barely managing to get up and take a few heavy steps forward. "I'll take a look." He approached the door, held the handle, and looked back. In that moment, Haru wrapped herself in the fur hide to hide from any stray, cold gust of wind that might come in. What greeted Arad was a dark sky, a freezing cold wind, and a loud roaring blizzard that seemed to be calming down. It was almost down, but not quite there yet. Still a bit of time left. He closed the door and headed into their pack. From it, he pulled a large pot and extended his hand outside to scoop a bit of snow. They didn't have any water left, so they had to melt a bit of snow to get it. Looking back, Arad quickly found that the flame had died out, only leaving a bed of hot embers in the hearth. He threw a few logs in and ignited them with a simple fire spell, then threw a glance at the chimney. Gojo fitted into the house. Without it, they would have suffocated inside. As the snow melted and warmed up, he brought the pot to the bedside and helped Haru find it without burning herself. There, they washed their faces and got ready for the day. He looked at her for a moment, then asked, "How was last night?" She smiled. "Amazing. Best time I had in a while?" She reached toward him for a morning kiss and then looked down. "I want to do more. We still got some time." He pulled her closer and she giggled. "Then, unlike last night, I'll take the lead. Last night was quite exhausting and painful for her, but now she wanted to have some fun of her own." Gojo emerged from the stone house and looked outside, finding that the daunting blizzard had long since faded away, leaving countless mounds of snow covering everything. It was still freezing cold, but at least a bit better in the sunlight. He then looked inside and saw Liliana putting her clothes on. Noticing his gaze, she smiled.
"What? Want more?"
Gojo chuckled.
"More? Sure, but the sun is up and we can't stay here."
He walked inside and rummaged through their pack for his heavy clothes. Mumbling curses, she stood and put her feet on the ground, quickly shouting at the top of her lungs, cursing the frigid, cold floor. She felt like her toes were going to tear apart.
"Gojo, you could have made the floor warm, right?"
She glared at him, and he laughed. "I could have, but it would have been a waste of magic. Don't walk barefoot. At least put on something." He stood and handed her some clothes. "As much as I love seeing you naked, I don't love seeing you naked in the cold." She started at him for a second, then smiled. "Yeah, right. We can go out, but it's still a bit too cold. Arad turned around and looked at the bed where Haru sat with a satisfied smile. She shifted her head, turning it toward his voice. I see. Then I'll pray to Asmodeus and see about getting her help. In the meantime, get us some firewood. He nodded and left, leaving her alone inside the stone house. She took a deep breath and looked at her hellish pendant. Curse of the Restraint. To think that useless curse could be helpful here. Haru's innate curse was that of restraint, allowing her to manipulate any other power she has besides her innate curse through restraint. If she were a fire mage, fire won't burn her, and she could wield it in battle. So if she wanted to use her curse, she would have to turn off that fire resistance and bask in her own flames, burning herself. For each hour she spends enduring her own flames, she'll get a second of absolute control. And since she is a seer, she had to intentionally seal her own fate and make sure it's in a situation that she would want to use her power and escape. In simple terms, if you want anything, you have to give it up first. There is nothing Haru hates more than being blind and not using her power to orient herself. While her clairvoyant abilities don't allow her to see, she can sense the coming future, like sounds and touch. She always knows what someone is going to say before they speak, and if they are going to touch her before they do. But she gets horrified when that power doesn't work, when she can't know what's coming. So last night she turned her power off, and on top of that asked Arad to get rough with her. So, as a fire mage getting burned by flames, turning her power off let her burn in the inevitable future she created for herself. Now, in exchange for those 2 hours, she has 2 seconds of absolute control over her power, and she'll be storing that power for emergencies. Closing her eyes, she could hear a voice inside her head, Asmodeus's voice. If you were any other priestess, I would have dragged you back to hell and locked you in a cage. Haru smiled. I have not said anything yet. I'll deal with Amaterasu's cost, but you'll have to deal with Eris's cost on your side. You know that the price for her power is death, a brutal and bloody end. Eris is the divine goddess of murder, so such a price for getting her power was expected, but Haru isn't just anyone. I do not need to use her murder powers, I just need her divine magic. We're stuck in limbo, and I suspect entropy is keeping a tab on all of the gods, at least the notable ones. Eris shouldn't be included in that list as a new goddess. Not my problem. Know that for anything Eris asks for, I'll be paying 100 times the price to Amaterasu. Conserve your magic for the coming day, because you won't get any until the switch is done. Haru sighed and stood. Arad should be coming back soon, and she had to get ready. The daytime here is short, and so they couldn't waste it. Taking a deep breath, she could feel her power surging, amplified by her active curse like a resonance. The twisting fabric of fate lies open between her fingertips, and one pull could change everything. 1,000 futures, and now she didn't need to act personally to see and use that future. She can just pick one. Chapter 1686, The Avalanche. Abandoning their camp as soon as they had breakfast, which was just heated soup from yesterday, they kept heading toward the ruined city of Baldater. The city shouldn't be that far away. Getting above the hills in the distance should allow them to see it, but moving in the thick snow wasn't easy, and going up a hill was even harder. It wasn't even a strength, skill, or endurance problem. The snow just crumbled beneath their feet, sending them tumbling back down to the bottom of the hill. Going around the hill wasn't possible because it stretched too far away, making a roundabout trip impossible. Clearing the snow also wasn't an option, because it would take them ages. This only left them with one solution, and it was to use magic. Gojo shouldn't have a problem clearing a path for them, but that option was risky thanks to a vision that Haru had. Read complete version only at novelfear.net. If we use magic, a monster would attack us, which monster depends on time, where we are standing, and which monsters are nearby, but we're going to get attacked. Haru was sitting on the sledge as they took a short rest at the hill's foot. Arad looked at her and then at the hill. I can run to the top and throw a rope to pull you all up. Gojo shook his head. That won't work. We'll sink into the soft snow, and you'll be just pulling extra weight, even with your strength. It's impossible. he sighed. Usually people use magic around here to move and then clean the monsters up, but there are no humans here to thin down the monsters' population, so we're going to face powerful ones. He stood, stretched, and then looked at the hill. I guess I've got no choice. Let's see what kind of monster will show up. Hopefully it will be something manageable without us needing to spend the night in the cold. Gojo's mana tank was full, but he had to leave some to build a house at night, so he would really rather not use more than 80% of his reserves. Arad could probably survive a night in the cold just fine, but everyone else, including him, would freeze to death. Death herself said she'll protect them from death, but he found it hard to believe her words. He stood and extended his hand toward the hill. I should just do it. If we stay here too long, we'll have to return to the stone camp and waste a whole day. Arad stood. You're right. We can't avoid monsters all the time. He cracked his neck and extended his hand to the ground, growing a stone spear from the earth buried under the white snow. Liliana and Haru dragged the sledge away and stayed back. The last thing they want is to get caught in the chaos and end up being a burden. They both can fight, but it won't be easy for them to help Arad and Gojo. Those two brothers were far different from all other adventurers, and assisting them was near impossible, unless one was just as much a monster as they were. What confused Liliana more than anything was that Arad and Gojo didn't have a level or system now. From what she understood, the system is a power granted to the weak mortals by the overgod's Archangel Arya, and the whole reason behind that is to give them a fighting chance against a possible abomination invasion. So in short, it was a mandatory conscription in a war they had no idea was taking place. That also meant the Archangel Arya won't be wasting her energy and power on powerful void dragons like Arad and Gojo. They don't need her power and help to stand their ground. However, there was a problem now. Arad and Gojo had been turned into mere humans here, and they didn't regain their system, which was probably Entropy's doing. After seeing Arad kill the bison, Liliana came to realize that a fundamental understanding he had was wrong. The system isn't removed to conserve the Archangel's power, it's removed to allow those with power to keep growing. Gojo's fingers flashed with light a basic ice spell. Cold Wave. Liliana had seen that spell many times, but now Gojo was doing something amazing and extreme with it. He was tearing the spell's fabric apart and rewriting it from memory. Entropy might have robbed them of their harrowing power and might, but she couldn't erase the knowledge those two had. Gojo's magic skills far outclassed any wizard, not because he had raw size and mana capacity, but because he could use it better than anyone else could. The sparks of magic flew away from his fingers and washed over the hill, causing the snow to rumble. Did he try to erase the snow? Turn it into ice? Move it away? No. Why would he bother? All Gojo did was tickle the soft layer of snow right above the solid side of the hit, shaking it a bit, and then a small avalanche cascaded toward them with unimaginable force. Now, as the snow approached them, spelling doom, Gojo pointed his fingers up, commanding the earth hidden beneath the snow in front of him to rise and form, turning it into a massive bladed shield. Everyone huddled behind the stone shield, and Gojo smiled. "Hold still, it's going to be loud," he shouted, and the avalanche hit the shield, causing it to shake and crack. In the hope of limiting his mana usage, Gojo didn't infuse the shield and made it from mundane stone, hoping that it would hold up. But it seems he was wrong. The avalanche was small, but it still carried so much power and force behind it that it was terrifying, and one mistake could get them all killed, burned beneath the flood of snow. Ops, was I a bit too stingy? Fine. Gojo tapped the shield with his hands and the cracks marring its surface. The snow kept flowing and the shield cracked once more, forcing Gojo to fix it more and more. When the avalanche stopped and the bare surface of the hill showed, Gojo finally dismissed the shield with a satisfied smile. Now for the not-so-fun part. He tilted his head, and something massive burst out of the piled snow to their left. A massive white spider with the upper torso of a woman growing out of its head burst out of the snow, rushing at them at blinding speed. The thing looked absolutely horrifying and disgusting. The spider half was covered in fine, twisting white hair, not fur, and its humanoid half looked just like that of a pristine woman, if not for the 8 red eyes on her face, the massive open maw beneath them, and the fact she still had a lower mouth where the spider's mouth should be, right where her human groin should have been. That was a hole with a lot of sharp teeth in it, with 2 1-foot-long poisonous fangs to the sides. "A brider," Liliana cried. But before the brider could reach them, Arad was already in the monster's path. Swinging his spear down, as expected of a monster, it easily saw and deflected Arad's spear with its humanoid hands, even though they looked thinner than Haru's arms. He tried to strike again, but it grabbed both of his arms with its hands, trying to bite him with her lower mouth while screaming at his face with her upper one, splashing his face with all kinds of disgusting fluids. But as the monster screamed at Arad, its voice sounding like the mix of a screaming woman and a mooing cow, he too shouted back at her face, causing her to shut up for a second. Then his foot flew forward with full force, finding its way knee-deep into the monster's lower mark. Chapter 1687. The Unbridled Brider. That brider rolled back, pushed by Arad's powerful kick, and blood gushed out of its lower maw. Most of the blood was his, but some of it belonged to Arad in the back. Arad stood looking down at his foot. Kicking the brider in the mouth might have been a bad idea, as the countless teeth have scraped the skin from his foot and torn his pants. Thankfully, Haru was already kneeling there, healing him. She saw the attack and rushed to get herself positioned before it could even happen. 5 seconds, 4, 3. She started counting down, giving Arad an exact measure of when she would fully finish healing his leg. That time wasn't based just on experience. She informed Arad of when he'll be healed in the future, and that also worked as a signal for everyone else. The brider stood, glared at them with malice burning in its 8 red eyes. Its lower maw was still bleeding, but that never stopped a monster from moving. It suddenly turned into a blur, racing on the land at speeds far beyond what Arad and Gojo could comprehend, and in the blink of an eye it was already behind Arad and Haru going for the devilish healer. 2. The brider's sharp fangs hit an invisible wall, leaking acidic poison just a few inches away from Haru. Gojo was already upon the monster, having predicted that it would attack from behind, so he was already rushing toward it with an open palm. One impact, Gojo's open palm smacked the brider's massive abdomen, sending the horrid monster flying away with a loud shockwave. The ground cracked, and Haru's hair flapped like a poor flag on a ship's mast, unable to remain still. "Go!" Haru cried, and the veins on Arad's massive legs bulged. They were in front of her a moment ago, but now they had disappeared in a burst of dust. He was already moving to assist Gojo. Haru couldn't see the dust clouds, and so she took a single breath, causing her to inhale it and start coughing. If the brider could cover such a distance in that short time, then she was already too close and had to back away. But she couldn't because she was busy reeling back from the dust. Haru coughed just several times, unable to move, but in the next moment she cried as Liliana snatched her and ran away. As a half-demon, Liliana's physical power was far above that of normal humans. Haru gasped in surprise as she felt the powerful wind and heard Liliana's fast stomps cracking the ground. "You're fast!" Haru knew that Liliana was powerful, but she never expected her to be able to move like this. No wonder she knocked Gojo out with a single backslap. "Yeah, we demons are better than you devils by a lot." Liliana spun and threw Haru into the soft snow. "Stay there or call me before you move. I might be fast, but not fast enough to save you again." Back in the middle of the fight, Arad reached the brider and thrust his spear, aiming at the creature's massive abdomen. But as expected of a wild monster, its instincts kicked in and it moved, dodging the attack at the last moment. "Hold it!" Arad shouted as he turned to keep his eyes on the brider, getting ready for a sideways swing with his stone spear. Gojo, who was right behind him, pointed 3 fingers at the ground and turned it into soft mud, trapping the brider's 8 slender legs in before hardening it back to stone. As the brider couldn't move, Arad's spear hit it right in the neck, rocking its head violently from one side to the other, but the sharp edge of the spear wasn't able to scratch the brider's hard skin. It was just like with the bison normal blades, even those created by magic. Would find it hard to even scratch this thing. The density of mana they could create now as humans was just far lower than what's needed for optimal weapons. It was just that simple, of course. If one hit didn't work, he had to keep hitting it until it died, so the clash started. Arad's spear flew around like a storm, blocking the brider's arms and delivering attacks of his own. This monster was far smarter than the bison, but not anywhere near Arad. The brider was smart enough to understand that it must block Arad's attacks with its arms while trying to attack, but it wasn't smart enough to contend with Arad's martial skills. Arad could deflect and dodge all of the brider's attacks, while delivering most of his with relative ease. The monster was far faster than Arad was, but its attacks were much easier to deal with, but the brider had more problems to deal with. The ground beneath its 8 legs was melting into mud, swallowing its feet, and then solidifying into hard stone, making it much harder for it to move. Luckily for it, it was powerful enough to crack the stone open and pull its legs out without much of a problem. What troubled the brider more was the constant assault of sharp spikes that Gojo kept conjuring from the ground beneath it and shooting them up, aiming at its wounded lower maw and abdomen. It wasn't facing Arad alone, but Gojo as well, which proved to be quite the deadly duo. One is massive, strong, and rampages with bestial aggression, nearing the edge of being rabid, while the other was calculated and nasty, aiming at every wound and weakness with deadly spells. It came here looking for food and something to lay its eggs on, and Arad's massive body proved alluring. It wanted to eat everyone else, then paralyze Arad with its poison, lay its eggs on him, and let the lava feast on his paralyzed, still conscious self. But this fight had proved to be a bit too much, not worth the energy. The monster's mind quickly started shifting, and it now wanted to end the fight and run away. It opened its lower maw as wide as it could and splashed a burst of acidic poison this time, aiming at Arad's massive torso. He was already too close, and dodging should be impossible. At the same time, its massive butt wiggled, and a burst of silk flew toward Gojo, who was a bit far away. This should give it enough opening to run away. Arad had no way to deal with the poison, and Gojo shouldn't be able to handle the net. The poison splashed toward, hitting an invisible wall right before reaching him. Even from a distance, Gojo had cast a barrier to protect Arad that had left him defenseless against the coming net of spiderweb. Seeing that its web fell on Gojo and caught him, the brider changed its plan and hardened the threads. If it caught him, it might as well take him away for dinner. He might be a deadly wizard, but one bite of her poison should keep him still. Arad saw the brider trying to run away and take Gojo with it, and he swore to smash its face into its ugly skull. Haru could see a vision, one of the brider dragging Gojo away, only to be killed with a massive lightning bolt that Gojo cast on it. But then, in the blink of an eye, that vision turned into a blur and cracked. Arad was moving and fast. His legs cracked the ground as he bolted after the brider and Gojo, lifting spear up and throwing it with deadly precision. The spear hit the rope of thread spanning between Gojo and the brider just a single meter away from Gojo and pinned it to the ground, forcing the brider to a halt. "Cut it!" Arad shouted and jumped, landing right beside his spear. Gojo's hands moved quickly and an invisible barrier cut the threads around him. "I was about to fry it," he growled, but Arad was already gone. He grabbed the spear and the tip of the rope it was attached to, and he was now running circles around the brider, tying it with its spider web. The brider was smart enough to release the web from its spinneret, but it was too late because it was already entangled. The more Arad ran around the struggling brider, the shorter the spider web rope got until he was once more standing in front of the monster latest content publishette on Novelfire. Net, he thrust his spear into the ground, pinning the threads and monster in place so they can't run away anymore, and as a bonus, its arms were now tied to its torso. Arad's left arm flew forward and he grabbed the brider by the neck, violently shaking it around as if it killed his brother. Then his right hand formed a fist and came crashing down at the brider's humanoid face, hitting it with a barrage of punches that almost looked like a blur. Liliana could only count 7 punches a second, but she was pretty sure Arad's barrage was even faster than that, and it sounded like 10 men were wailing on a wooden wedge with sledgehammers all at once. If you're going to drag someone away, Arad let go of the brider's bloodied neck and opened his palm. Then drag someone of your weight. His open palm flew in and slapped the brider across the face with all of his strength and Dalla's slapping technique, ripping the monster's iron skin away and causing enough pain to paralyze it for a second. That second was long enough for Gojo to conjure a massive spike of stone and jammed right into the brider's lower mouth, piercing its body, ripping its organs out, and killing it. Chapter 1688, Gearing Up. Chapter 1688, Gearing Up, the brider twitched once and died, quickly starting to freeze in the unforgiving cold. The fight had ended, and the monster was dead. Arad took a few steps away from the brider, and Gojo looked back. It's over. He waved his hand for Liliana and Haru to approach. They can't stay here for long, since other monsters would start showing up. Liliana approached with Haru, and the two stood there. One of them looked at the brider, and the other only gazed into the empty sky, as if seeking to understand something. Can we get its poison gland? Liliana was physically stronger than most humans, but she was still too weak here. Her main skill set lies in her command skills and siege weaponry. The next best thing she could use is traps, and sadly, she didn't have any useful tools for that here. It was sometimes strange and baffling to see her or Jack spawning traps in the middle of combat like magic, and many people couldn't even wrap their heads around how those two could create traps like that in the middle of combat. The answer was specialized tools, right releases, hook boots, and spools of oiled steel wires, and a lot of planning and training. Liliana, for example, usually wore high heels even in combat, which didn't make sense, until one would realize what she had stored in those boots. The heel worked like a nail gun and a sewing machine, all combined into one, and controlled by small pads wired to her toes. That way, she could run around and set wires on the ground at the same time. Her right foot was usually prepared to set tripwires, and the left one was to nail spikes into the ground for whatever reason she fancies. She also had loads of poison vials and spiked brews hidden all over her body. She even had a sack made from monster membrane turned into a small pouch and filled it with high-grade healing potions, then shoved it all the way up into her rear end. That way she always has a full health boon ready. Activation was also simple. She either gets smacked hard enough to crush her organs, which will cause the sack to burst and heal her, or she'll stab herself right where the sack is to heal. Or if she were paralyzed or badly injured, the sack would burst and heal her in a day, since the membrane is always getting broken down by the colon. This was just the tip of what Liliana usually would have to augment herself and set her traps, but here she had nothing. Yog brought her butt naked right out of a bath, and even her emergency healing sack had already burst naturally. She was fully disarmed, and so now she was looking at the brider's poison gland, sack, and threads as her new tools. Cutting the brider into pieces and extracting everything she needs would take a bit of time and expose them to more risk. Gojo didn't waste a lot of magic burning the brider with lightning, but that didn't mean they could just risk another monster attack. On the other hand, it was hard to leave Liliana unarmed like this. Right now, she can't fight effectively, and the best she could do in this fight was carry Haru back to safety. With her raw power, she could try to engage directly in fights like Arad, but she isn't fooling anyone. Arad is the only one crazy enough, and with a battle sense sharp enough to actually brawl with monsters, she was nowhere close to him. That's why, if she is to be useful with more things than just being a scout, she needs to get armed, and this brider promises to give her a small edge. Gojo looked at her and then turned toward the brider. Depends on how fast we could, he froze, seeing Arad already hacking at the brider's abdomen to pull the poison gland and sack. He giggled. Not wasting any time. Let's get to it then. He conjured a knife from stones and threw it to Liliana. "You'll help as well. Let's get it done quickly." They extracted several things from the brider's corpse, and to each was their use. The poison gland itself could be boiled and used to create a lingering poison, and in some cases even create an inert poison that requires an agent to activate. In the brider's case, the poison gland was a pair of organs like kidneys, each of which created a chemical, which would get dumped into the poison sac and mixed to create the deadly paralyzing poison of the brider. Extracting them wasn't hard, and now Liliana could create some lingering and inert poison. The poison sac was akin to a bladder, and extracting it was much harder than the glands, requiring a delicate hand due to the thin membrane. Sadly, even though the sac was big enough to carry liters of poison, it was now almost empty. The brider did try splashing Arid with its poison right before getting killed, so it was expected. Still, Liliana managed to get about 1/4 of a liter of poison. The fun part is that the poison was neurotoxin, where just 1 drop is enough to kill 100 people, so 1/4 liter was still too much poison to use. That neurotoxin directly attacks the nerves and paralyzes muscles, but in high doses, it can paralyze the lungs and even the heart. It was a lot of fun, but sadly, any monster killed by it can't be used as food unless they want to spend a few days stuck in the toilet. Of course, poison wasn't all the fun things they got from the brider. Reaching up its back hole, they pulled a massive lump of white and sticky goo, which needs to be pulled apart, stretched, and woven into threads. The brider's silk was a lot of fun because while it was extracted like dough, when stretched, it quickly dries into durable threads, and then it can be turned sticky by either rubbing it with water or poison, both of which Liliana now had a lot of. She'll probably dilute the poison with water and use it to slow monsters down. It would be more useful in that way, because it won't be potent enough to hurt their stomachs if they end up eating what she slowed down. Then it was a bit risky, time-consuming and extra. But she had Arad and Gojo break the brider's lower fangs for her. The ones in the human mouth were too small to be useful, but the fangs in the brider's lower mouth were at least 2 inches long, which was a lot. 2 inches was huge, especially for something that's going into someone else's body. She'll use 2 to create war picks and 2 for something else. That was all that Liliana could use and extract with their current lack of tools, but this was enough to allow her to fight, not today, but starting from tomorrow. She'll need time to craft, plan, and prepare those new toys of hers first. It was time for her to gear up. Chapter 1689, Steel Creatures Climbing Over the Hill. Gojo looked toward the horizon and could spot the ruined city. Baldater, the lost, late capital of the Arctic, the treasure land that was erased from existence by the White Dragon Eraina. It was circular, hundreds of meters wide, and filled to the brim with houses, massive buildings, and towering spires. The entire city was surrounded by a titanic wall of black steel, massive watchtowers and gates, so massive that they made most human castles look small. From where they stood, the city walls looked to be at least 100 meters tall and a couple of dozen meters wide, making it nearly impossible to imagine such a city getting erased from the map. Looking at it reminded Arad of the metallic dragon's flying steel fortress. It didn't look like anything that mere humans could build. But they couldn't keep staring at the massive city in awe, because soon they saw something even more distressing walking on its strangely wide streets. "What is that?" Gojo gasped, spotting a titanic monster of steel and lightning lumbering through the streets, billowing smoke from its massive shoulders. A golem? Liliana looked at the city beside him. Since Gojo was a human now, she had better sight than he did, so she had to take a look and see for herself. What she saw was both strange and unbelievable. Those walking titans of steel were massive, each standing at least 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide, resembling apes as they walked, using their arms for support. What's more, their bodies looked to be made of several steel plates with lightning crackling between the gaps, heating the Titans' bodies enough that snow never stuck to them or the streets they walked on. In fact, some of the Titans were so hot that the buildings beside the streets were already bent and twisted, having slowly melted over the past years. Yog just created this place, so Liliana didn't understand how time passed here, or how all of this was possible, but she could only guess that the annoying goddess just copied the entire Arctic lands with every little detail and mistake being accounted for. Whatever that goddess did, she certainly didn't try to make this place friendly at all. Updates are released by novelfire.net. It looks humanoid in shape, but I'm certain its entire body is made from metal. Those joints aren't natural, and that smoke coming from its shoulder. It's probably a chimney. She frowned, counting how many more monsters were in the streets. I guess they are powered by lightning magic, and those chimneys are to vent out smoke, but there are too many of those monsters within the streets. She turned toward Gojo with a worried face. We would burn just by getting close. There wasn't just one titanic steel monster, but many of them, all walking mindlessly through the streets like patrols, and they weren't alone. Metallic beasts ran around them like guard dogs, all keeping watch on the long-dead city. Those small metallic beasts were manageable, looking to be no bigger than a large ram or a small calf. But still, they were probably more nimble and able to chase prey into the buildings where the large titans can't Gojo. Those don't look like normal monsters, Erod pointed. And sorry to tell you, but I don't think I can punch or push steel now. Erod was strong, and if it were just one titanic steel monster, he wouldn't mind trying his chance to see if he could take it down. But with more than a dozen of them around the streets, a victory wasn't on the table. Arad, even with all of his physical power, was nowhere near the harrowing might of what those creatures could be capable of. He couldn't tell how massive they were, but they looked to be as tall as the buildings, making them too massive to deal with. Even one of them is a problem, let alone that many. Then we just have to evade them and reach the massive spire in the center of the city. I'm certain we'll find something useful there, like ancient tomes and scrolls. Maybe even how those golems were made. That sounded simple enough. But it was anything but. The titanic monsters were one thing, but the small steel beasts would be a pain to deal with. It would take more than sneaking skills to get past those monsters. Besides, Arad wasn't known as the sneaky type. He could try, but it probably won't work. Gojo was right, but Arad still didn't agree. Evading those things would be extremely risky, and he is too big to sneak around. Besides, they could end up trapping themselves in that city with those monsters, Arad, and Gojo weren't even alone. They had Haru and Liliana to worry about. Arad didn't know about his brother, but he won't be willing to put Haru in such danger. He won't be willing to put any of his wives in such danger, let alone one that can't fight for herself. Going in there without having a plan or a way to deal with those things is a bad idea. Don't tell me we're not going to encounter any problem. Arad spoke, and Gojo sighed with a sad face. You're right. We can try to sneak inside, but a fight would happen. To deal with them, we have to rely on magic. He scratched his head. There were even more problems with that. Even a single fight could alert all of the other steel creatures and end up with them being surrounded, so they had to either be able to face the steel creatures or never set foot in the city. It didn't make sense to take such a risk. Gojo did play a lot of risky games, and he was even a user of wild magic. But this wasn't a bet he should be putting his life and the life of his brother on. Surviving there won't be easy. So for now, let's get down from this hill and find a place to camp in before night falls. Liliana stared at him with a tired face. Surviving there won't be easy? It'll be impossible. One mistake and those things would tear us apart. She leaned on his shoulder. I'm sure you can kill one or two with spells, but then you'll be drained and we'll just end up dead. She smiled, but I've got something that might work. As you said, let's find a shelter quickly. I want a quiet place to work in. This was a walled city, and it had to have some built-in siege defenses. If she could just find and crack them out, find out how they work, she might be able to use the city's defenses to fight the steel creatures. Arad looked at the sky, and the sun was indeed far past the middle of the sky. Days are too short here. Didn't we just wake up? Welcome to the Arctic lands. Gojo patted him on the back, walked a bit forward, and pointed down. There is a cave over there. You should be able to see it form here. Let's settle there for the night. He looked at Liliana with a smile. I'm counting on you for the city. Chapter 1690, Sudden Cold. Chapter 1690, Sudden Cold. Hiking down the slope wasn't easy, but it was far better than climbing it. Now, if they rolled down, they'd be reaching the destination instead of square zero, if they only had something to slide on. To get down, Arad had to anchor himself and slowly let the sledge slide down with its rope so it wouldn't tumble. No one wanted to spend an hour trying to find all of their stuff in the snow. Arad himself was so massive that one wrong step could send him rolling down, as the snow could barely carry his weight. So he had to take it slow. Luckily, the slope wasn't that steep, and they could just take their time. Soon, they reached the base of the hill, and the cave they wanted to shelter inside was just a few hundred meters away. A relatively short distance, but an awfully long one when they are trying to move across the deep snow. As they walked and pushed through the snow, time was running out, and night approached. The wind grew louder, the snow colder, and the shadows deeper. Days are just too short here, and it takes hours to climb hills that would be crossed in just minutes if not for the snow. This was the entire reason that the first thing Gojo did when taking over the Arctic lands was to use his draconic power to build roads and shelters all over the place. This place just isn't meant for humans to travel on foot. Even animals are rare here. Only monsters prowled these lands with the occasional bears. To be honest, a big enough bear could as well be called a monster. There was a saying in the Arctic lands. If a bear shows up to you, it has been tracking you for days. Rarlates vutig, nakrul morlates fierperst novelfire.net. Today, Gojo won't have time to build shelters. At best, he would only be able to block the cave's entrance with magic, block it with stones, clean up the insides, and build tunnels for the smoke to escape. Just the basics, and it won't take much time. But there would be just one problem left if a monster lived inside the cave. They are mostly going to be fine, but the chance wasn't zero that a Yeti would show up. Thinking about it, a Yeti is just a hairy Arad. How would that go? Hopefully they won't need to find out, but now they must hurry before they die. The Arctic lands weren't just cold, it was frigid, and only now did Arad and Haru realize the extent of that distinction when the sun faded behind the hill. This was the silent killer. Temperatures rapidly dropped, and Haru suddenly wasn't able to move, shaking in place as she felt all heat disappearing. Each breath froze in front of her face, her nose burned, and her blinded eyes started itching beneath her mask. The rapid change in temperature shocked her body, and since she was more used to heat than cold, the shock affected her more than anyone else.
We need to hurry!
Gojo looked at the sky, then growled. He didn't spot Haru freezing, but he was just about to warn them. The sun is a major source of heat here, and when it's gone, the temperature drops sharply, which can be deadly. That shouldn't be a huge problem as long as someone is moving. But if they were sick, tired, or somewhat weak, they would fall. Gojo sadly didn't expect Haru, the pure devil, to be the first one to crumble in the cold. He was more worried about himself and Liliana. He could feel it, the wind picking up, the cold growing harsher, and the night approaching. They have half an hour at most, 10 minutes if they are unlucky, before the cold becomes unlivable. As he expected, the cold shock almost dropped him down as he was the thinnest of them, but he was still able to hold himself and kept generating heat. Liliana growled. Haru can't take it anymore, she's passing out. She could see the devil's face turning pale, her lips fading to purple, and her entire body trembling like she's having a seizure. Gojo's head rapidly spun around and saw Haru turning pale. Keep her moving. Move, Arad rushed back and opened his coat, lifting Haru whole with one hand and covering her in. He then pulled the fur hide they used as bedding and wrapped it around his torso, holding Haru in. If Haru can't generate enough heat by moving to survive here, he has to keep her warm. How didn't she see this? She should have known and warned them about her fall. No, if the cold slowly took in, she might have not realized it herself. You'll freeze too. "Don't open your coat like that." Gojo glared at him, knowing well how quickly humans can die when hit with such harsh and sudden cold. But Arad was different. He was built like a giant. What protected him from the cold wasn't the clothes, but the thick layers of muscles beneath his skin. "I'll be fine." He reached down and picked up the entire sledge, tying it to his back with the ropes he used to drag it around. Both of his legs started sinking in the snow, but that wasn't going to stop him. "Let's hurry." Arad lifted one foot and formed a large pad with barrier magic beneath it. They were minutes away from a shelter, so he could waste mana. In fact, he isn't even wasting it. Battles are fought to survive and save lives, and this, too, was a fight. There was no big and scary monster around, just the white snow, the humming wind, and the silent cold, all of which were dreadful horrors attempting to take Haru's life. Arad was saving his mana for a serious fight where lives are at risk, and this was that fight. In the blink of an eye, he burst running on top of the snow like a monster. He had to reach the shelter as quickly as possible and warm Haru before she could die, and he wasn't willing to fail as Gojo saw his brother fly away like a galloping horse. He sighed. "What should I do? He's always like that." He flicked his fingers and formed a huge platform. Looking at Liliana, he smiled. "Ladies first." She glared at him for a second. "You scoundrel, guys first." "Get up. I won't be sitting face to face with the blowing cold wind." But as Arad ran in the front as fast as he could from the snow, another brider burst out. Chapter 1691. Hypothermia. Chapter 1691, Hypothermia. The brider had lain in ambush for days by now, and it was hungry. Going out in the cold was dangerous, so it burrowed beneath the snow and spread its threads just below the surface. It then waited and waited, hoping for a helpless prey to stumble upon it. This was how most of its kind hunted, and the reason Gojo's avalanche woke the female brider earlier. They just destroyed its trap. It got what it wished for, and Arad had stepped on its thread. The brider felt the movement and immediately knew it was a large and heavy prey, food for a whole week perhaps, so its hunger took over and it lunged out of the snow. The snow parted away in a burst of white mist. The massive fangs were the first to appear in Arad's path. This one looked bigger than the earlier brider, and the human half resembled a man. Tall, pale, powerful, and horrid in its monstrosity. It was stronger, faster, and far more experienced, having lived for years and learned how to hunt efficiently. Its strike was swift, its movements were calculated and carefully executed, aiming directly at Arad's torso. It had adapted and evolved to master the frigid lands of the Arctic and had now become an apex predator feared by everyone. It didn't matter how large the prey that triggered its net, it would get paralyzed and killed with a single bite. Creatures much larger than Arad had fallen to its fangs with ease. As the brider jumped out of the snow, moving too fast for the eye to see, and aiming its massive fangs forward with poison spilling out, it came face to face with another apex predator, one that was much more harrowing and terrifying than any other monster. Arad was still running in a straight line toward the cave, and the brider had just burst from the snow in front of him. He didn't stop or slow down. Instead, he jumped, grabbing the monster by its humanoid head and smacking it in the nose with his knee, cracking the monster's hard skull into pieces. The brider didn't even know what hit it. Read full story at Novel FireNet Experience and Learning are the most deadly of weapons. And Arad had already faced a brider. He now knew how they moved, how they attacked, and which attacks they found it hard to deal with. It didn't take him too long to find out that the best way to stun a brider is to attack the relatively weak humanoid head. Arad had punched the female brider's head several times earlier, so he knew what hardness to expect, and he knew that with a strong enough hit, he should be able to crack the skull with his knee. Of course, Arad's attack won't kill the monster. It would merely stun and wound it for a few seconds. But that was all he needed to step on its body and jump away. He didn't slow down or look back. After all, it was much easier to run away from a fight than to win it. Now, all he cared about was getting Haru into a safe and warm place, and if Entropy herself was to stand in front of him, he would crack her skull open just as the brider. The brider won't be alive for too long because Arad wasn't alone. In the back, and as Arad stunned the brider and kept running, Gojo, who was just a few meters away and flying on magic, flicked his fingers and conjured several sharp ice spikes from the snow. The brider was stunned, so aiming at its eyes and two mouths was too easy to pass on, and the monster ended up dead before it could even realize what hit it. Liliana watched the brider's corpse fall to the ground in a splash of blood in horror, then turned to Gojo, who was standing in front of her piloting the magic barrier, carrying them after Arad. That one was supposed to be stronger. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this brider show up first. She thought they were going to have to fight it here and now, but those two dispatched it so quickly and without even stopping. Gojo giggled. Yeah, but it's boring now. Arad saw how it moved and learned for me. Since the day is over, I don't need to conserve mana. With spells, he could take on much larger opponents, and this brider won't be a problem. Looking back at the dead brider with a pale face, Liliana started thinking about how those who faced Arad and Gojo in their full power felt. If those two brothers can adapt and fight like this as mere humans without a system, what in hell could they achieve at their full power? She didn't need an answer, because she already knew. Those two killed a god and a demigod as mere mortals, and even murdered the god of war and fighting. Arad reached the cave first and flew inside with a single jump. Gojo followed after him and dispelled the floating platform, immediately starting to block the entrance with stones using earth magic. Luckily, it was large and dry, making it ideal for a temporary shelter. He landed and looked back, seeing Gojo starting to work on the entrance. With them now safely out of the cold wind, Arad could focus more on Haru. She was doing surprisingly well for someone who got knocked out by the cold, all thanks to Arad's warmth. When he was running, he was no different than a heater. Liliana rolled and rushed toward Arad in the back. How is she? Arad smiled. Better, she warmed up a bit, but it'll be best if we get a fire going. He released the ropes and dropped the sledge down inside. There were a few logs which they could set ablaze for fire, and Liliana didn't waste any time and set one close to the cave's entrance where Gojo could easily create a chimney later. She quickly prepared a nice bed with the fur hide they had beside the flames and got Arad to bring Haru. When Arad could safely lay Haru beside the flames with Liliana, he finally took a deep breath, picked up his wood axe, and asked Gojo to let him out of the cave to chop firewood. What little firewood they had won't last even an hour. They needed much more than that for the whole night, and nights were far too long here. They were just a few minutes before dusk, and Gojo wouldn't have let Arad out if he hadn't seen a few trees close to the cave. Arad won't have to go that far away to get firewood, so he let him out. While Arad was out, Gojo returned to Liliana to check on Haru. Hypothermia? Liliana nodded. A severe case, but thankfully no frostbite. The flash, cold from the sun fading behind the hill, overexertion, and being a native of hell all worked against her. Haru was asleep beside the flames, covered with fur blankets to warm her up. Since Haru was stable, Gojo now wanted to explore the cave and make sure there were no monsters inside. But since the cave was a confined space, he wanted to wait until Arad arrived. Chapter 1692, The Cold Cave. Arad returned an hour later, almost frozen to the bones, but he didn't return empty-handed, and instead he had 9 whole trees dragged beside the cave's entrance for them to cut for firewood. That should last them for the whole night. At first, Arad rushed in, dragging just one of the trees with him. He was too cold to chop them all right away. Even Arad had his limits, and his body had its rights of rest and respite. Right now, it wasn't just cold outside, it was frigid. The night had fallen, and the blizzard monster was out hunting, so just being outside for a few seconds without moving would be enough to turn a man into a statue. Arad could only survive there for a short time, thanks to his massive body that could retain a lot of heat, and to cutting trees to keep generating heat. Sitting beside the fire, he looked at the still sleeping Haru with a smile. She looked relaxed and fine, sleeping beside the flames. He had expected to come and see her shivering and shaking beside the flames and didn't know how to act then, but now he was glad she was feeling better. Oh, you, ek, ans, yeah, yeah. No, you all, what, in this, watch, rock. And I big. Little Look. wanted it to be tight enough that cold won't seep in, but still have a decent vent for the smoke. This made Gojo realize a troubling fact. Hot air rises just like smoke, and the cold air stays close to the ground, which made his work that much harder. How is he supposed to make a decent vent? A regular chimney would work, but he already did that before, and now wanted something better without using a magic barrier filter. "Did you check the insides of the cave?" Arad asked, and Gojo looked back at him with a smile. Arad knew that Gojo could just make a regular chimney instead of reinventing the wheel, so he asked about the more important matter, the security of their shelter. "What, do I look like an idiot to you?" He pointed back with his thumb. "Of course, I'm not getting anywhere deep there alone. I blocked the deeper sections with walls instead. He was a wizard and mostly preferred a ranged fight, which wasn't possible inside the cave. So the best role for him was support, and for that, he needed someone to do the fighting. So blocking it looked like the best option until Arad returned. Gojo was right and wise. Those stone walls should be able to trap any bear or medium monster, and they will prove a decent hurdle for bigger monsters, giving Gojo and his group a chance to run away. Once you rest and eat, we'll go inside and make sure it's relatively safe here," he smiled. "It's not like we would have anything else to do tonight." Arad shrugged. They indeed didn't have anything better to do tonight. "Yeah." He reached into the sledge and pulled a large slab of frozen bison meat and threw it right on the coals. Liliana stared at him. "I'm cooking dinner." Since she had to stay beside Haru and the fire, she immediately started preparing their dinner with how the day was, and the fact that they couldn't eat lunch, eating now was of most importance. Arad smiled. "I just need a little snack before we go out." He was starving after being in the cold for so long and wanted something to eat. Arad's massive body helped him resist the cold better than anyone, but that also came at the cost of needing to eat more food, because he barely had any fat on his frame. Besides, he did cook something earlier, didn't he? He pointed at Gojo with a smirk. The smell of roasted meat still lingered in the air, and Arad did notice that some of the meat was missing, especially one fatty cut that he was hiding inside the pack. Gojo looked away. "By any chance were you saving that piece?" He had seen it tucked behind the other rations and had an inkling that Arad was saving it, but ate it anyway. Surprisingly, Gojo loved fat more than meat itself. Arad laughed. "Of course. I don't mind lean meat, but I love fat more." The two were brothers after all, and the two of them seemed to love similar things. Arad quickly flipped the piece of meat he had on the coals before it could burn. While roasting meat directly on the coal, the meat could burn easily, so Arad had to keep flipping it. Arad hated no food, but he had one nice spot in hell for burnt meat. As a dragon, he loved it raw the most, and the more it got cooked, the less he wanted to eat it. That's why he rarely eats anything more cooked than medium rare or rare. Gojo walked toward the fire and sat beside Arad, pulling a smaller piece of meat to cook as well. He ate before, but since Arad was going to eat, he would get an extra seeing them both starting to grill some meat. Liliana frowned. "I'm cooking dinner, and if any of you two didn't eat it, I'll make sure you'll both sleep on the cold stone," as she pointed at them with a knife. Gojo poked Arad. "She isn't joking. I bet you she'll put the Brider's poison in our food or water." Arad poked him back. "Can't you keep her in line?" And Gojo laughed. "She keeps me in line." After a quick meal, Arad and Gojo were finally ready to explore the cave for the night and make sure they could sleep in peace. There were still several hours before bedtime, so the two could take their time and explore a good chunk of the cave. As they walked into the darkness, with only Gojo carrying a light spell on his palm to illuminate their path, Arad asked with a worried face, "Since this cave exists in the Arctic lands, did it have a name?" Gojo froze for a second and looked away. "It does, but it's a stupid name." He scratched his head. "What is it called?" Arad stared at him. "Beelzebub's hairy ring piece." Arad froze in place. "Ah, hell no. Why?" And Gojo could just shrug. "Hell if I know." That's just what it was named. And I wasn't able to change the name because that's what everyone called it. He sighed. Rumor is that there is a cavern inside covered in green moss and bugs that caused the cave to get this name. A fully ecosystem, hiding deep in the earth and away from the frozen land above. Arad looked at the darkness. So, we'll probably find more bugs than monsters, he was still worried. Let's move carefully, and give me that light, I'll walk in the front. Chapter 1693, The Cave's Depths. The cave was wide, long, and twisting. Each corner hid another 5 corners and a crack wide enough for a man to fit in, and that wasn't all. The stalagmites and stalactites filled both the ceiling and floor, making it hard to cross due to how slippery it got. It was still cold, but nowhere near how it is on the surface. The temperature underground was relatively stable, which seemed to be allowing the water to flow unfrozen. Looking up, Arad could see droplets of water raining from the ceiling, and some water even seeped out of the cracks on the walls, but as the water dripped on them, Gojo's light flickered. The magical light that Gojo created and Arad carried in the front barely lit a few meters ahead of them, and it was quite troubling. The deeper they got, the harder it was for Gojo to maintain that light, as if something was interfering with his magic. There weren't that many things that could interfere with magic like this. In cases, it's an immediate shutdown of spells, or a power that forces them to fail. Not many effects could make magic unstable like this. If this were any other place, Gojo would have been worried that some ancient horror lived inside, especially with the cave's strange name. But he wasn't. In fact, he got even more curious. This effect that's blocking his magic felt similar to the Black Sea. The dreadful sea of black water outside could block the flow of mana for anything that falls in it. While submerged or wet, the mana couldn't leave the skin, and thus spells would not even start. This update is available on Novelfire. Right now, Gojo and Arad weren't fully wet, but the water dripping from the ceiling and wall must have touched them, and some of it had to come from the Black Sea. It seems the seawater isn't the only thing that blocks magic. Going down below the sea level does the same thing. Gojo made his light a bit stronger, and the two kept marching deeper. They had to explore the cave deeper and mark all possible paths near the entrance. And as they got deeper, Arad suddenly stopped walking as he spotted a massive shadow moving ahead of them. He lifted his hand, and Gojo stopped walking and got ready with a barrier spell. From the darkness, it walked out. A massive humanoid shape covered in thick white fur and with 2 glowing blue eyes on its massive ape-like face. The creature, a yeti as tall as Arad, slowly approached the 2 brothers, glaring at them with its teeth out. The yeti took a few steps forward, and it approached them. Arad did the same. Since it's human-shaped, he could wrestle it better at close range. A fat shark, a white bear, a monster bison, a brider, and now a yeti of all monsters. Arad seemed never to get a moment of rest. Back at the camp, Haru slowly stirred awake, reaching with her hand down to feel her surroundings, and then stopped, sensing that if she kept extending her arm, she'll get burned. Her visions weren't visual, as weird as that sounded. She felt the pain, the heat, and the damage she would take in the near future, and with that understood what would happen. Careful. You're beside the flames. Liliana approached and grabbed Haru by the wrist and pulled her hand away from the fire. She then pulled her up, helped her sit, and covered her in the fur hide. You got knocked out by the cold. We brought you here to recover. Liliana knew that Haru had to be confused about what happened. Most people won't remember the exact details of what happened to them before passing out, and it must have been even harder for Haru, who was blind and had to juggle the near future in her head and separate it from the present. She stared at her, then smiled. We're inside the cave. Gojo and Arad had gone deep into the cave to make sure it's clear of monsters. She approached and sat beside her. I took the liberty to check on your whole body and found no frostbite or wounds. I healed you anyway, so you should be fine. Liliana looked at Haru's face. You don't mind, right? And if you do, then sorry, but I don't care. I don't want to end up having to cut your toes or tail thanks to frostbite while living in Gojo's castle. Liliana had seen and heard of many people whose stubbornness ended up in their death, or the loss of a limb. In the deadly cold, people lost toes, fingers, and some even lost nipples or their meat stick after being frozen in the snow. Haru remained silent for a second, then lifted her head up as if trying to look at the ceiling. I don't mind. It was urgent, but I didn't get knocked out by the cold. She shifted and froze in place, her head looking toward the flames. I can see I use other people's senses to support myself. Haru pointed at the fur. This is brown, and this is the flame, and this is the food you made. Another soup. She smiled. Sorry, I'm using your eyes as my eyes for a while now. I tried to use Arad, but I couldn't. I can't follow his fast eyes. Liliana nodded with a smile. I heard something like this. They met you in hell when they went in to find Mira's father, right? And then you were using something like this to see... Then Liliana's face twisted into a frown. Wait, there you bitch. Sarah said you can't turn that off for days. Haru lifted, looked at the soup. This looks nice. Liliana sighed. I almost forgot you're a devil. She growled and rubbed her head, then sighed again. Liliana lifted an eyebrow as she handed her a bowl of warm soup. Let's forget your behavior for now, but you certainly did pass out of the cold here. Eat something nice. Haru took a greedy sip of her bowl and then turned toward Liliana. Don't worry, I didn't look. I never did if we weren't out in the snow. She then took another sip and sighed, feeling the warm soup gliding down her throat. What took me down was recoil from the sun fading behind the mountain. I was in the middle of switching divine magic from Asmodeus and Amaterasu, and the link was suddenly cut. She looked at her hands, feeling a bit of Amaterasu's divine magic as well as Asmodeus's divine magic. The two were similar but different, and weren't supposed to be wielded by a cleric at the same time. Thanks to that, she now can't heal or use any holy or divine magic and has to wait until morning to finish switching. Liliana stared at her in silence for a few seconds, then asked, And Asmodeus just let you switch? She didn't disagree. She didn't sound happy about it. But she is Amaterasu's Archon, so the switch is possible. Haru smiled. She gets the divine magic from Amaterasu and distributes it among us priestesses. The source of my divine magic is still the same, just the middleman is cut. Haru frowned. The hard part is yet to come. After this, I would have to switch again to Eris, or should I call her Soul? Trying to work around entropy's restrictions isn't going to be easy. That was a reality, and Haru had to find a way to slip past the primal concept's detection. Don't worry, I'll find a way. And back down in the cave, the Yeti approached Arad with a deep frown, extending his hand toward Arad's face. Goro, chapter 1694, the Yeti Freak. Yeti reached forward and touched Arad's forehead with his finger, quickly taking a step back with a terrified face. What did he just touch? Bare skin. He started shaking for a second, then froze in place, staring at Arad with a puzzled face. It was bare skin, indeed. This one in front of him, he didn't have fur. After taking several long seconds to think, the Yeti burst laughing and started rolling on the wet ground. He laughed and laughed even more, holding his stomach and swinging his legs around, shattering several stalagmites. As the Yeti laughed his stomach out, Arad and Gojo were confused, and they looked at each other in silence for a second, each thinking about an explanation for the monster's strange behavior. You let him touch you? Gojo asked with a worried face. He expected Arad to twist the Yeti's arm, then punch him in the face, but Arad did the unthinkable, or didn't do anything to be exact, and just stood there, letting the Yeti touch his forehead. Arad shrugged. He knew enough about combat to distinguish between a threatening act and a curious one. Mira would kill him if he kept attacking anything that dared move. She had yelled at him about it once, so he won't make the same mistake. He wasn't attacking. You can tell from his eyes and how he moved. When he saw me, he was both appalled and horrified. Now he's just amused. Arad could figure out what the Yeti was feeling, but not understand why. Gojo lifted an eyebrow. You can understand him? He was less savvy about body language and fighting than Arad. In his case, he didn't determine whether an opponent is dangerous or not based on their behavior, but based on his thoughts about them. To Gojo, it didn't matter if a man didn't attack him. As long as he thinks the man is a thug, he'll attack first, even if the man in question is fast asleep. To him now, the Yeti is a monster, and all monsters are dangerous to their camp, so he has to kill them all. Arad smiled. No way I lost that power with my draconic powers, but I can still tell their emotions. What else do you think laughing would mean? Arad was right, and the more they watched the Yeti, the more they thought this monster might not be a threat. Of course, that didn't mean Arad and Gojo would drop their guards. This Yeti was still a monster, and even if it looked friendly now, it could go crazy later and start attacking. In fact, Arad knew that the Yeti would never go crazy. He would just start acting like a Yeti. Arad then took a deep breath. He probably thinks I'm another Yeti, thanks to my size. The Yeti was humanoid in shape, as tall as Arad, and even just as muscular, which left one difference between the two. One was covered in white fur, and one wasn't. He approached the Yeti and tapped him on the shoulder. Hoi, calm down. What's up with you? Arad knew words won't reach the Yeti's brain, but what else could he do? Say, Goho? How would he know that wasn't some kind of slur? He might just trigger the Yeti, so he decided to just speak normally and let nature do its thing. Gojo was a bit against playing any longer with this monster and wanted to finish it off just to be safe. But Arad had another idea, and he wanted to find out what the Yeti's deal was to any other man. This Yeti would look like a giant monster, but to Arad it looked just like another man his size, and if he wanted to fight, Arad was confident in his ability to put the monster in its place. The Yeti could barely stop laughing. Then he looked at Arad once more, quickly jumping in and wrapping his arms around him. It happened too fast that even Gojo didn't have time to cast a spell. In the end, Arad was caught in the Yeti's bear hug, and if Gojo wanted to use anything powerful enough to harm the monster, he would harm Arad as well. At that moment, Arad knew the fight was on. Whatever plagued the beast's brain earlier had faded, and now it wanted to fight. He got ready to face a bite to the face and was about to push the Yeti away when he realized that the monster wasn't using his full strength. The hug was gentle, not forceful. The Yeti wasn't even looking at Arad. He instead was looking deep into the cave, and he then howled. Goho! Goho! Can you let me go? Arad stared at the Yeti, and the monster looked back at him, a strange emotion roiling in his bestial eyes. He looked around and spotted the ceiling above dripping water on them. Ho! The Yeti finally moved, but he didn't release his hug. Instead, he prompted Arad to move with him and got them both to a dry spot beside the wall. Gojo, I think something is wrong with this one. Arad pointed at the Yeti, and his brother smiled. The Yeti looked at Arad's head and then patted the water from his shoulders and hair. I think I understand what he thinks. Gojo approached. He thinks you're another Yeti, one without fur. He's afraid you'll die of cold, so he's trying to keep you warm and dry. Gojo then smiled. I bet he was laughing at your funny look earlier. To him, you're a weird freak without fur. As Gojo spoke, the Yeti turned his head and finally spotted him. He was so occupied by Arad that he didn't even spot the short human behind him. The Yeti's face twisted once more, and this time into a horrified visage. His arm flew like a flash, and he dragged Gojo into their hug. Arad growled. I think he thinks you're a Yeti too, a small one, but I'm sure your white hair matches their fur better than my black hair. Gojo growled as well. Unable to withstand the Yeti's horrid musky smell, the Yeti smelled like a wet dog that stayed in the rain too much. Content originally comes from novifire.net. I'm too small to be a Yeti, Gojo growled, but he knew the Yeti could be thinking he was just a younger and smaller Yeti. In this world, the Yetis were the only creatures who walked on two legs and looked humanoid in the area, and monsters here didn't travel that far, or even saw another human before. So, for all that the Yeti knew, Arid and Gojo were just weird Yetis that he found. Soon another howl returned from the depths of the cave, and the Yeti flinched, letting go of Arid and Gojo for a second as he stood and looked into the darkness. He was about to run away, but then stopped and looked back at Arid and Gojo. He took a step toward them, but then heard another howl and turned to the darkness distressed. Arid frowned. That howl didn't sound nice at all. Deep grunt and pained. He tapped the Yeti on the shoulder and pointed into the darkness. The Yeti seemed to understand something and bolted away, letting Arid and Gojo follow him deeper into the cave. Chapter 1695, Monster War. Arid and Gojo ran through the cave and followed the distressed Yeti. It wasn't easy at all with how slippery the floor was, and one fall would leave them dead, but they managed to keep their balance. Arid was too skilled with his body to slip easily, and Gojo used magic to stabilize himself, but their skill alone wasn't enough, so the two ended up saving each other more than once. Arid could remember seeing Tina yelling at the maids for running around the wet and slippery hallways of the castle. He couldn't imagine how she would be fuming if she saw him and Gojo running in this cave. The floor wasn't just more slippery than a wet floor, it was also filled with spiky and sharp stalagmites. This cave wasn't a dangerous slip hazard, it was a deadly one. Not long after, Gojo noticed they had gone through a part of the cave that wasn't supposed to be there. Last time he saw the map in his castle, this part of the cave should have collapsed long ago. We're going through a part that I don't know. Be careful. Gojo moved to Arad's side, and the two jumped into the darkness after the Yeti, slipping through the cracks and narrow crevices of the cave. Soon they were hit with a salty and acrid smell, a strong stench, and a wave of warm air brushed over their hair. Then suddenly, the two found themselves jumping into a massive and vast cavern illuminated by large blue mushrooms, dangling luminescent vines, and countless fireflies the size of birds. This update is available on novelfire.net. The ground beneath them was vast and covered by countless massive gores of flowing hot water, painting the edges golden with sulfur. The water itself dripped from the ceilings and the rightmost wall, all emerging from rigid yellow crystals. A water terrace here underground? Gojo looked around, and his smile quickly shifted into a frown as he saw some of those beautiful water pools getting painted red with blood. A long black river of cold seawater flowed in the middle of the cavern, separating it into two halves. On the half where Gojo and Arid were now existed a tribe of Yetis, the ones the distressed Yeti belonged to. On the other side, though, there was another tribe, an even bigger one that had tamed a flock of Calipiluit, monsters that looked like the ugly version of mermaids, the lower half of a seal, and the upper side of a woman, with a mouth that looked like it belonged to a frog. The distressed Yeti had already jumped in to assist his kind in battle, leaving Arid and Gojo alone to watch monsters fighting for territory. It's a common thing, but those ones seemed to be losing. Arid quickly noticed that their side was losing. It didn't have that many members left, and the Calipilutes were winning with their water magic. The Yetis that sent those Calipilutes seemed to have sustained no damage at all, letting the Calipilutes do all the work. Strong monsters using weaker monsters as attack dogs. Gojo looked around the battlefield. Those Yetis on the other side, they tamed those Calipilutes and just sent them to attack. I bet that swimming across the river is impossible for the Yetis. They'll freeze to death, so that was their only option. They can climb the walls to cross, but they'll get pelted with stones, so our side here, who doesn't have any slaves to attack for them, ended up just enduring the constant assault. Gojo nodded. Yeah, this side can only defend. The other side is just waiting for the Yetis here to get weak enough before attacking them directly. Arid pointed across the river at the other Yetis. So if we don't take those out, they'll kill the Yetis on our side and eventually make it to the camp. Not really. It'll take days or weeks. We can just go back and lock the cave. We'll spend our night, then leave safely in the morning. Picking a side in a monster war is like picking between rabid dog A and rabid dog B. There is no difference. Gojo lifted his hand, and a magic circle started spinning above his palm. But we could use a few bodies in the ruined city. Those steel golems are too hot, so a Yeti's cold breath could rapidly cool and cause them to crack and shatter. His eyes flashed with magic, and Arad touched a stalagmite, forming it into a long javelin. Arad was right. Strong monsters enslave the weaker ones and bend them to their will. The Yetis on the other side of the cavern have dominated the Calipiluits. So now it was time for Arad and Gojo to act like dragons again and take control of the Yetis. Arad swung his arm and shoulder, turning his whole torso in one motion, and released the javelin, sending it flashing through the cavern like a falling star. The javelin flew down and hit one of the Calipiluits in the face, pinning her to the floor and killing her instantly. The battle stopped, and everyone looked back. What they saw was nothing. Arad had already jumped down and was rushing between their ranks. Arad quickly reached the front lines and didn't stop running. Instead, he clenched a fist and swung it at the first Calipiluits he faced, smacking her in the face so hard that he cracked her skull and sent her rolling back, knocking 2 more down. All of the Yetis finally spotted him, and the distressed Yeti lifted his fist, thumping his chest. "Gohu, fool, ho-ho go. What are you doing?" Of course, Arad didn't speak the Yetis' language, if that could even be called that. He didn't understand what the distressed Yeti said, or even if he was speaking. But Arad had one thing that he knew he must do, and it was to fight and win. At that time, 2 Calipiluits had charged at him, one from the right and the other from the left, each aimed to kill him. Arad dodged the strike directed at his throat and grabbed the Calipiluit's clawed arm, then kicked the second one in the face, breaking the first one's arm in the process, before stepping on the second's face and popping her skull like a melon. The Calipiluits stopped attacking for a second as they saw what Arad did to their kind. Unlike the other Yetis, he knew how to fight and move. They might match him in raw strength, but not in martial skills. Arad looked around, then his eyes stopped at the Black River, separating the cavern into 2 parts. He then looked over and saw the chieftain of the other Yeti tribe. They had a chief, but the distressed Yeti's tribe didn't. Most likely, he was killed in one of the past skirmishes. Arad made one swift move and flew past the Calipiluits. Picking his spear from the corpse of the first Calipilut he killed, and hurled it once more with all of his strength, sending it flying over the river across the other part of the cavern, and toward the face of the other tribe chieftain. The spear almost hit the chieftain, but the bastard was too nimble and managed to dodge with just a light scratch on his cheek. "I guess I can't kill him from here." Arad mumbled, and all of the Yetis started freaking out. For the first time in what felt like forever, something of their side reached the other chieftain. Arad took a step forward, forming another stone spear as he approached the frigid Black River. Another Calipiluit cut his path, standing in his way, and glared at him ready to fight. But the closer he got to her, the more she shook. When he reached her, she lunged at him with an open maw, aiming at his neck. Arad's hand flew like lightning, and the back of his palm clapped her face like thunder, sending her rolling on the floor and screaming like a mountain lion. "I'm going on. Catch them alive if you can. We'll need numbers." With that, Arad jumped into the freezing water. Chapter 1696, The Barrier Sword of Ice. Chapter 1696, The Barrier Sword of Ice. Arad jumped into the freezing waters of the Black River, and all of the Yetis gasped. The cold waters were a death sentence. The Yeti's fur would soak in and get heavier. They'll be cold, unable to swim well, and quickly drown. They can't even use their cold breath in there. It was shocking to see Arad throw himself into death after showing such might in battle. But what happened was already done, and they still had to stop the Calipiluits. Well, well, well. Gojo walked above the Yetis' heads, using invisible platforms as footing. That might have seemed like a waste of mana, but at this point Gojo really didn't care much, and having a small squad of Yetis to command later is worth the cost. Besides, he really didn't like how the Yetis smelled, so he preferred to stay above them. All of the Yetis looked up, shocked and confused. They've never seen one of their kind fly, but that's what Gojo seemed to be doing, standing in the air with a faint smile. Gojo had another reason to stand high, and that was to get a bird's-eye view of the battlefield and find the best spot to start fighting in. He wasn't as martially savvy as Arad, so he really had to pick his fights well. Soon he spotted a nice open space with just a few Calipilutes around. Nice for him to warm up. The distressed Yeti growled at him. Arad was already dead, and he wasn't going to let the child Yeti die. Gojo still looked too young and small to fight, and he should be hiding in the back with the other kids. As Gojo landed between the Yetis and the tens of Calipilutes, a crystal-clear barrier sword appeared in his right hand, perfectly sized, with an edge thinner than a hair, sharper than a razor blade, and lighter than a feather. It was the second-best weapon for Gojo now beside a staff, because it allowed him to fight in melee without wasting mana and to cast spells. One of the Calipilutes rushed at him almost immediately, opening her disgusting mouth and unleashing a beam of compressed water that was powerful enough to punch a hole through steel. Calipilutes were able to use water magic, but not in the same way humans do. They could breathe it out in a compressed high-pressure beam. They can't sustain that breath for more than a few seconds, but it is powerful enough to tear holes through plate armor, and that's where people knew it could cut steel. But to Gojo, that spell was far too simple to be a threat. He had to be as dumb as a rock and standing in the same place like a statue to be hit by it. Of course, the danger here was getting hit by a sneak attack that you couldn't see or predict, which would result in instant death. There isn't a single Yeti that could tank a direct hit from the Calipilute's compressed water beam, and this was the reason this side suffered so many losses against the ugly Calipilutes. Gojo was no different, and in fact he was much weaker than a Yeti. But what he lacked in physical strength and speed he made up for with magic and skill and not smelling like a wet dog. With one horizontal slash, Gojo cut the water beam in half and froze it, and before the Calipilute could understand what happened, he had already slipped beneath the frozen beam and cleaved her head with a single slash. He didn't have the arm strength to cleave the Calipilute's head, but his sword's sharpness made up for the difference, and unlike a really sharp blade, the edge of his sword would never dull as long as he maintained it with mana, and on top of all of that, his barrier sword was infused with cold magic, the same way one of Liliana's friends taught him. It could flash freeze almost anything, and all of the wounds inflicted by his blade won't bleed. Arad said to keep your kind alive, but I need to make an example of a few. He kicked her body aside and touched the frozen beam with his palm. He wasn't done with spells yet. His biggest disadvantage now was being outnumbered. He could count the Yetis on his side, but he wasn't about to rely on a bunch of dumb monsters that smelled like wet dogs. If they were smart enough to be of help, they would have won this fight long before Gojo and Arad arrived. The next spell was one of Liliana's favorites. Gojo could cast it using anything from water to flesh and stones. It usually cost a lot of mana for perfection, and in his draconic form he could reach an astounding level with it. But now he had to make a bare-bones one. From the frozen beam, an identical clone of Gojo emerged, fully made of crystal-clear ice, and held another barrier sword. Time to dance. This spell was the advanced version of the one he used to create the ice golems in the camp yesterday. He had gone out of his way to make it shaped like him, to make controlling it easier, but didn't bother with how it felt or looked in terms of colors. He would usually paint the clone with mana to make it look exactly like him, and he would even make it warm, soft, and even give it the texture of a proper body. The more details he created, the bigger the mana cost would be. Gojo and his clone rushed through the Calipilute's ranks like the wind, evading their vicious claws, ugly maws, disgusting tongues, and deadly water beams with precise moves. The Calipilutes had more weapons than just their water beam. They had long, sharp black claws in their ugly hands, a massive maw with sharp teeth, and a long, sticky tongue they could fling around like a toad, but that, too, wasn't all they could do. Their upper body looked human, but their lower half was that of a seal, or an elephant seal to be exact, which means they weighed a ton, and were known to ram their bodies at people to crush them. Then came the funny part. Since they were monsters and not just animals, they could move in weird ways thanks to their raw power, and those Calipiliots could jump as high as 3 meters and dive bomb anyone they wanted. Gojo swung his sword in sync with the clone, sending 2 flying barrier slashes through the air that exploded with cold magic upon impact, freezing a Calipiliout they hit in place. Of course, with the Calipiliout being aquatic monsters, they were super wet, and even though their skin was covered with a slimy and sticky mucus that prevented them from freezing in the cold, Gojo's magic was much worse than anything this Arctic land could throw at them. The Yetis charged in as well, breathing freezing mist at the Calipiliots, as well as pushing their ranks back as Gojo cleaved his way through. He and his clone moved as one, decimating anything that dared get close in a frigid storm of blades and ice. You know what I hate more than someone who smells like a wet dog? A one that smells like fish. With Gojo's cold magic, the Yeti's rage and cold breaths, and the Calipiliots' water beams, the battlefield turned into a chaotic mess of magic blood and screams. But the river where Arad jumped wasn't any calmer, as now it was boiling and foaming, frothing with blood and torn flesh. Chapter 1697, Attacking the Calipiliots' Queen. Chapter 1697, Attacking the Calipiliots' Queen. As Arad jumped into the frozen water, he could feel a powerful shockwave washing over his whole body and forcing his muscles to tense up for a moment. It wasn't a hit, nor was it an impact, but it was the sheer cold of the seawater hitting his bones and almost forcing his organs to shut down for a second. Any human would have passed out and died on the spot, but Arad was massive, energetic, and most importantly, motivated like a raging animal. His mind refused to give up, sending a rush of adrenaline to all of his muscles and forcing them to move at full force. Arad could move and fight, but he knew he couldn't last long. He has to make it to the other side of the river as quickly as possible, and he has to stay underwater so the Yetis can't pelt him with rocks and boulders. Arad's heart started beating like a violent pump, and his arms flapped, propelling him forward in the dark and cold waters. With his eyes open, he could see somewhat well. It was blurry, but still illuminated thanks to the luminescent algae at the bottom of the river. It was a stark difference. From the outside, the river looked as black as ink, but its bottom was well illuminated, yet still as foggy as a murky lake. He could see many creatures swimming around him, normal fish, strange sea snakes, and what mattered most, several Calipiliots who were already swimming toward him with malice in their eyes. The Yetis had a good reason not to cross the water, besides the cold or getting pelted by stones. Those waters were the Calipiliots' territory. Any poor Yeti that found itself here would end up getting eaten alive by the Calipiliots. Behind the rushing Calipiliots, Arad could see a large, fat, blubbery, elephant seal-looking Calipiliout, the ugliest of them all, their mother, their queen, and she was the one he had to get to. Damn, you're ugly. Now, Arad only had one question. Those Calipiliots, can they use their water beam attack under the Black Sea? The water here should block all mana, but he had to make sure. Then he saw it. One of the Calipiliots opened her ugly, frog-like mouth wide, and he got a bad feeling in his guts, forcing him to dodge out of the way. The water beam only grazed his left shoulder, leaving a sizable wound. Those monsters can still use their water beam underwater, but why? Blood seeped into the water, leaving a red trail as Arad swam, trying to reposition himself. Losing blood underwater was very bad. He needed it to remain warm, so that was a lot of his heat wasted. Arad swam toward the Calipiliout, who fired at him and circled around her, but she easily turned to face him and swung her claws, moving much, much faster than he could. This was their territory, and Arad was just a human swimming around. Competing with a marine creature is one thing, and trying to keep pace with a sea monster was a whole other league of impossible. But thankfully, Arad didn't need speed here. All he needed was to be smarter than the Calipiliots, and to his luck they were as dumb as fish. Arad shifted the position of his spear and put it in the path of the Calipilioat's claw, piercing her palm with ease, using her own force. He then twisted his arm and used that to circle around and grab her in a chokehold from the back. Now he'll either use her as a shield against the other's water beams, or force her to shoot a water beam at the queen. He pulled his spear from her hand and stabbed her side, forcing her to open her mouth, trying to blast his head with a beam. Arad didn't have much time. He needed to breathe, and more than 7 Kalapaloots are closing up on him. He had just 1 split second to make a decision. Would he aim at the Kalapaloots, get an opening and swim to the surface for a breath, or fire at the queen and risk getting torn apart? Are those monsters ignorant enough not to defend their queen? Arad would bet they aren't that stupid. Besides, a dragon always goes for the home run first. So he aimed the Kalapaloots's face toward the queen, forcing the beam to fly in that direction. As he expected, almost immediately, all the Kalapaloots who were rushing at him turned around and stood in the path of the beam to protect their sizable queen. She was such a massive target that Arad almost didn't need to aim, and even if 20 Kalapaloots stood in the beam's way, their bodies wouldn't cover her up. The beam silently flashed through the dark waters, cutting 3 Kalapaloots in half and slightly wounding their queen, but it didn't kill her. She was too massive for such a wound to matter, and so Arad found himself in a tough spot. He was running out of breath and was cold, too cold. Just to stay alive, his heart had to beat like a drum, and his muscles needed to keep moving or shivering to generate heat, and he was finally reaching his limit. It was a deadly loop. To get warm, he needed to move, and to move, he needed oxygen, which he didn't have any of, forcing him to slow down, getting colder, and needing to generate more heat, thus needing more oxygen, and the cycle kept spiraling out of control. His lungs burned, his heart started getting weaker, and his vision blurred as he slowly sank in the cold waters. The Kalapalooit he was grabbing was still alive, and so she managed to overpower him for a second, turned around and bit him on the arm, trying to drag him deeper and drown him. It was then that Arad's mind finally figured it out, how those ugly monsters could use magic beneath the Black Sea. It was simple, but genius. The water itself blocked mana, and the space weakened it. Any patch of skin covered by the water can't release mana, and thus the caster is unable to cast magic. And getting deeper overall weakened magic, meaning that the bigger the spell is, the more wasteful it'll be. So, Arad had no solution for the second problem, but swimming up, but the first one can be easily solved. Arad's mouth opened and bubbles escaped as he gasped. That was the last bit of air inside his lungs, and for a moment, the Kalapalooit thought she was going to drown him. But then he smiled, grabbing her in a bear hug. Google search novel fire. Net, her body tensed up, her lower half spiked, and she started violently twitching as smoke bubbled out of her skin. Then she stopped moving and floated up. A charred corpse Arad floated in place, smiling with bubbles leaving his nose and lips. He was breathing. The water around his arms boiled and bubbled, and each time he breathed out, those bubbles would combine and burst into flames, heating the water. Chapter 1698, I Am Unhuman. To breathe, Arad conjured wind using magic directly in his mouth and breathed it, and when he got used to that, he started generating the air deeper and deeper until he was able to make it right inside his lungs. He didn't need that much volume of air to survive, so it cost him barely anything. The only problem he faced was keeping a steady rhythm. He needed to synchronize generating air with his chest expanding so his lungs won't be torn under the pressure. Since the seawater wasn't getting into his lungs, he could easily keep doing that and breathe, solving one of his biggest problems, and now it was time to solve the next one. If mana couldn't leave Arad's skin due to the water blocking it, then he only needed to keep it inside his body beneath his skin. There weren't that many spells that would work, and most would only cause his body to explode from the inside out. But there was one type of magic that Arad knew would work, and it would even be more powerful in this salty water. But it had one problem. It could very well kill him before he could even realize it. While being surrounded and not having much of a chance and feeling the Kalapalooit's fangs piercing his skin, he decided to stop being a human for once and act more like the wild dragon he is. It was time to show those monsters who the real monster is here. Arad slowly started generating an electric current beneath his skin using lightning magic, and he quickly raised the power until it started frying the caterpillar it latched onto him. When the caterpillar died and let go of him, her corpse floated up, burned and bloodied. Arad floated in place, covered in blood, burns, and ghastly wounds, but his eyes still flashed purple with light, glaring directly at the caterpillar's queen's soul. They can't stop him. He is inhuman. What's more, the lightning magic wasn't done causing trouble. The black water blocked mana, not electricity, and so the current generated by Arad started ionizing the salty water around him, breaking it down to oxygen and hydrogen. Then the sparks jumping between his teeth and fingers ignited those bubbles, boiling the seawater around him. The caterpillar's queen swung her arms, and all of the terrified caterpillars rushed at Arad to kill him. They had stopped seeing him as a monster, as a yeti, or as prey. Now they only saw a predator eyeing their queen. As they got closer, they were shocked, burned, and stabbed to death with his spear. Arad endured the unimaginable pain as he fought, because if he couldn't endure it, he wouldn't be able to keep his magic up anyway. The Black River's water boiled, roiled, and frothed, foaming with blood and torn flesh. The caterpillars fighting Gojo looked back, hearing the screams of their kin echoing out of the river, and they wondered just what kind of horrid monster Arad was. Those caterpillars had their share of fights, but they had never faced an extreme being before. They always ran away from the horrors of the depths and never even saw the blizzard monster outside. So this was their first encounter with an extreme being, two of them at that. Arad and Gojo, even stuck in human bodies, were still fundamentally dragons. Arad slashed his way through the caterpillars. It was easier than before, since anyone who got close to him got shocked to the bone and burned, which allowed him to easily reach their queen with a large, mad grin on his face. He finally reached her, the mother of blubber. All of that fat would be nice when grilled, especially with how cold it is. With one look at his grin and purple glowing eyes, the caterpillar's queen sensed Arad's hunger and freaked out. She wasn't the queen anymore, but a prey desperately trying to survive the fangs of a harrowing monster. Now that Arad got closer, he could fully see how stupidly massive she was. While all of the caterpillars didn't grow past 3 meters long and looked like seals, the queen itself was almost 15 meters long and as thick as a whole house. Even calling her a whale would be an understatement. But that thing, the mother of blubber, moved as gracefully as a tuna, quickly circulating around Arad, and swung her massive tail at him, smacking him all the way to the bottom of the river. She opened her titanic maw and was about to blast him with a water beam, only for Arad to throw his spear at her, stabbing right in her gums. Using that as a distraction, he swung behind her back and latched onto her hair. Since her upper half looked human, he knew exactly where the heart should be and started discharging as much current as he could through her back, zapping her like a taser. She struggled for a while, then swam down, smacking her back on the solid rocks and forcing Arad to let go of her hair. She wanted to smash him between her massive body and the rocks. But he was too nimble and fled before she could do that. Her body was still sore, burned, and feeling numb from the shock, which slowed her down enough for him to swim out of the dust and mud, grab his spear, which was still sticking out of her mouth, and pull it out. Being this close to her face, she couldn't just blast him with a breath, as he could easily swim around her head, and so the battle of attrition started. Arad kept swimming around her head, zapping and stabbing her with his spear, and she kept spinning in place, trying to catch him with a bite. She was definitely stronger than the other caterpillars, but Arad was certain she was just as dumb. As he kept shocking and wounding her, and as she kept spinning, soon the dizziness and numbness got to her, and she stopped moving for a second, allowing Arad to come in and discharge one last burst at her head. At that moment, Arad was already running out of mana, and she was still alive. The shock didn't kill her, even if it was delivered directly to her brain. If the current wasn't powerful enough to kill Arad, it won't kill a monster as big as Caterpillar's queen. But the pain reached her. Looking back, she could see Arad's purple eyes glaring down at her, and what she felt. It was nothing like someone who's about to win a fight. What she saw and felt was a massive black-scaled creature pinning her down with its massive claws, glaring at her as if she were nothing more than a snack, a fish on its dining table. She relaxed and gave up, fearing that he would kill her and all of her clan. He was clearly a stronger monster than the Yeti's chieftain, and she had to submit if she wanted to survive. Arad noticed that she stopped resisting, and just to make sure, he stabbed her a few more times. She just sat there and took the hits, not lifting a finger. Arad smiled. If she had kept fighting, he would have lost as his mana was nearing its limit. In fact, if he doesn't turn the lightning and wind magic off, he'll pass out in a second or two. He turned all of his magic and swam to the surface. Feeling the cold water washing over his burnt skin, as his hand emerged the water and landed on the shore, he slowly climbed out, and the Yetis there jumped back, terrified to the bones. He survived the Black River, and not just that. The Kalopilluit's queen extended her head out of the water and roared, calling all of her daughters to turn around. They got a new master. Arad stood, took a deep breath, and rested his bloodied spear on his shoulder, looking at the Yeti's chieftain with a smile and purple, glowing eyes. I won't be killed. I'm unhuman. Chapter 1699, All-Out War. Kalopilluit's queen roared, and all of her daughters turned around, jumping back into the black water to cross the river and assist Arad in battle. They had lost, and now followed a new master. The Yeti's chieftain had abused them long enough, and it was time for them to change. The Kalopilluit's queen's eyes glared at the chieftain, waiting to watch him die and get torn apart by either Arad or her daughters. The Yeti's chieftain glared at Arad with rage and malice burning in his blue eyes. What is this weird and bald Yeti? How did he survive the black water? And why is the Kalopilluit's queen following his orders? The chieftain couldn't imagine Arad fighting the Kalopilluit's queen underwater and winning. Even he had to drag her into the shore in the past to fight her and win, and that was only possible because the chieftain of the other tribe sacrificed himself to drag her out. Yes, those two tribes were once a single, massive clan, and that clan crumbled when its chieftain died. His two eldest sons, the strongest two Yetis, split it in half, and each took his side of the cavern. But then, years later, the Kalopilluits appeared in the river, and the two tribes agreed to join hands and defeat her to keep both tribes safe. One of the two chieftains died baiting the queen out of the water, and the other managed to fight her and win, effectively being the last chieftain standing. After his brother's death, the chieftain had tried to take over the other tribe, but they rejected his rule and fought back, leading to a several-year-long feud. Kalopilluit's queen had wanted to kill him for a long time, but never found the chance. She was too big and heavy to move on the shore. That was the reason she lost in the first place, and the chieftain refused to go anywhere near water to face her. She needed someone powerful enough to go on land and finish him off, and now she found who she looked for, Arad. But in her case, Arad was a worse master than the chieftain, because unlike the chieftain, he can defeat her even in water, meaning she'll never be able to escape his rule. The Kalopilluit's queen was a monster, and so she didn't think too deeply about that part. Arad had arrived out of nowhere and crushed everything he worked for. The other Yeti tribe was now winning the war. The Kalopilluits turned on him, and his clansmen are now terrified, waiting for him to go fight this new enemy. Luckily, Arad looked to be in quite a sorry state, wounded, burned, exhausted, and beaten to a pulp. He looked like he would fall to the ground at any moment. He was a dead man walking, and the chieftain knew that and was going to take advantage. The right call now is to attack back, hit Arad and the rebelling Kalopilluits, and hit them hard. He didn't waste a second and jumped forward, swinging his massive clawed fist at Arad's face. The ground shattered beneath his steps, and the air ripped apart as his claws passed by, crackling with ice magic so powerful that it turned the moisture in the air into snow. All of the Yetis were B rank at best. The Kalopilluits were C rank. The chieftain and the queen, though, were at the upper limits of A rank. One hit should be enough to finish Arad. He was already dead. But then Arad tilted his head, took a step to the side, and his arms swung around like snakes. He ducked beneath the chieftain's attack, slid past him, and then unleashed one deadly slap at his back, ripping the sun and fur apart. The chieftain screamed his lungs out, but never stopped moving. He was a monster far above the normal Yetis, a creature that had seen too much to falter. He turned around, pushing through the pain, and swung his other arm at Arad's torso. Arad lifted his spear at the last moment, and managed to block the chieftain's strike, but not without getting blasted into the air, and he was flung more than 10 meters away into the middle of the other Yetis. Arad could feel the bones in his arms cracking, his lungs failing to move, and his eyesight growing blurry. He had already reached the limits of his human body and surpassed them. Now he was just abusing himself to keep moving. He just needed a moment to catch his breath. But with all of the Yetis surrounding him, Arad had to stand and keep fighting. Earlier on the other side of the river, Gojo looked across the river and saw Arad emerging from the water, wounded and exhausted. He knew that his brother must be reaching his limit, so he had to rush in and help him. The Kalupilutes are now on their side, so the river is safer than before. They don't have to worry about the Kalupilutes attacking and drowning them, so Gojo started immediately. Gojo ran toward the river and took a step on its surface, freezing several meters of water around him with each step as he ran across, creating a bridge large enough for the Yetis to cross. The distressed Yeti and the others saw Gojo move, and they followed him, roaring and screaming as they aimed for one last push to decimate the other clan. It was all-out war now. Gojo reached the other shore in seconds and took one massive leap, landing behind the chieftain with a carefree smile. Yo, he spoke, and the chieftain who was heading toward Arad froze. He rapidly turned back, only to get slashed across the torso. Gojo's sword was sharp, but the chieftain's hide was thick and tough. Sharpness alone won't cut through it. The wound was shallow. The chieftain was even more confused at seeing Gojo than at seeing Arad. Arad at least had the size of a Yeti, but this new bald one was no bigger than a child. Yet those blue eyes and that smile, they were horrifying. Consumed by fear and rage, the chieftain roared and swung his massive arm, aiming his claws at Gojo's head. Gojo dodged the swing with a grin and threw a punch with his left arm, an uppercut right at the chieftain's face. That's my little brother. The uppercut was weak, but still zapped the chieftain with a jolt of lightning to try and damage him, as expected. Weak spells like shocking touch won't work, and the chieftain's other arm came swinging like a bat toward Gojo's torso. A thin barrier surrounded Gojo's side and took the impact. At the same time, Gojo pointed a finger at the chieftain's side and unleashed a spell. Shockwave, both of them were blasted back, Gojo getting flung away by the chieftain's heavy strike, and the chieftain getting sent flying back from the deafening shockwave. The chieftain rolled on the ground and crashed into one of their nests, toppling it down. He stood dazed and slightly disoriented, but still full of raging malice. He glared forward and saw Gojo walking out of another toppled nest, still smiling. 3 Yetis jumped at Gojo, trying to kill him, but the 3 of them ended up slashed in half as Gojo's clone jumped in, cutting them all with ease. They were far weaker than the much tougher chieftain, and since Gojo's clone was here, he looked toward Arad and saw the other Yetis protecting him, especially that distressed Yeti they met at the start. He looked really mad that Arad got injured. Chapter 1700. The Real Monster. Chapter 1700. The Real Monster. The ground quaked and shattered as Gojo and the chieftain clashed, sending shards of ice and debris flying everywhere. Each shockwave released by those 2 was powerful enough to rip the Kalupilutes apart and flung the Yetis away like dolls. The chieftain opened his massive maw, unleashing a cone of frigid wind, a breath of ice that could be mistaken for the roar of a white dragon, powerful enough to freeze the ground solid and kill anything that was stupid enough to stand in front of him. Gojo was the stupid one who stood in front of him, and for some reason, he didn't die. Gojo found the chieftain's breath a bit too simple. He could easily deflect it with his barriers, so he did just that and tanked it, taking the opening created by that as a chance to rush in and deliver some damage. He was swift, nimble, and skillful. Compared to Arad, Gojo was far less martially competent, but compared to anyone else, and especially a Yeti, he was on a whole other level. Even at close range, Gojo easily dodged the chieftain's arms, slipped beneath his bites, and coordinated attacks with his clone to slowly chip away at the beast's life. The chieftain swung his arm, but Gojo jumped on top of it, used it as a stepping stone, and kicked him in the face. Taking the hit, the chieftain wanted to bite Gojo's knee away, only to bite air and get hit in the back of his head with a fireball. Then a shockwave that sent him rolling, only to land at the feet of the clone, who tried to stomp his skull, then stabbed him in the shoulder. The chieftain should have been getting angry at how nimble and slippery Gojo was, but that wasn't the case. He was getting calmer the longer the fight went, explaining why he survived for so long. Monsters who could stay calm and analyze fights were rare, but all of them were too dangerous and cunning to underestimate. Gojo knew that, and so he started playing dirty as well. Swinging 2 fingers, a large smile covered his face. "I never thought I'd need to use this ever again, but here I am." Gojo's eyes flashed, and a streak of sparking white light followed his fingers. Shadow of fear, then, as the light faded away, nothing happened. Gojo looked confused, and the chieftain jumped in, smacking him so hard that he sent him flying back to one of the nests with a splash of blood. He had finally managed to get a solid hit in, and to finish the fight, he just needed one more. Poisoned by hope, he rushed into the dust to finish Gojo off, only to see something he never expected. It was something that immediately snapped several strings in his mind and made him lose a few screws. There, Gojo was pounding his mate. The chieftain screamed his lungs out and jumped in, tearing Gojo and his mate in a mad rage, blinded by fury, despair, wrath, bloodlust, and Gojo's magic beside the shore. Gojo stood there with a smile, watching the chieftain tear his mate with ruthless malevolence. "I wonder what he saw to get so mad? You gotta love illusion magic. It's quite effective at getting dumb monsters riled up." He pointed a finger at the chieftain with a chuckle, then flicked it. "What, little ape, are you angry? Just wait. You'll get even angrier." The illusion shattered, and the chieftain's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the guts of his shredded mate. He remained frozen for a second, the dark cruelty of the illusion slowly seeping into his mind. The shock of what he saw damaged his mind, and what came next, the realization that it was all fake and that he killed his mate for nothing, quickly overloaded his primal brain and sent him into a mad frenzy. Boiling with rage, the chieftain turned around and flew at Gojo as a racing truck engulfed in a raging storm of ice. His arms flew and ripped Gojo in half. As the chieftain screamed, Gojo was standing behind him with a smile, swinging his sword down. The illusion isn't over yet. Gojo slashed the chieftain across the back, and his clone jumped in from the side, and then each of them started swinging left and right, from above to below, engulfing the confused chieftain in a storm of blades, riddling his tough hide with wounds. The chieftain still tried to grapple with reality and illusion, pushing through the wounds and pain to find the real Gojo and kill him. He turned around, opened his maw, and unleashed a devastating ice breath that completely missed Gojo and went on to wipe several of his Yetis. His struggle, pain, and efforts were all in vain, for he didn't face another Yeti or a human. He was facing a dragon, one more harrowing and cunning than Arad, who robbed the Calipilut's queen from him. Gojo's arms and legs got covered by ice and stones, and his entire body crackled with gravity magic. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the raging chieftain and punched him in the guts hard enough to make him gasp and push him back a bit. Then, in the blink of an eye, Gojo threw another punch, then a kick, then another punch, turning his attacks into an endless barrage too fast for anyone to ever see. Then the clone joined in the beatdown, and it too started smacking the chieftain with a barrage of kicks and punches that sounded like a whole battalion of cannons was firing, which shook the entire cavern. But even with all of those attacks, the chieftain still stubbornly stuck to life, hanging by a thread, and yet still willing to fight. He was much like Arad, too prideful, too angry, and too physically blessed to be taken down with ease. It seems that without one big attack, Gojo won't be able to put this monster down. He could eventually kill him with a prolonged fight, but would that cost him less mana than one massive attack? Probably not. Several Yetis tried to help their chieftain, but all of them ended up getting killed by the shockwaves of the fight, unable to get close. What was worse for them was that Arad had stood up once more and taken up arms. He was too tired and injured to face the chieftain, so he left that one to his brother, but he wasn't going to just sit and watch, so he started ripping and tearing the Yetis apart and helping their side win. The Yetis kept fighting. They won't give up as long as their chieftain lives, and so the war didn't become any easier, but it kept escalating rapidly, turning into a bloodbath that painted the Black River red. Then suddenly something flashed in the middle of the titanic battle between Gojo and the chieftain. There, Gojo's body was glowing, and his eyes flashed bright blue. He had hit a jackpot.